Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was forbidden knight of evil dragons? A life of constant rejection. The only thing Harry Potter experienced in his early years was rejection. They rejected him. The only family he had left in the world. They hated him, despised him. They rejected him. He was barely 5 years old, and the pain from being rejected by his aunt, cousin, and uncle was unbearable. That he knew he was different. No one could have those emerald green eyes that made anyone who looked at him tremble for no reason. Eyes like those of a beast, a reptile, a dragon, as they called it, those dragon-like eyes, a title that would haunt him for most of his life. His family hated and rejected him fiercely. Even at 6 years old, he understood the weight of rejection and the pain it brought. He wasn't surprised when they handed him over to a biblical institution and left without looking back, abandoning and rejecting him. Harry knew he was different. His senses were remarkably sharp, his dreams strange. In those dreams, he conversed with a reptilian creature that later became known as a dragon. Though it should have been filled with rage and hatred, it remained passive and calm. He knew he was different. The church that accepted him treated him kindly at first until they discovered who he truly was. He never fully grasped the implications of being a sorcerer, a celebrity, a survivor, someone recognized by a large community somewhere. That he was special. That he was different. The church members knew they had captured not just any sorcerer, but the legendary child who lived. Some wanted to kill him for being a heretic simply because he was born a sorcerer, while others tried to use him as bargaining chips against the magical populace. But in the end, they decided to recruit him as another warrior in the church's ongoing war against evil forces. Harry wasn't stupid. He was being used, he was being targeted, he was being hated, he was being manipulated, but the church still kept using him. The Dursleys weren't any different. Knowing this truth kept Harry from becoming a fanatical church devotee, but he needed to survive, so he stayed silent. Silence over verbal abuse, ignoring gazes, reprimands, mistreatment, and lies from most church leaders. The silence over the sleeping dragon within him. The silence over his true thoughts about faith and religion. The silence over the truth of his loyalty. As always, silence and hope. I hope for change. Something that would give him something to live for. Something that would make him fight. Something that would give him life. I held on to hope at the end of it all. He wasn't surprised by the supernatural world's reality: angels, fallen beings, demons, gods, monsters, and all that. The dragon's essence had made him realize how fundamentally different this world was. It wasn't what his family had always believed it to be. They began training him to become an exorcist and paladina warrior who would fight evil forces for his faith, uphold justice, and aid those in need. That's exactly why he stayed in the church. He knew they used it, and they hated the fact that magicians were among them. After all, Christianity and related religions had eradicated everything that they considered it heresy, and witchcraft and magic were deemed pure heresy. The burning of witches demonstrated the church's hatred for sorcerers to the extreme. But he was special, truly unique. The most dangerous spell has always been something to fear. For many, the lethal curse couldn't be avoided and caused instant death. Yet he survived, lived through it all, making him a highly coveted individual. The church saw the minor evil in him, being with them rather than their enemies. Harry knew it. He wasn't stupid. The exorcist training was brutal, terrifying, and intense, but it was the only thing he could do with his life. Training without any shortcuts, pushing himself to surpass many others. He never demonstrated or trained with his sacred gear, discovering that's what the dragon within him called itself, since he didn't trust the church. Even at 10 years old, 4 years after leaving the Orthodox Church, he didn't trust anyone in the congregation. They hated him, feared him, and rejected him. Those with dragon-like eyes called him that. His emerald green eyes with reptilian slits, dragon-like pupils that bred hatred, were despised by the church as symbols of evil. Though Harry might have believed it, his countless nights dreaming of talking to his dragon convinced him. While some were malevolent, others held virtue. His dragon stood out as the wisest, playful, and most approachable of all. He wasn't alone in his training. During his time at the Orthodox Church, he had 2 friends: Siegfried, a descendant and reincarnation of the hero of the same name, and Fried Selzen, regarded as a true genius of his generation. The three were known as the best students of their time, nicknamed the Three Musketeers, and carried high expectations. Even though they were magicians, they were praised as the future strongest exorcists. He realized that perhaps it was there that he came to see church wasn't so bad after all. But they were wrong. It could be said that everything began to go wrong when, at the age of 9, Fried and Siegfried started receiving the holy purifying water, sacred liquid given to those training to become exorcist paladins. This liquid strengthens their bodies and purifies them, transforming humans into perfect beings capable of becoming the desired warriors against their enemies. The water's effect caused the affected individual's hair to turn golden white-gray, making it a status symbol as it marked the strongest warriors of the church. When bathed in the purifying water, they endured a sea of pain emanating from their foreheads and lost consciousness. Upon waking, they discovered a malevolent spirit sealed within their foreheads, which was purified and eradicated by the purifying water. When he received the purification water, it eliminated that evil entity, but the purification wasn't complete. As a result, only the front part of his hair turned white. Not only that, but Fried and Siegfried, who were with him at the time, seemed to be affected too. Of course, this wouldn't be noticeable for many months. His group had been impacted, and it was all his fault. The whispers, glances, and reproaches that had seemed to diminish suddenly intensified when news spread about the incident during his purification water ceremony. After all, it was unusual for someone destined to become an exorcist to have a malevolent entity sealed on their forehead. What's more, being a mage and a reclusive figure naturally made him less trustworthy with others. Years later, he would suspect that the being who freed itself from his forehead somehow connected with his friends. His only friend Siegfried began training with meticulous dedication and reckless intensity with his twice. In a pivotal training session, he wielded 5 demonic blades: Bomung, Knothung, Dainsleif, Turfing, and the ultimate demon blade Gram. These victories earned him the titles Strongest Demon Blade User and Chaos Edge Sieg. His dedication stemmed from a simple truth wielding. These swords cast a curse that shortens the user's lifespan. More than being demonic blades, they damaged Siegfried's sacred aura through the purifying water. At the end of it all, his sacred gear was a dragon-type, with half of those swords being dragon slayers. Siegfried, who possessed the vitality of someone destined to live 125 years, having been reborn as the original Siegfried after bathing in the blood of the giant dragon Fafnir, had lost 30 years merely by joining those swords. He had barely spent a year with them, which deeply troubled him about his friend's insatiable thirst for power. Yet Siegfried remained oblivious to these worries, continuing to train while ignoring his deteriorating health. However, both Fried and the legendary sword never materialized due to widespread distrust within the church. His reputation and Fried's erratic behavior made him a target of suspicion and prejudice. Fried had started acting strangely. His once calm and cheerful friend began showing signs of mental instability. After completing the church's hunting missions, he began acting unpredictably. The severity of his condition would later become clear. As a mage, he never received weapons or special training due to the collective distrust surrounding him. He never mastered any magical spells, only learning sacred sorceria disciplines starkly different from his innate abilities that never truly suited him. With no specialization and lacking proper weaponry, he simply focused on basic training. He lacked the unique power or visible advantage to progress further, so he could only spend his free time at the institution's sacred grounds where he had lived, studied, and trained. This was all he did with his spare moments, and that seemed to be the case until something unexpected finally happened. Fried's madness became public knowledge. It wasn't the first time, nor the 12th, but Fried's massacre during an exorcism mission came to light. Killing a supporter of devils and fallen angels might be acceptable, but the sins Fried committed in that mission were nothing short of a catastrophe. Siegfried, who had been acting erratic, cold, indifferent, and distant from everyone for months, immediately grabbed his swords and fled without looking back. He had seen his friend flee and knew that if he didn't act, he would face the punishment from both friends. Thus, for the first time in his life, he used the power of his sacred gear, True Caster, which allowed him to manipulate magical energy effortlessly and contain the powered magic dragon. Zernitra? It's intriguing that his sealed dragon within him is also the deity of sorcery in Slavic mythology, and that he's not only a sorcerer but also known as the Dragon Eyes or Ojos de Dragon. He acted with good reason. The High Command believed both Fried's madness and Siegfried's desertion were somehow his fault, and they tried to detain him for interrogation. But he wasn't that naive. It never was. When he gets caught, his freedom and possibly his life will be over. Therefore, he was not surprised to see the best young exorcist confront him as he fled from his residence. Zenobia de Durandal had been sent to capture him, and among those few who knew she wielded the holy sword, it was clear that the High Command would not play along. Sending a girl nearly her age who wielded one of the mightiest holy swords was no game-changer. She was undoubtedly a threat. She attacked without thinking and had to defend herself in kind. Though brief, the battle was intense. These were 10-year-olds, yet remarkably skilled and truly gifted. With her destructive sword and his sacred gear, she ultimately survived by using the power of his sacred gear to render him unconscious, allowing him to reach a specific location before fleeing. He wasn't leaving empty-handed. He needed supplies and wouldn't leave without them. Without them he'd perish within a week. But on his way, he stumbled upon the armory chamber, a forbidden place he'd never dared enter before. Still, he ventured in hoping to find something valuable, and to his fortune, 3 demonic legendary weapons came to him. The Naimung sword, which concentrates energy for subsequent release and can negate any special abilities. The Nagelring sword, capable of controlling shadows at will, and the Blajang sword, which summons hellfire while also serving as an anti-monster blade. The 3 had reacted to his presence. Though they would have been happy to take them, he hesitated before finally accepting them until his lifelong friend and comrade in arms urged him to embrace them. Zernitra, who's been friends with his dragon for years, advised that since he was entitled to be an exorcist, those swords should rightfully belong to him. He even let the dragon escape using a skill called apparition, more like teleportation than actual travel through a wormhole. He wasn't surprised to find himself in that park on Privet Drive, the only place that reminded him of being far from the Orthodox Church in Rome. It was a perfect spot to start his escape, knowing it would now be a target for the Church due to both its hidden power and the theft of 3 demonic swords. Those so-called 3 musketeers had undoubtedly caused more losses than gains for the Angel faction, having lost 8 demonic swords. The massacre caused by one of them and the loss of the child who never lived will never be forgotten. It wouldn't be a lie to say he felt the urge to go and kill his family. He could sense them even though there was no guarantee they'd still be alive on Privet Drive years after abandoning him. He could have done it easily using Blajang to start a massive fire so nobody would know he was the culprit. But he didn't, because he had a moral compass that kept reminding him that the loneliness, rejection, and hatred he'd endured since living ever made him a monster. Fried failed at this and turned into a monster. Siegfried went mad for power so much so that he'd risk his life just to gain it. Harry wouldn't make such a blunder. That's why I didn't look back when leaving that town. He kept walking without stopping, without hesitation or doubt, because he didn't have to. Even though he'd been with the Church for years, trained extensively, and achieved great power, he still lacked something crucial: motivation. He moved with the tide, without thought, without desire, without ambition, because he was always rejected, labeled, excluded, condemned, or hated, the very person who never even considers acting on his own. Siegfried and Fried had cut ties with the Church because it was clear there would be no use in staying there. Harry thought this was the right move to take, not out of personal preference. He didn't care if the Church used him that way. If that wasn't enough reason to leave, then obviously he lacked motivation to act on his own. In a way, he was broken. His family shattered his drive as a child when he was declared an outcast. He roamed Europe without a single goal in sight, just moving around. He faced exorcists, fallen exorcists, unknown warriors, angels, fallen ones, demons, and all sorts of things. He confronted them without batting an eye. On one hand, he was a sworn enemy of the Church, an adversary to fallen ones and demons because he once trained as an exorcist. He was rejected, hated, and targeted even more, though he didn't mind, nor did he care. It wasn't much different from his life in general. For 2 years I drifted like this, ignoring recruitment offers from his enemies, finding them utterly uninteresting. I disregarded that Hogwarts letter, already knew enough magic from my dragon companion Zernitra, or that guy named Chow Chow who instantly recognized him as someone who couldn't be defeated or underestimated. So when Hero proposed joining his faction, he fled using the disappearing act. His instincts warned him of grave danger if he refused the man's request. Though not much, he managed to survive by accessing his inheritance as a mage's bank account enough to keep him alive. Those tough times when he wandered aimlessly, unsure of what to do with his life. He lacked motivation for what to do with his life, and that had been weighing on him for a long time. What should I do? It's time you pick sides, Harry. Are you sure? I'm worried about you, Harry. He's only 12 years old. Yet you've already seen so much in your life. Loneliness can be good for a while, but too much of it can kill the soul. Having friends in your life might be the key to finding that motivation you need to live. After all, my fallen friends, yes, for a while I found motivation in life because of them. Maybe I need friends. I'm glad to hear that, Harry. Now everyone's asking which side would you join? Like Hecule, which one should he choose to unite with? What group would not reject him and instead show the kindness, love, and friendship he was denied in life? Which group would help you feel alive? Which one? Continuara, a cliché in crossover fiction. Sikvera is an easy choice since you don't know who's in their nobility, and one can make. The fallen angel option would allow Harry to reincarnate as a fallen angel, forming his own group of female allies including Penemew, Rainair, Middlet, Calawarner, and other magical world members. While this path presents challenges, it would also enable me to effectively collaborate with the fallen angel faction. Kuno and adding some girls from the magical world. Harry, but I decided it would be cool if Harry had a sword like that. I had to think a lot because they shouldn't be that powerful or sacred swords. I found these not famous ones, but genuine swords from Norse mythology anyway. Also, feel free to leave a review and all that. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken up and I've had new ideas that could. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand Grigori's storyline. Unlike the celestial realms and demons, the fallen didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DxD. Keep that in mind. A search, a reason, and a fall. You shouldn't say that. I'm barely 12 years old. You shouldn't be hearing such vulgar things. You've heard worse insults from that guy Freed than I have, so don't overdo it. Molstart is fun. Can't be that bad. You're in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a forest, with barely any food left and no clue where to go. Sure, I'm fine because I'm sealed in this sacred gear, but what about you? Well, I'll see what I do then. I guess I should have thought better about joining a faction, right? It's true that others came for you, not the other way around. So finding someone who can give you good options won't be easy. Maybe it's better to just wait it out. Well, I'm in the middle of nowhere, just in a forest, alone and without food. Maybe I could try some camping. It would be fun to experience that once in a while. I've done camping before, Harry. I don't see the point in it now. Well, not really as something of interest. I've always been in the woods just to escape. I've never truly enjoyed the tranquility of the forest.
I'm sorry, dude.
I'm not exactly the best with physical contact, you know? Being a god and all that stuff, mortals never really interested me before. Of course things are different now. My first user was this really cool guy. There's so much more mortals can do, to demonstrate and that I wish to observe. Oh my goodness, thank you Zernitra. That's such a kind gesture from you. Coming from a god or someone who was once a god. He. I'm sorry, it was unintentional, but thanks anyway. No problem, buddy. Sometimes I forget you're not just any ordinary person. You've been denied worldly things, but you're strong, man. Even now, you're still strong. If I'm so strong, why do I feel so empty? What drives me? What am I doing with my life? What's my destiny? Why do I exist? Why do I live? I don't know. I feel so alone, so empty, so lonely. I don't know what to do. Someone strong wouldn't have those thoughts. Nobody would. Harry's mood had sunk into his own doubts, his own sorrows, his own questions. He could act like a normal person, but deep down his soul and heart remained hollow. He yearned for something that would give him strength, something because he lived just to exist, but without motivation he felt so empty. Why live without purpose? That was what Harry kept asking himself and still trying to figure out. Your case is truly unique. You need a reason to live, that's what you're missing. I can't give it to you. You'll find it yourself, and I'm confident you will. Don't hesitate. We've all asked ourselves these questions at some point in life. It's natural. Life's purpose doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It emerges after years of living through life itself. Soon you'll discover your purpose, and that's what will truly motivate you to live, because that's why you'll live. Whatever you say, Harry murmured, listening to his dragon companion, who remained silent. The creature sat on the edge of a massive stone by a babbling brook, surrounded by ancient trees in a remote woodland. From Germany, and since Harry didn't have a proper education, he couldn't pinpoint exactly where he was. The reason Zernitra tries to boost her partner's morale is that Harry has tremendous untapped potential. The boy actually possessed raw power. Surviving alone for 2 years against formidable enemies was proof enough. At that stage, Harry should have been a beast of combat, but he wasn't. His lack of motivation and inner emptiness prevented him from unleashing his full potential. Even though it was powerful, he hadn't yet reached the balance breaker. Given that accessing this mode requires intense emotions, people are already talking about something. Zernitra was wise but also a god, which meant she often missed the finer details of mortal life. Her only role was to guide her companion with words of wisdom and vague insights. She would patiently wait until young Potter found reason to live for himself, then unleash all her hidden power. Zernitra knew this would truly be glorious. Well, that's for later. I guess it's not bad to enjoy camping a bit. Spending some time in the midst of Mother Nature isn't actually bad at all. Yes, that would be a good thing. Thanks for your support, Zernitra. Okay, I'll go for firewood first, then grab some food. That sounds like a plan. What do I do next? I could tell you some battle stories from when I was physically present. At least it would be interesting, right? Yes, he really would have done it. It took Harry a moment to speak up. He rose from his seat, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed toward the wooded area to gather firewood for the campfire. He then returned to the spot to check if he could catch some fish from the river. Harry didn't know it, but at that moment a group had focused on his. His focus might be on those who give him the will to live he so desperately craved, even as enemies elsewhere plot to harm him. Though this wasn't surprising after all. As the saying goes, dragons always attract power. For power always seeks power.
Siempre.
Several weeks later, the fallen angel's domain. Well, I'm taking my time, but it seems I've finally got the location of the Potter boy, Azazel Sententio. Seriously, Kate Yomiel, the fallen angel and head of the Department of Magic and Supernatural Forces. He was a young man with dark skin and dreadlocks tied in a red rope, dressed in a gray suit with black trousers and a lab coat over his shoulders. His story was simple enough. One of the fallen angels who fell alongside Azazel, he became an expert in magical powers. Unlike Armoros, who focused solely on anti-magic research and was a peculiar fan of Tokusatsu anime series, Yomiel was revered in Grigori for both his magical inventions and formidable power, as he was considered a rival and equal to Serafin Uriel due to his comparable abilities. After all, Yomiel became known as Day of the Gods for his mastery of light and fire, capable of creating miniature suns even as a celestial angel. Though his powers differed from those of this era. Well, I'm glad about that. We need the boy on our side. Darn it, that Ezekiel crew. They should have been more civilized with the kid. Honestly, Shazakiel needs to better educate his son. The boy's really clumsy at some things, Azazel grumbled, recalling the reports Shemhazai had given him after assigning the mission to invite young Harry Potter from Grigori. Shazakiel, who was the Angel's territorial security guard, having fallen into the underworld, Grigori also served as the leader of the flying squadrons and meteorological group. Years ago, he had a son with Gradiel, the former head of Grigori's First War arsenal. Meanwhile, Shazakiel decided to name his son with the nickname he used during the war that had so confused everyone, Ezekiel. The boy was a carefree troublemaker who talked too much and made mistakes. Thankfully, he didn't cause much trouble for the young Potter, but his failure dealt them a heavy blow. Armoros and Yomiel desperately needed the power of the Potter boy. If their hopes were justified, then the fallen angels as a species would need him. But Mr. Azazel, are you sure about that? He's over the legend, the cursed child with the lethal curse, but honestly, this isn't exactly great news. Let's not forget how far I've come in combating that darn curse. Yomil grunted while his leader slowly nodded, making a disgusted and furious face. The lethal curse has been a hot-button issue in the supernatural world. Legend has it that this curse was created by a dark mage through a pact with a Murmurhouse devil, known for necromancy and spiritual powers. The spell's invention triggered a hunt that nearly exterminated the Murmurhouse's 72 pillars of demons, led by fallen angels and other supernatural races. This demonstrated the widespread resentment toward the creation of the lethal curse Avada Kedavra. The spell itself has the ability to extract the soul from the victim's body, causing instant death. This spell is only used in backward magical societies like Britain, France, or Bulgaria. It involves a group of magicians under the command of the demon Mephistopheles, celestial forces led by Seraphim Metatron and Sandalphon alongside angels Ariel and Aker, experts in magical arts, and Yomil with his colleagues Armoros. Gradail and Azazel have gone to great lengths to eradicate that darn curse of knowledge, determined to make the Avada Kedavra disappear from the world's history for good. Yet, in certain regions, magical communities still speak of its lingering influence. These wizards who practice the spell are so outdated that the wizarding community can't do anything about them, as they'd end up in a deadly war where many would perish. But all that changed when Harry Potter survived the deadly curse. The supposedly invincible curse proved it could be stopped, prompting all magic enthusiasts to assemble and create a perfect counter. 8 years later, they finally discovered a counter for the lethal curse. Though challenging, this breakthrough was made possible through the collective efforts of wizards from various factions. Azazel knew this all too well. Though his expertise lay more in artifacts than other fields, he had already contributed to the investigation. He breathed a sigh of relief when the darn spell was finally rendered useless. It wasn't that he could effectively affect beings of great power like them, but they were affected in a way. They had lost many of their own kin by venturing into those territories where dark wizards constantly emerge, using that unpleasant curse as if nothing to kill people left and right without caring about the world or its consequences. Voldemort is a prime example of how much chaos a wizard can cause with such a curse. Therefore, Yomil genuinely couldn't understand why their leader wanted the young Potter boy on their side. Reports suggested he had been raised in the Church, a complete absurdity, given that the Church vehemently despised wizards. Moreover, the origins of young Harry Potter were particularly concerning, as these individuals were notoriously cruel to ordinary people. Their fanatical behavior and racist tendencies were shocking by today's standards. Voldemort wasn't an exception to the harm caused by such wizards in society. Magician organizations like Golden Dawn and others receive protection because most have connections with Japanese, Nordic, demonic factions, and similar groups. However, magical communities that live as civilians lack this protection. When they make foolish moves, they get hunted down hard by the Church's forces. It was unheard of for a wizard from England's magical realm to be raised by the Church, but given that it was Harry Potter, comprehensible though it seems they didn't handle it well after all, I left the Holy Order in disarray, leaving it severely compromised. Grigori had a terrible habit of accepting any rejected individuals from other organizations like fallen exorcists or humans with sacred gears or Yuki who were ostracized. But that turned out to be a bad long-term decision, as he was essentially taking in the dregs of other factions. For instance, the mages under his command were made up of some decent ones, but most were ambitious frauds who only wanted more power. Accepting the bad influence of other groups makes their organization more toxic, but what else could they have done? It had been a long time since the Angels' fall, leaving their strength extremely weak and scarce. Thus, Yomil's 2-century project was of utmost importance. But why would a child wizard have anything to do with it? Through thorough research and reliable sources, I've concluded that Harry Potter possesses a sacred gear containing a divine dragon sealed within it, along with immense magical power. This makes him the key to completing the Black Tarot Sententio Azazel project by liberating. Yomil was lost in thought when he revisited Azazel's words. He coughed slightly, taken aback by the unexpected moment, but quickly regained his composure. With a puzzled look, he glanced at his leader, awaiting an explanation that would soon arrive. The Black Tarot project was Grigori and the fallen angels' salvation. Essentially, it was a project to create their own systems akin to the evil piece of the devils, but more powerful and distinct from the fallen angels' rebirth. However, the project's results have been challenging and frustrating. For centuries, it has contained the blueprints for creating artifacts similar to those of the evil piece, designed to resurrect fallen angels, has always lacked a crucial component in its completion. When Yomil learned about a potential final method to create the system for transforming beings into fallen angels, he immediately took notice and suspicion. Explain it once and for all, Mr. Azazel. I'm not into games, especially not with my most important project. Fafnir was the one who uncovered the rebirth of a superior being beyond the Dragon Kings, as powerful as the Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat or even more formidable. Don't forget how mighty Tiamat is. This means it must be an exceptionally powerful dragon. We're talking about a dragon that's also a god, Mr. Azazel. I'm not stupid, I know exactly what he's referring to. We know that divine beings sealed in sacred gear always possess supernatural powers and abilities. The Forbidden Valor View, which carries the sealed power of the evil god Balor, serves as a prime example of how powerful sacred gear can be when sealed with a divine entity. Well, you're obsessed with sacred gear, Azazel, but don't take it personally. Perhaps we haven't fully explored all possibilities for the missing piece in the Black Tarot project. The help of a deity might be the missing key. Ajuka Beelzebub isn't your average devil. Recreating his evil piece's invention isn't an easy task. And as you know, asking for a deity's assistance is impossible. We're universally despised. That's why I'm pinning my hopes on this guy. I don't know why, but something tells me he might be the key to our species' survival. All right, I'll take your word for it, Azazel. Your words might hold truth. While having an ally isn't a bad move, this time we could send someone a bit more civilized than Ezekiel and his crew of troublemakers. Oh yeah, I know who. Do you know where Bezaleel is? Oh, she's doing a great job, but I guess that might be why they're sending her on this mission. Why is that? Has she decided among all the possible candidates who will be sent on this mission? Bezaleel is reliable and could be someone who knows how to persuade others. I don't think she'd cause any issues. What do you think? It's a solid move. I'm counting on your prediction being spot on, Azazel. Our strength is dwindling, and you know as well as I do how the other factions, especially the Greeks, are watching us. Hades has been acting up lately, and he might just pull a surprise attack. That darn hex skeleton's got me on edge. You know what, Yomil? I know too. There are dark forces that will strike when we're most vulnerable, so we can't let our guard down. We must stay strong, our survival is on the line. Did you trust that you'd keep working on the Black Tarot project? Well, Mr. Azazel. Well, that's why we need to take immediate action. A couple of days later, forested area in Germany. Oh, happy birthday.
Okay, thanks?
Harry said, looking at a white-feathered owl staring intently. The owl had been in the woods for weeks until that day, his 13th birthday, when it suddenly appeared before him and hasn't left since. Not only that, but according to Zernitra, the owl was magical. When they met their eyes, they formed a familial bond. So now the owl was his family. Zernitra asserts that such occurrences were rare, where predetermined family members would spontaneously approach their companions. He further notes that this owl had developed connections with Harry's speed suggests their bond must have been strong. He stared silently at the owl for a moment before speaking. I don't know how to name it. When I was 8, I wanted a dog, but the church didn't accept animals, so well, I had this name I liked. Hedwig, what do you think of Hedwig? Harry asked the owl, who nodded slightly and let out a soft whistle as if pondering before agreeing. Harry raised an eyebrow, sensing a sudden spark of emotion, and guessed this must have been the family bond with his owl now named Hedwig. Harry smiled gently, catching him off guard with this unexpected surprise. It was unusual to be caught off guard, especially by an owl that had somehow appeared from nowhere. Yet he genuinely felt happy about it. This was truly his first birthday with something special for himself, not something he could claim as his own. His swords and other minor possessions didn't count. He placed a hand on Hedwig's shoulder and affectionately stroked her feathers, which made the owl cheerfully chirp, "Olalala." Harry whispered in a low voice, "She's going to be a great family member. I'll take good care of her."
I'm listening.
This is a magical owl. Give her a note, and the magic between them creates a mental image and a magical signature of someone. No matter where she finds that person, I propose she'll guide you to civilization. What do you think? Zernitra, if there were lots of spells that could help me fly or even use a teleportation spell seriously, didn't you think so? Harry said, not wanting to burst the sealed dragon's emotional bubble in his sacred gear. But it was his turn because simply stating the facts was all he needed to do. An uncomfortable silence lingered before the dragon and god of magic spoke with genuine sorrow, admitting his mistake. Camper was fun. Well, I think I can't completely dismiss your idea either, maybe it's just my imagination. Hedwig, could you please show me the nearest area with civilization in it? Harry asked his magical owl to watch him for a moment before nodding and taking flight. He then perched on a tree branch at a specific angle, glancing sideways several times. Understanding the gesture, Harry quickly packed his few belongings into his duffel and set off with his familiar owl, guiding him along the path. A contented smile spread across his face. They can say whatever they want, but freedom is good. A few hours later, Rothenburg. Rothenburg was a quaint village nestled in the woods of Germany, where traditional architecture stood as a testament to its German heritage. While it was a beautiful town and a source of national pride, it also had its dark side. Its buildings often became haunts for vampires during the dead of night. Though the village itself wasn't dangerous, it still experienced incidents like any other place. Sitting in a tavern, a young woman with flowing black hair drank from a large beer glass, strands cascading down her face like. At night, she wore cafe-colored evening wear with revealing black trousers and moss-green vintage pants. The figure was Bezaleel, a third-tier angel in Grigori's hierarchy and a veteran fallen angel. She was intently examining a specific parchment document placed on the table before her, the paper in question. The special was a magical map of the country where a fixed point magically moved toward the town it was in. The boy is approaching the village. My prediction was spot on. Bezaleel mused as he rolled up and tucked the parchment into his trouser pocket. This was Yomiel's Inventiona spectral map of Germany that could detect the dragon's energy. While some sources were clustered at the map center, they were far from both his current location and the mission's last known target. He deduced these other sources were actually dragons. If their assumptions were correct, the residents of Germany would have been aware that Harry Potter actually carried a dragon, or either a humanoid dragon, or one with a sacred gear sealed within it, and this magical creature was heading straight to his location. What luck he had. Her usual duties involved research and espionage, simple tasks, but Azazel had apparently entrusted her with this particular mission to recruit Harry Potter. This was understandable, given her exceptional skills in reading expressions and her expertise in negotiations. Getting the boy on board would be straightforward after all. She had successfully won the trust of Tobio Accuse and considered it a major achievement that a sacred gear user like Longinus had joined Grigori through her efforts. Seeing that his target had entered the city and finished his beer, he got up from his seat, walked out of the establishment without looking back to search for Harry Potter. Bezaleel didn't realize it, but deep in the tavern, two hooded figures, taller one apparently a woman and the shorter one, stood up and silently followed her at a leisurely pace, completely out of her sight. This must be special if Azazel's so obsessed with that kid, he thought. I mean, he survived the deadly curse, but hey, I've seen and heard way crazier stuff in my life. Not surprising, but I'll judge this guy when I see him. Bezaleel kept darting through the city streets, his eyes glued to the parchment tracking his target's location. The pursuers trailed behind him without being noticed. About 40 minutes before reaching the next stop, he detected a strong presence, though not particularly intense. It was noticeable. While keeping his parchment in hand, he observed a 12-year-old boy with long hair reaching his back, a large patch of white hair on his forehead, dressed in worn-out green and black mountain clothes, carrying an old suitcase and sporting a white owl tattoo on his shoulder. Bezaleel knew that was definitely his target, Harry Potter. With confidence yet avoiding hostility, he approached the young man while making himself noticeable. The youth appeared tense, as if sensing a significant presence around him. He could see him scanning his surroundings rapidly before stopping to study her intently with those intense green eyes. Bezaleel's heart tightened as those eyes met his gaze. Her target was a child who didn't look intimidating at first glance, but as a seasoned fighter, she knew she was facing a tough opponent. This kid had raw power. She could already sense she needed to handle him with care and respect. After noticing he'd let his guard down and was waiting for her to speak, she decided to play along exactly. Greetings, Harry Potter. I know you might have noticed who I really am, but let me introduce myself properly. I'm Bezaleel, a fallen angel and external relations agent for Grigori. As you might have guessed, I've come to discuss another invitation from our organization. Of course, we can talk calmly. I assure you I won't threaten you or act like the fallen angel Ezekiel did, who was careless with his words. Oh yes, Ezekiel, I remember that now, Harry simply said, recalling the fallen angel mentioned earlier. The man was clumsy and clueless, and the situation became a bit confusing, a major misunderstanding. Ezekiel couldn't explain himself, and without knowing why, Harry ended up getting into a heated argument with one of Ezekiel's subordinates who seemed like a brat and underestimated Harry's power. It should be noted that this led to a full-blown brawl. Harry weighed his options. This was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. The fallen angels weren't exactly trustworthy. But hey, that's what the church said. Look how they treated him just because of some unfortunate personal matters. So he decided to give it a shot, trusting that if he didn't feel comfortable with the group, he could simply leave honestly. I'm interested in your offer. I just want to learn more about the fallen angels. I don't want to serve someone without knowing who they are or how they operate. That wouldn't be a wise decision. Alright, I won't lie, everything will be rosy. There'll be challenges. And let's be real, some Grigori members might not be exactly to your liking. But rest assured, many will stand by your side. All we ask is that you trust us, because when the time comes and trouble strikes, you'll be here to back us up. I've had my share of hardships in life. Having more wouldn't change anything if it's about fighting others. That's nothing new to me, it's always been the same old story. Very mature for his age, intriguing but not surprising. Those who end up in the supernatural world always lose their innocence, and if they're users of sacred gear, Tobio sounds just as hollow as this guy. We'll see if he improves that skill over time. Alright, not everything will be bad. Azazel, the leader of the Grigori organization, is a great leader who cares about his subordinates. He'll definitely treat you well. On the other hand, it's better for us to leave here. Talking about this in public would be dangerous. Well, I haven't had breakfast today, maybe I'm care. Harry cried out in immediate peril and turned against him and Bezaleel. With lightning speed, he summoned his sacred gear, a stylized dragon head, adorned with dark violet mane streaks and purple-blue markings that materialized in the air. A mystical aura or energy mist connected to Harry manifested, confirming it was his true caster's sacred gear. He unleashed his jaws with a purple magical energy beam, its pink streaks colliding with thin light waves that were about to strike Bezaleel's back, triggering a massive explosion. Bezaleel moved swiftly, cursing her failure to detect the enemy presence and her lowered guard. His luck in the hunt had made him overconfident. She gazed up briefly, only to see the sky blanketed by a magical field that had trapped them along with their attackers, while simultaneously isolating civilians from the area and concealing the secret of the supernatural. Harry stands beside Bezaleel, peering through the haze of smoke at his new adversaries. I can't believe you didn't notice that. My bad. I know it's hard to admit, but this attack can't be just a coincidence. We need to figure out who's behind this. Are they here for me or they're on my side? What? How do you even guarantee that? Because I recognize the aura of that attack and who it is, Harry said anxiously. Though he hadn't actually faced the sword himself, he recognized the power unleashed. It was Siegfried. He also knew who owned that sword, which meant serious trouble. Emerging from the smoke, two hooded figures moved confidently toward Harry and Bezaleel. Harry growled as his eyes transformed from vacant and calm into cautious, fierce, and beastly steps, like a creature ready to charge into battle. I never thought I'd ever fight against you. Among all the people, one of the 5 most formidable exorcists, the most terrifying nun, the Dark Slayer Griselda Corda. I ended up here by chance. Harry Potter Sententio, one of the hooded figures. I left my hood off to reveal her identity. She was a stunning woman with white hair and blue eyes, wearing a golden cross tied around her neck. Beneath her hood lay an exorcist's battle robe, which I left hanging to show her sculpted figure. But Harry, being a child, while Bezaleel was more focused on Griselda and her companion who was slowly removing their hood, no one paid much attention to the nun's main attire or body. Then something caught the eye of the fallen angel and the young mage. Bezaleel tensed up when he saw what Griselda had in her belt. Well, I've heard rumors about how dangerous this woman is, but now that she's proven to be dangerous and I couldn't sense her presence earlier, this is bad. Indeed, Bezaleel, because Griselda Corda is one of the most prominent female users in the church. Because she was the natural wielder of the sacred Clam Soles and Kurt Anna swords. Informing Harry with a tense smile as she cast a spell, she gestured for him to pick up her duffel bag and tucked it into a pocket on her pants. This battle was going to be intense. The sacred divine sword Clam Soles, belonging to the Celtic sun god Luff, and the legendary sword of Cortana, which was wielded by Knight Tristan, were considered sister swords to the legendary Durandal and Joyeuse. Clam Soles abilities involve invoking divine light through manipulating pure and sacred energy. A single strike from this energy could destroy a high-level demon, while its bursts might even surpass the power of the Durandal sword's holy blade. As one of the few God-slayer's weapons in existence, this means it can inflict significant damage on, oh gods! Not for nothing, the god of light Luff used his sword to wound his maternal grandfather, the evil deity Balor. Kurt Anna possessed the ability to neutralize powerful strikes, meaning even the strongest blows could be swiftly suppressed or diminished through user control. This weapon empowered the vulnerable to confront formidable adversaries while providing users with a calming aura that made it ideal for espionage, pursuit, and ambush operations. That's why Kurt Anna was the reason Bezaleel didn't realize or detect that he was being followed from the bar. Had Harry not been with Zernitra, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the dangerous attack by the female exorcist and would have surely died. With those two swords and the other hidden skills of the female exorcist, it's clear why Griselda is considered one of the 5 strongest women in the church. Given that her position is based on the entire world, this status is not to be underestimated. Harry cursed and focused the floating dragon head from his sacred gear Truecaster to approach the person who was about to activate his strongest transformation yet. Underestimating Griselda would be a terrible mistake. But then he noticed who accompanied Griselda and grunted with slight annoyance in his voice. Actually, it's a pleasure to see you. Irina Shidu saludos Harry with a dry voice, gazing at the girl her own age who still looked innocent in her expression. This slightly disheveled bicolored hair made me uneasy, as it was unusual to see an exorcist with such innocence. I quickly assumed she was either a confident young woman or a novice, but corrected myself immediately since we were surrounded by enemies and needed to stay focused. Young Irina blinked before giving Potter a slight smile, casually greeting him as if it were nothing. She paid no heed to the tense tone in Potter's voice or his visibly anxious demeanor. Hey Harry, it's a pleasure to see you, may God have you with you. Irina, I never imagined seeing you on the battlefield. Your gaze still reveals your innocence. That doesn't make sense, at least? Yes. The reason we're here is because Lady Griselda's training me before I take on solo missions. But what a bummer to run into you on my first mission. Oh, this must be God's test. I absolutely can't fail this challenge from the Almighty. This must be illogical to send someone as inexperienced as you know. There must be more to it. Another reason, well, considering who your father is, I can guess you must have something special about you, Excalibur. Are you an Excalibur user? Harry frowned in annoyance as he stared at the exorcist girl standing before him. His disdain for her was childish, but given that she was 12 years old, it was understandable. Irina's father, Tuji Shidu, had actually been one of her instructors during her training at the Orthodox Church. This man was tough, cold, and direct. Harry didn't know exactly what connection the individual had with the murder of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi user years ago, but he never trusted him. Never. The girl before her eyes had always received special treatment, better education, better care, and more opportunities to prove her worth. This made Harry filled with jealousy, hatred, and rage. He'd heard rumors about her being an Excalibur user, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. The truth came to light, especially now seeing her there with one of the 5 most formidable exorcists, and later witnessing how she wielded the Excalibur mimic with utter disregard for the world. Her chest revealed their truth, but knowing the special treatment the girl received before her own made intense fury fill Harry. His green eyes gleaming with danger. His emerald dragon-like eyes burned with fury. Another proof of why I left the church. I tested my worth by training non-stop, and they wouldn't even let me show what I could do while someone less capable got special treatment. Considering you were a traitor who stole demonic swords that didn't belong to you is a good sign of why they never trusted you, Harry Potter. Don't talk about what you don't know, Griselda. They were going to lock me up after Freed's madness became public knowledge. It wasn't my fault for Freed's decisions. That's a lie. I feel like it was my fault. What if I did something that led Freed into darkness? Like Siegfried's decision to leave the church, I could have done something, whatever it might have been, but I didn't. That's why escaping was the only way to keep my freedom. While I don't fully grasp your motives and can relate to you, Harry Potter, it doesn't change the fact that you're a fugitive from the church and a threat to our organization. My main objective is to continue tracking and targeting Bezaleel, the fallen angel who's been keeping watch over you. Our organization is actively pursuing you for surveillance activities and information theft from both Christian and Orthodox church operations. As such, you will face judgment and be sentenced to death. Harry Potter, you'll get the same punishment too, but only if you surrender voluntarily and return the 3 demonic swords. I might even give you a good word, and your sentence would just be a few years in prison. Let's not be naive here, Griselda. To me, it's either death or nothing with the church. I'm sorry. It's not something I want to do. Honestly, even thinking about it is a terrible sin, but I have no choice but to fulfill my duty as an exorcist. I truly regret it. I know all too well that killing children isn't something a nun should do. I don't blame you for this, but whatever happens here will be. Forgive me, then shall we fight? I asked Harry as he assumed his fighting stance, with Griselda and Irina drawing their swords. Harry studied them critically, knowing that even with Bezaleel by his side, fighting against them would be tough, though he couldn't guarantee his own survival unless he fought seriously. He glanced sideways at the fallen angel who seemed to be watching him, prompting him to focus. If I accept being part of Grigori's group, will you fight beside me? Tonto, I was going to do it anyway, but thanks for the support. Trust me, we'll definitely pull this off alive, said Bezaleel with a wild grin as he activated his special power. Shadows began moving everywhere and swarmed toward the fallen angel, briefly covering her before emerging with an aura of energy shadows. His eyes had turned white as he grinned wildly. Her 8 wings had been spread wide, showcasing her divine status and the terrifying power of her shadow abilities, a testament to her former identity as the Shadow of God, once a celestial angel. Harry nodded inwardly, acknowledging his ally's formidable strength while warning them not to trust her completely, as anything could happen. He positioned himself for battle, watching Griselda and Irina mimic his stance as they pointed their holy swords at them. But it will definitely be a tough job. Zernitra activates Krona Insane Soul Mode. Boom! Sowash! Uhair Arg! Harry suddenly screamed, hearing the voice of Dragon Zernitra in his mind and activating one of his self-created abilities from his sacred gear. The floating dragon head of True Caster embedded itself into Harry's back, merging with him before transforming into 2 humanoid dragon arms glowing with bright purple and black. The same colored plates covered his neck, part of his chest, ribs, and Harry's shoulders were clad in armor-like plates. He channeled his magical energy to open a pocket dimension, summoning 3 swords from his hands: a slender black blade with a gray metallic pheasant horn hilt, a crimson-red leaf-shaped blade tipped with an arrowhead, and a Nordic-style sword featuring a silver-green blade gleaming with verdant hues, its hilt wrapped in tattered leather. The true blades were Nimung, Nagelring, and Blajang. The latter 2 were seized by Harry's extra arms, while Nimung was taken by his right hand. Now calmed by the transformation, he glared at his adversaries with a threatening stance, surrounded by a powerful purple aura. His eyes glinted with dragon-like sharpness and beastly ferocity. Enough talk. Time for action. I promise you, exorcists, that I won't hold back. Let's begin. Without further ado, they all plunged into the fray. Continuara. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Seraphal. But the audience has spoken up and I've had new ideas that could. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DD. Keep this in mind. Battle and Grigori. It's strange how individual battles tend to drag on, while most are quick. After all, opponents would go all out to crush their rivals, which explains why the pace of combat. They wouldn't last long, and Harry knew that. He understood the fight would be short-lived, so he knew he had to fight with all his might to survive because his opponents would treat him the same way. This is why he activated the Krona Insane Soul Modia magical alteration of his Sacred Gear's physical form that transformed into extra arms to handle his dual blades. This ability originated from the Balance Breaker subtype of Siegfried, which he displayed during his escape while wielding his demonic swords. These extra arms not only possess magic launching capabilities but also function like regular limbs, allowing Harry to adapt to the extra arms without any adaptation time. Harry moved with lightning speed and determination, his target being Griselda, who held the mystical swords Clayam Solace and Kurt Anna in her hands. The first was a golden Celtic sword with blue markings on its blade and a blue hilt gleaming with gray flashes. The other, Kurt Anna, featured a dark blue shaft with binding straps at the midpoint of its slender blade, topped by a razor-sharp tip and a brown-handled grip. HH. Harry roared as he thrust his Nymung sword against Griselda's Clayam Solace, sending a seismic wave through the air. He charged forward with his other two swords, but was intercepted by Kurt Anna from the monk's side. The two began exchanging blows, yet their attacks were met with unexpected resistance. Harry was stunned by Griselda's prowess. She could withstand 3 swords' assault with just 2. Though those sacred blades weren't mere toys meant for play. Harry thrust his Blood Gang blade with one of his extra arms, but Kurt Anna deflected it. Using the Blood Gang's power, Harry created fiery sparks that triggered a minor explosion. However, Kurt Anna demonstrated her ability to diminish special effects, partially neutralizing the blast while allowing Harry and Griselda to gain space. This critical moment saw Bezaleel launch an attack. /TSK. The fallen angel's piercing shadow gust was repelled by Irina, who transformed the mimic Excalibur into a mighty sacred shield. Bezaleel refused to let that affect him. Harnessing his shadow power, he charged toward the 2 exorcists, concentrating shadows in his hands and unleashing massive barrages of dark energy. Though Irina deftly deflected them with her luck, Griselda's attack nearly succeeded. Just as the assault was about to strike, Kurt Anna appeared and neutralized the threat. Before focusing magical power into the sword, she thrust it forward, delivering a slash of sacred energy, infused magic from the blade. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but Bezaleel was equally evasive. The irony was clear. Griselda had appeared before him with Clayam Solace ready to cut her down. However, Bezaleel wasn't the fallen angel one might expect, unprepared for such a scheme. He channeled his shadow power, forming massive hands made of shadows that emerged from both his own and Griselda's shadows to capture the nun. She merely made a gesture, only to be enveloped by Clayam Solace's sacred aura that dissolved the threat. Bezaleel's desperate attempt at a gesture before his failed move. But at least he managed to avoid being hit by Griselda. You'll die, exorcist. I don't believe it. Fallen. The grizzled exorcist woman unleashed another holy magic blade from Kurt Anna toward Bezaleel. The blade summoned a blacklight spear that collided with the holy blade before propelling forward, enveloped in a massive shadow energy cloak aimed at Griselda. But just as she reached this critical moment, a barrage of explosive light arrows intercepted her path, even striking and wounding her dead as she watched the perpetrator. Irina wielding the mimic Excalibur, she cursed under her breath. The holy spectral bow unleashed energy arrows that could even affect Bezaleel. In retaliation, she hurled her light spear, triggering a small explosion. As she struck the ground, Griselda leaped forward to decapitate Bezaleel, but had to reverse her course when a sword emerged from the shadows, nearly splitting her in 2. From those very shadows came Harry, who wielded his Nagelring sword that allowed him to control shadows. Thanks to this power, which was similar yet far more potent than Bezaleel's, he managed to slip through unnoticed. But it seemed Griselda had a good instinct when she noticed the sudden attack. The 4 fighters paused briefly to catch their breath. Then Harry spoke up. Scowl, that Kurt Anna sword must have sensed me before, right? Griselda, with its ability to sense and calm users, this sword allows me to maintain inner peace around myself. As a result, anything that disrupts my tranquility will be detected. A terrifying presence-detecting ability is undoubtedly a horrifying power. It means you'll always sense your opponent's presence even when they're not physically close to your senses. But its weakness is simple, powerful abilities that can't be avoided or even detected. Defeating it will be extremely difficult. Then it's better to boost your attack power, Harry. Correcto. Without further ado, the four moved to resume the fight. Irina started by firing energy arrows of holy light toward Bezaleel, and Harry dodged the attack effortlessly, but they had to stay alert as Griselda's holy energy blade strikes targeted a spot where she appeared after evading a strike from the girl Shindu. The strategy was straightforward. Irina wasn't their strongest fighter, but she was the least experienced, and for good reason. That's why when facing tough opponents, she'd be Griselda's backup, using arrows or other sacred attacks to set up her enemies for a decisive finish. Bezaleel and Harry knew this well, having gained strategic combat experience through their own battles, especially Bezaleel, who had the most Hansen experience. This prepared them to counter Griselda's energy blade attacks, with the team poised to strike at the perfect moment. As Irina halted her assault due to overexertion of her hands, Bezaleel launched an attack that unleashed massive shadow gusts. The shadows surged toward the girl, who was caught off guard by Griselda's sudden assault. I swiftly countered and neutralized the attacks with Clam Solace, but that was exactly what Harry had anticipated. With lightning speed, he had already appeared before Griselda. His sword Blajang raised high and swiftly lowered. Bloggag, I shouted as I activated the cursed fire power of the demonic sword. A sea of green flames erupted from the blade, coalescing into a towering whirlwind that could have torn down entire buildings and beyond. Though taken by surprise, Griselda reacted swiftly, positioning Cortana directly against her. Cortana! The exorcist screamed as a pale blue shield enveloped her, partially shielding her from the flames that nearly reduced her to ashes. Harry's green flames slowly but decisively weakened, fading away like smoke. Though her forearm and left leg were scorched, she cast a holy spell to heal the wounds. Griselda's sense of calm was abruptly shattered as she opened her eyes and darted toward Irina, who was about to be attacked by Bezaleel wielding two light lances. The girl had been so inexperienced that she hadn't sensed the attack coming from behind. Then, a strange sound emerged from the smoke of Harry's fire attack, and she cursed, knowing the young Potter was about to do something incendious. Harry roared as he spat a massive purple fire beam at Griselda. The witch covered herself with her cloak to deflect the attack, but knowing Irina would be in danger, she decided to launch a strike that would surely damage both Bezaleel and Harry Potter. With a slash through the air using Clam Solace, Griselda activated a small portion of her power. Meteor! Screamed Griselda as a massive burst of energy enveloped her surroundings. A devastating wave of explosive force erupted from the sky, forming glowing spheres that collided with everything in their path. Harry and Bezaleel took heavy blows from the attack, for they were divine weapons meant to withstand such impacts. The God-Slayer's power was inherently superior. As Irina was about to be ambushed from behind by the fallen angel during their fight, she swiftly transformed Mimic Excalibur into a massive Zanbata-style sword. Recalling her master's teachings on channeling sacred energy into blades, she delivered a lightning-fast slash that sent the sword crashing to the ground, triggering a minor earthquake and a burst of sacred energy that aimed toward Bezaleel. But the woman harnessed her shadow powers to create a protective dome that shielded her. The attack. But this explosion caused her shield and herself to be injured. Though she survived, she was left with some minor injuries. Bezaleel made a face at the sight, so he swiftly activated spells from fallen angels to unleash black lightning bolts at Irina. Though she barely dodged them, the lightning caused explosions in the ground, sending up clouds of dust that, from the shadow of a half-destroyed building, Bezaleel hurls a massive shadow fist that strikes Irina, sending her flying and slamming into the ground. Griselda is startled by this sudden attack and lets out a faint scream of panic. Irina! Irk! Cough that hurt Malekio. Irina writhed in pain from the ground, feeling one of her ribs severely damaged by the sudden assault. Harry was nearly as bad off, with a cut on his chest from Griselda's unexpected attack. Without wasting a moment, he slammed Nagelring into the ground, channeling his power. Lashes of shadow whipped out from Irina's shadow, pinning her to the floor and eliciting a groan from the girl. Harry channeled magical energy into Naimung and unleashed a crescent-shaped red energy beam toward Shindu. However, Griselda intercepted the attack by embedding Kurtana in Irina's shadow. By concentrating her power, she gradually dissipated the technique that had been trapping her, though it took her slightly longer than usual. Bezaleel and Harry seized those precious moments to calm down before swiftly acting. Murin. Bezaleel unleashed multiple lightning bolts that shot toward Griselda at high speed. She countered with Clayum Solace, generating a sacred energy breeze that deflected and destroyed the projectiles. However, Bezaleel couldn't finish her task and summoned a massive barrage of shadow lances, directing them toward Griselda in a rain of attacks across the battlefield. The exorcist swiftly parried all the strikes with her twin swords with lightning speed and precision, while Irina stood up holding Mimic Excalibur. Harry waited for the perfect moment to strike, and he did just that. Wingardium Leviosa! Harry shouted, raising his free hand and channeling his immense magical power to levitate Irina. Though taken aback, he didn't want to acknowledge this instead. He pulled Blajang toward himself and unleashed a fiery wave to eliminate one of his opponents. But Griselda reacted swiftly, striking the ground with Clayum Solace triggered a minor earthquake and a fissure in the earth. This caused Harry to lose focus, allowing Irina to break free. She wasted no time in transform the Mimic Excalibur into a chain and cast it to capture Harry. He felt pain solely from being bound by the transformed blade, not from the legendary weapon itself, even though he was just an ordinary human who still suffered physical pain. Griselda was about to strike Harry when Bezaleel suddenly appeared before her and delivered a powerful kick to his face. But Griselda reacted with lightning speed, slashing a deep gash across Bezaleel's shoulder that caused him excruciating pain. Without hesitation, she summoned 2 light lances in each hand and engaged in a high-speed battle with her weapons against Griselda. Harry swung Naimung's chain at the chains binding him, but his demonic blade couldn't match the Excalibur, a holy sword of immense power. Meanwhile, Ira was preparing a sealing chant using the Excalibur to trap him in chains. He couldn't stand this, so he gathered magical energy in his lungs and unleashed a massive burst of light purple fire toward the orange-haired girl as he retreated. At that moment, Harry seized the opportunity and pointed his free hand at the inexperienced exorcist. Repulso! I roared, sending a seismic wave that knocked Iriana off her feet. Mimic's Excalibur blade snapped back to its basic form, a plain Japanese sword, leaving Harry gasping for breath. He let out a sigh of relief as he sprinted toward Iriana's position, completely ignoring the Excalibur sword since he wasn't trained to wield it. Harry channeled intense magical energy into his legs to build strength and speed, needing to neutralize Irina quickly before confronting Griselda. The girl had swiftly risen and pulled out a rapier from a pocket dimension. Though young, she wasn't reckless or arrogant. Without her Excalibur, she couldn't help much, so she moved to another spot with the idea of approaching Griselda to borrow his aid in retrieving her sword. She couldn't do it alone. Harry noticed this and used a magic binding spell. Instantly, ropes appeared around Irina and bound her, stopping her movement. Harry increased his speed and soon stopped in front of the orange-haired girl. She was startled but couldn't react further when Harry placed his free hand on her hair. Total petrification. Ark! Irina screamed in shock. With no way to react, she became the victim of the spell that froze her body into a stone-like state. Harry took a few steps back, staring at the fruit of his action. The limited magical field in the area prevented him from using the disappearance spell, which he knew would have put him more in favor of the battle if he had used it instead. Harry raised his swords, ready to behead Irina. Yet despite his childish hatred and jealousy, he wasn't evil and wouldn't act out of malice. He intended to eliminate Irina with the respect a warrior holds for another. If you're willing to kill, then you're willing to be killed. He had learned long ago that this was a fight to the death, and he wouldn't hesitate to make the final move. Moreover, eliminating Irina would deal another blow to the church, while also removing a future enemy who would surely hunt him down. Better to be prepared than to regret it. With this mindset, he moved forward, determined to finish Irina off. But then, slash! Ugh! Ah! Harry gritted his teeth as blood gushed from his lips. watching the curved sword pierce through his chest and draw out a significant amount of blood from the wound. The sharp pain shot through him as his extra limbs moved randomly in shock at the sudden attack. Griselda hovered above the young Potter with a cold expression. Though secretly relieved he had acted swiftly, she had nearly lost Irina. Yet she felt revulsion at having to kill an infant, whether they were a heretic or not. To her, it was barbaric, but she still had to fulfill her duty to the religion she followed. She couldn't deny it. So she channeled pure magic into Kurt Anna, ready to crush Harry Potter's chest, but then suddenly, she felt Bezaleel emerge from the shadows, each hand wielding a spear of light, his sole purpose being to kill her. But she raised Clayam Solace to halt the attack, and with her sword plunging to the ground, she created a wave of energy. The expansive terrain and massive crater forced Bezaleel to retreat, which infuriated the grumpy beast of wrath. Just as she was about to unleash a wave of light energy, Griselda frowned and swung her sword Clayam Solace. The sacred energy wave nearly struck her, forcing her to leap back several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. She moaned in pain, feeling her wings shattered into pieces as she lifted. As she turned to the senior exorcist, studying his stern expression, a revelation struck her, terrifying. "Yotsant B, you weren't fighting seriously, were you?" I asked in shock. During the battle, the sacred holy sword Clayam Solace hadn't shown such power yet. But seeing how it shattered the very earth with a single move and even split some bones from its wing, she knew his enemy had been holding back. But why? Truth be told, I can't seriously fight here with my student present. I could accidentally kill her, but since she's not nearby, I'll just finish you off in one strike. Sententio coldly declared, as a massive beam of light enveloped me while Clayam Solace suddenly blazed, with a tremendous surge of energy concentrated to be released. Bezaleel knew the attack was powerful enough to obliterate everything over a kilometer ahead, making evasion impossible. What's more, the sword's legendary power meant certain death was guaranteed. She channeled 1,000 dark light arrows through her power and hurled them at Griselda, but the exorcist's aura proved unstoppable. She deflected those attacks as if they were nothing, and even when Bezaleel summoned shadow whips aimed at Griselda, they were instantly vaporized midair. Griselda swung her sword through the air, shattering everything in her path and carving a deep groove into the earth. Bezaleel took a brutal blow, causing her to fall to the ground with a gash. Griselda then summoned Clayam Solace, channeling even more power to unleash a full-spectrum beam of light. Time for your end, Bezaleel. May the Lord have mercy on you. Leviosacio. Excalibur with a burst of speed. The Japanese sword shot toward the unprepared Griselda. When the blade pierced her left thigh, she couldn't react in time, falling to her knees and losing strength in her left hand as, where he was holding Harry Potter. With a pained groan, Harry moved inwardly even as the sword of sickle pierced him. He summoned Blodging's power to create a blazing green flame that caught Griselda off guard, forcing her backward in surprise with his extra arm. This nagel ring embedded itself in the ground, summoning a shadow fist that struck Griselda's face, causing her to spew a little blood. But she quickly regained her composure. I took the mimic Excalibur sword and with a swift slash, shattered the shadow fist. Then I moved toward Harry, who was kneeling and spitting blood while trying to remove Kurt Anna from his sword. But suddenly shadows emerged from the shadows themselves. Bezaleel, with his hands outstretched toward Griselda, shouted fiercely about his next attack. Dark Blast, I shouted, unleashing a massive burst of light energy toward the exorcist. But she transformed mimic Excalibur into a reflective shield that deflected the attack. Bezaleel, but then he had to move to dodge as if Cortana's blade nearly sliced his face, but with both hands occupied, he couldn't react. As the sword was hurled to the opposite side, his calm demeanor was shattered without it. His composure became non-existent, leaving him vulnerable to devastating blows. Shadow blades and lances came at her from all directions, but she moved with grace and speed, smashing every attack with her divine sword. Griselda grew weary of it all, so she embedded mimic Excalibur into the ground and transformed it into a blade that unleashed thousands of lightning bolts in the form of light needles toward the fallen angel and the fleeing child. Yet Bezaleel created an entire dome of light energy to defend himself against the assault, and Griselda knew that was the moment to unleash. The might of his sword grew fiercer. He raised it to the heavens, channeling all his power into the air itself, which was instantly shrouded in golden white mist. The light's intensity surged beyond measure, and his foes sensed this as Bezaleel unleashed an even more powerful beam of energy. Yet the very aura of the place dissipated it. Just as the final moment dawned, Seliomh, she cried out forcefully, invoking the power of the sword once belonging to the god Nuada. The energy concentrated even more within the blade as Griselda gritted her teeth from the sheer strain of holding such immense weight in her hands. Yet she remained steadfast, steadily gathering more power. Unaware of the situation, she watched as Harry, still wounded and attempting to heal himself with a magic spell, moved forward, overtaking Bezaleel. Meanwhile, Blajang and Nagelring were trapped in a dimensional pocket, their forearms firmly gripping their remaining sword. With resolute determination, Griselda delivered her final declaration: "You are the only one." Boom! A seismic force exploded forward with a power that could annihilate an entire army and kill a god, surpassing the might of Caliban, Gallatin, Clarent, Caladbolg, and even rivaling the true Excalibur. That was an incredible feat. A massive beam of energy with immense width and power shot out by Griselda, who had to embed Mimic Excalibur into the ground for support. The attack would be devastating and unfortunately breach her limited field. As soon as she saw the aftermath of her strike, she would immediately take Irina down, reclaim the 3 demonic swords stolen by Harry Potter, and escape before local authorities investigate. The reason over a kilometer of that area was destroyed is because Griselda made a mistake in her trial. While she wasn't actually sent to hunt Harry Potter, she was dispatched to Bezaleel instead, which explains how she managed to confront the fallen angel throughout the battle. Therefore, he couldn't pinpoint exactly which demonic swords Harry Potter actually possessed. When he sensed and saw Clayam Solai's unleashed energy being gradually absorbed by something, it sent shockwaves through him. To his horror, he realized it was Harry Potter himself, clutching one of his swords with all 4 arms while sweating profusely and groaning with exertion, yet somehow maintaining his composure. He could unleash the full power of Clayam Solai's devastating divine blast. Yet when he looked at her, Griselda felt an overwhelming fear in those eyes, those green eyes blazing with ferocity. Those eyes, they terrified her, though she couldn't explain why. Despite having seen so much before, those eyes were savage and beastly, utterly unnatural. They resembled, that's when people started calling this 12-year-old boy Dragon Eyes, because it could demonstrate the full extent of power one might possess. Agag! Harry Potter roared as he unleashed the energy-absorbing power of his Nimong sword. The exertion had left his arms searing hot and trembling with agony. He was on the verge of collapse from both the overwhelming energy surge in his hands and the crushing pain in his wounds. Yet he never considered surrendering, never once. No, he pressed onward. He kept going simply because he was still standing. And that's the cruelest part. Such a powerful soul wasn't fighting with determination or motivation. He felt nothing for the struggle itself. Just fighting, and that was a life in its own right, but terrifying too. What will become of this child when he has reason to live? Perhaps that's why the church's highest authorities feared him so much and sought his death so desperately. For one day it might become a great danger. The cry grows even stronger, as freely absorbed power flows through his sword with a triumphant shout. Naimung! Bayaram! While similar to the previous explosion, this one was fundamentally different. Instead of holy energy, the unleashed force manifested as a crimson wave, radiant yet demonic. Given Naimung's nature as a demonic blade, the attack proved as devastating as Griselda's earlier strike. Fortunately, Harry's strategic sword tilt limited the damage to immediate vicinity, preventing any civilian areas from being damaged. It was an immense explosion of energy that obliterated the entire area, briefly illuminating the sky with crimson hues before this would vanish. Shortly after, in the vast crater of that area where the sky was shrouded in smoke and scattered debris, amidst the jagged stones, a sudden crack echoed as a golden blue energy dome materialized before fading into thin air. Griselda collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, while her sword still petrified with Irina embedded in it. The Mimic Excalibur, Kurt Anna, and Clayam Solais lay scattered nearby, their blades partially damaged. Though Mimic Excalibur was more severely wounded than the others, Griselda remained calm. The sword could be recast through alchemy like her other weapons. She growled in pain from the effort required to save both her life and Irina's. I never expected that among all the swords the boy Potter had taken was Namunga blade paired with the holy sewer that could absorb energies. In fact, they were incredibly powerful. She trusted him and didn't need to chase after them. Again thinking I had to use the holy faith Muscullo in a low voice. Griselda struggled to stand up, as she was a sacred artifact created by angels Ariel and Uriel. This is a barrier skin of sanctity power that has the ability to create miracles. It empowers users with the ability to wield holy magic even if they couldn't before, granting them great exorcism skills and demonic protection. The more faith the user possesses, the more miraculous the holy faith can manifest. I combine this power with Clayam Soleil's light and Mimic Excalibur's ability to create a protective dome that shields both her and Irina against Harry Potter's devastating assault from Nimung. Her deep connection to the artifact and discovering her affinity with its two legendary swords propelled her from a nun teacher to a top-tier exorcist. It's also through holy faith that she can wield the Excalibur even when not its designated wielder. Teacher Irina's voice trembled between teeth, her body still frozen but the spell slowly dissolving. That's good. Griselda knew they needed to leave immediately, certain the locals would discover the truth within minutes. She gathered her swords, secured them to her belt scabbard while gripping Mimic Excalibur with one hand, then moved toward Irina to break the spell binding her. Mentally, she was convinced the mission had ended in failure. Not only had she managed to eliminate Bezaleel, but Harry Potter had even joined Grigori. The fallen angels would surely learn of her swordsmanship. She had kept this information secret because her targets were always eliminated. Yet she knew things would get tough from now on. Deep down, there was a part of Griselda she hadn't noticed that was secretly relieved Harry Potter had escaped. Her conscience felt clear now killing children wasn't right. But that didn't mean she'd forgive Harry Potter's life next time. The next battle would undoubtedly be far more intense. Days later, the fallen angels' realm, the infernal world. Ugh, that was intense, Azazel said without further explanation, watching Bezaleel rest on a bed in the infirmary. Though she wasn't alone, Harry Potter lay on another bed still asleep, his entire body wrapped in bandages. That it came as a shock to some when a portal from a teleportation service revealed a wound on Bezaleel carrying Harry, Yomiel, Penemu, and Barakiel on the brink of death. The group had gone into a frenzy when they needed to rush the child and his companion angel Fallen quick to the emergency room. After a full day of intensive therapy, surgery, and magical treatments, both were in good shape. Bezaleel had broken bones in his wings and ribs, while Harry clearly suffered a stab wound that nearly hit his spine and damaged his arm due to the intense trauma. The power he maintained in his final assault. Azazel wasted no time in speaking with Bezaleel when she awoke, knowing exactly what had happened. "It's no joke," said a woman with short red hair cascading in bangs across her face and gray eyes framed by simple glasses. "Azazel, it's a good thing Yomiel was with you. If not, this kid would have died. His healing spells were absolutely essential." She dressed like a doctor, though her neck bore a silver scarf as she checked the vital signs of the Potter BOI.IT was Zakiel, the head of the healing and medicine department, who had been personally summoned by Azazel to treat the two newly arrived injured. Honestly, Zakiel was taken aback that she would be requested when she had more important tasks to handle. Azazel was no leader of Grigori for nothing and had fulfilled her duty. Shortly afterward, Azazel confessed that the boy possessed an unknown sacred gear with a divine dragon type, which would be crucial to Yomiel and her organization's centuries-long most sought-after project. Even she understood its significance. "It was my fault. I should have sensed I was being followed. Forgive my failure, Azazel," Bezaleel said with a guilty look. It was his failure that nearly cost him his mission, just as the boy nearly died. He felt so guilty. She could see him now, peacefully asleep, yet unaware of the dangerous nature of his wounds. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she looked up to find Azazel's compassionate gaze as she smiled calmly. "Calm down, Bezaleel. It wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known. Griselda Coral isn't an ordinary opponent, and many of our subordinates have fallen due to her influence. Don't look down on yourself. In fact, this was a victory for us. Even with the wounds, they healed. Conquer Harry Potter, and most importantly, you've managed to gather a wealth of information from both our ally and two exorcists. From the church. From what I see, you have nothing to apologize for, Bezaleel." But well, how about we do something? It wasn't your fault, Bezaleel. It was just an unexpected turn of events. But since you're so upset about the boy's injuries, here's the deal from now on. You'll be assigned a special mission. What the heck are you thinking, Azazel, about sending me to do this?
Espera que.
What the heck are you talking about? The last time I used that tone and those exact words was when he invited all the fallen angels to Mr. Barakil's bachelor party when the strippers showed up. I knew things were about to get wild. Remember how it ended up? Look, I repeat myself that trans woman getting into the party wasn't my fault. I swear. It was Turiel and the other jerks doing. Mr. Armoros still gets traumatized when he sees women in yellow dresses. Bezaleel said poker-faced, while Azazel made a face remembering that specific incident. Everything was going smoothly at the party. Barakil and Armoros were dancing with Penemu and Espiel to one of those parody songs by an American singer from the current era, while Shazakil, Daniel, and Shemhazai were in a drinking contest. Gradiel was at Shuri Himajima's bachelorette party with Bezaleel and Ananiel. Meanwhile, Azazel was flirting with Zakiel at the party, though he was clearly out of sync with his crew celebrating one of their leaders' upcoming wedding. In a flash of genius, Azazel sent Sahariel, Ezekiel, Adderall, and Turiel on a mission to bring strippers to the event area, which happened to be in human territory. They didn't want Kokabil to shout about bringing humans into the hellish world. He was a master of scare tactics. Everything was going smoothly with the strippers at the party until one of them proved she had nothing feminine left. It felt like watching a train crash, knowing it was coming, knowing what would happen, but still unable to do anything, even though you knew it was coming. When the guy came out of the fake cake, many people jumped up thinking it was a man. The apple of Adam's. I was there, but they couldn't do anything when the guy took off his underwear. Many were left traumatized that night. The only ones who survived were Tamiel, Yomiel, Sathriel, and Bezaleel. Both Gradiel and Ananiel were at the other party while the men were entertaining Kokabil, who was completely a jerk. Good luck. Since then, many people aren't too attached when Azazel speaks in a particular tone about her ideas. Though nobody knew it was Ezekiel's fault, the guy couldn't tell which woman was real. Of course, he kept his mouth shut because he didn't want to get into trouble. Just as Azazel cleared his head of the lingering trauma from that incident, 13 years had passed yet he remained unsettled. After calming down, he made a comical face at his subordinate, who chuckled softly while Zakiel stood beside her. So easy to pull him out of the quitch, Mr. Azazel. Well, my subordinates don't even know how to respect me. Same goes for Bezaleel. Your mission is simple. This kid from now on is your top priority and your responsibility. He's strong but young. I've done my best to dig into his past, and turns out he's not even registered in the civil registry, meaning he doesn't exist in the human system at all. So I can safely assume this kid has never experienced school or anything considered normal. That's just how it goes with any kid in a church or supernatural cult, sir. While your assumption might be valid, Azazel, is that really the best way for me to take care of him? You feel guilty about his wounds. Why not fix that by doing good for him instead? Besides, it's not that hard. He's just a 12-year-old boy. What chaos could he possibly cause? At worst, helping him release testosterone during puberty can build up our foundation. That other thing I'm not entirely sure about, Mr. Azazel. The boy is already stronger than me, I've noticed. Well, he could train with Armoros or the other guys. Valley and Tobio might make great training partners. They'd actually be a good fit, considering how much they hate each other. Well, I can't really argue with that, so I'll take it. Let me assure you I'll do everything in my power to look after the kid. Jerarmanim. Oh, looks like our conversation is getting underway, said Zakiel as he walked, soon followed by Azazel. Turned to Harry, who was slowly waking up. Bezaleel struggled to adjust his position so Harry could see him, as his broken wings prevented him from moving from the bed. The boy with his two-tone hair gradually opened his eyes, finding himself staring at a hospital room ceiling. Soon after, he saw a man with dark chestnut hair and golden streaks, along with a red-haired woman watching him with concerned yet curious eyes. Harry growled in frustration as the pain in his chest and arm intensified, with an overwhelming exhaustion coursing through his entire body. Darn it, fighting Griselda had been an absolute nightmare. Now that he was somewhat accustomed to the discomfort, he began to speak Greek. Hello. Who are they? Hey there, kid. I'm Azazel, leader of Grigori and the Fallen Angels. Joining me is Dr. Zakiel, who saved your life. If you push harder to your right, you'll meet Bezaleel, who also came to your rescue. Truth be told, though, that's beside the point. Right now, you're in a private hospital within the fallen realm of the underworld. HICOK. Thanks then. So am I with Grigori now? If you want to, though, I'd like to ask for your help with something very important to us. If it helps, I promise we'll let you go free and peaceful if you don't want to stay with us. I see now, with what Azazel himself has brought you, Harry. He's trustworthy though cunning when he wants to be. But hey kiddo, it's not bad news anyway, so trust him. Alright Zernitra, I'll follow your advice. Well, I was already considering joining a faction, but they saved my life, so I owe them a lot. Since that's the case, I guess it's a yes. Count on me in Grigori. Ha ha ha. That's awesome, dude. I'm so glad you're here. You'll be a real lifesaver for us. Don't worry though, we won't push you too hard. Though I can tell your dragon must have told you something. Right? Then how did he know? Harry asked curiously to the fallen angel. The angel merely produced a golden artifact, a small dagger-sized blade with a purple gem. When Harry saw it, he immediately recognized the power source hidden within. Though similar to Zernitra, the gem's strength paled in comparison to the dragon magic god. Then suddenly, the floating purple metal head of Harry's sacred gear appeared in midair, startling Zakiel into a jump as he lunged toward the object Azazel was holding. At that moment, Zernitra's voice rang out clearly. You've clearly been away for a while, haven't you, Fafnir? Your suspicions were right. In fact, a new dragon has been resurrected from the dead. How did this happen? How did you come back from the dead? Zernitra? To be honest, I don't know either. But I'm not alone, I can assure you of that. Since my resurrection, I've sensed the energies of Apophis, Ryujin, Gonggong, Quetzalcoatl, Abzu, and Typhoon acting out of sync. They might have somehow regained their former positions, just like me right now. Are you calm down? Does this information bother or worry you? This is serious business. We're definitely going to have a mandatory talk with all the Dragon King's divine dragons have returned. This demands a thorough discussion about this issue and how it might affect the balance among dragons. You're absolutely right, I wouldn't have denied it anyway. But you're still completely calm about this. Those dragons have been asleep, sealed, or dead. In the case of Apophis, and Abzu, Tiamat will be shocked when she learns her deceased former consort has returned from beyond. Similarly, your rebirth might have altered them, but they can't act that way anyway. So even though this is a serious matter, I'm not worried about it. I'll go to bed anyway. We'll handle that situation later. Better later. Azazel, next time you call me, at least bring those pretty panties from the other bed. There'll definitely be some gorgeous lace panties. See you all. Thus, the colossal dragon Fafnir made a brief connection. All fell silent for a moment before Zernitra resumed her speech. What the heck happened? Panties? Nothing. It's nothing at all. Get over it. Ugh. Fafnir has been acting weird about panties lately. I hope this doesn't get worse, though honestly, it's just panties. How bad could it be? Poor Azazel, if only he knew. Similarly, this small piece of information is concerning. I'll need to discuss it with my closest confidant during the next action course. But for now, we'll focus on more significant matters. The reason we need you, Harry, is simple, Azazel said solemnly. His tone reflecting both the request he was about to make and the lingering fear he felt upon hearing about those dragons. They were truly dangerous creatures like Apophis and Typhoon, who had earned the Golden Award for being among the 10 most powerful dragons of all time alongside celestial dragons like the Great Red Dragon and Ophis. But that's for later, when I've spoken with my colleagues and confirmed he'll be attending the meeting with Fafnir, Harry, Zernitra, and of course Valley with Albion. Obviously, I won't miss out on what the Dragon Kings will discuss. Similarly, I'll set that aside for now and focus on the conversation with the young Potter. I need your dragon's help, since it's a god of magic. Maybe it's the key to making the Black Tarot project work. Black Tarot? What's that? ES Simple is actually the project that will allow other species to be reborn as fallen angels, and you could be the key to this. So what do you say? Will you accept it? Well, I see why not. Harry never knew that from that moment on, his life would never be the same. Though he had never been normal to begin with. Continuara. Wow, the battle itself is already exhausting. But as I mentioned, I'm putting in a lot of effort on this story. So feel free to enjoy it. Sorry if I couldn't clearly explain what the Black Tarot project is about. That'll be the focus in the next installment. Later, there will be a saga with Sirius Black, and that's where I see things heading from there. Although they haven't appeared yet, new fallen angels have been named and a prophecy of powerful dragons to emerge in the future has been revealed. My version of the dragon story will be seen in the future, while the explanation of how Zernitra came into existence will be addressed much later. The real explanation is that Lily Evans wasn't just an ordinary mage at the end of it all. Anyway, please leave a review, it would be super helpful. Thanks. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DxD. Keep that in mind. Black Tarot. The demons had completely turned the world upside down when evil pieces were first created. While things are now peaceful centuries ago, these malevolent beings wreaked havoc across the land. The practice of capturing humans as servants reached a critical point where it seemed a new war was about to erupt, as the demons grew insatiable. To prevent chaos, Sersh Lucifer and Serafal Leviathan enacted a law: only within designated territories could they recruit members to become demons. Failure would result in the wrath of angels and fallen spirits erupting against them. It had been weeks since Harry recovered from his injuries sustained during the fight with Griselda and Irina. Now living in Bezalel's modest mansion, he simply focused on taking care of the basics. Harry was happy with his current situation, as living with Bezalel wasn't bad at all, and she always seemed interested in him personally. She didn't see him as a child, but as the man he truly was, a 13-year-old who had matured beyond his years and deserved the respect due to both his warrior spirit and character. He'd spoken with other fallen angels like Yomiel and Zakiel, drawn by their magical potential, though they were only interested in teaching them basic magic, as long as it made sense. Meanwhile, Yomiel and Azazel were there with Zernitra and Fafnir in the corner, just hanging out and dropping occasional remarks. Meanwhile, they were probably discussing the Black Tarot project. This helps me prevent many from becoming slaves to the devil. Some are already enslaved, but there's nothing we can do if we couldn't act. How could we possibly increase our numbers in our own way? As Yomiel said, this was the core idea behind our plan to create a mode that allows us to transform any being except gods or Buddhasinto, a fallen angel. That's how the Black Tarot project came into being. It's a project designed to boost our numbers while countering the fact that demons are rapidly multiplying, especially with powerful users of sacred gear or those with unique lineages among their new additions. In fact, we're not the only ones. Our spies have even managed to discover that the angels have successfully obtained a portion of the evil pieces, their own components known as the Brave. The saint uses cards to resurrect beings as angels, though obviously they haven't completed it like us. In fact, we have a better project than theirs. After all, angels don't have the technological upgrades Grigori has developed, Yomiel said while taking a puff of the cigarette in his lips, while reviewing his project's documents on the table in front of him. Azazel beamed proudly at the compliment, knowing their technological breakthroughs were fueled by their passion for sacred gears. Yomiel snorted quietly as he watched his leader receive the award like a peacock, glancing at Harry with growing confusion. He thought how lucky they were that this guy wasn't a spy. Their conversation was already about something seriously important. Normally, one wouldn't give such information out of the blue, but Potter surprised everyone by declaring he'd take a loyalty seal to prove his commitment to Grigori. This seal, as expected, guarantees someone's allegiance through specific means. In this case, Harry couldn't disclose details about them to anyone other than a fallen angel or Grigori himself. Even if the boy left Grigori, the seal would prevent any revealed information from being disclosed. The child posed no threat overall, so Yomiel wasn't hesitant to share supposedly classified information. With his experience in tracking spies, he knew the kid wasn't one. After exhaling the smoke from his mouth, he kept going. Acquiring parts from one of those demons was extremely difficult. Back then, they were already rare specimens among humans. It took us decades to complete the full set, including a mutated piece. That's when the project began recreating the post-death reincarnation system for the fallen angel. Just turning the dead into fallen angels, and as you can imagine, it's been pure torture for the butt. Wait, Yomiel, don't say that to a kid. That's not the way to go. TSK, like I never heard anything worse, right? Dude, the Yuki I've come across tend to make jokes like your mom is so, which gives you an idea of how much I've heard them say. I love those jokes. Azazel. Yeah, whatever, keep going, Yomiel. We weren't the only angels attempting to recreate the evil pieces. While the northern faction tried their hand at it, both they and the angels ultimately failed, all because of one specific culprit, Ajuka Beelzebub. The unfortunate one is a darn genius, a cursed schemer, and he's proving it right now. He made every artifact have self-destruct mechanisms to prevent recreation. We didn't face any issues bringing them to our realm, even though we live in a hellish world. But for the angels, it was worse. The artifacts were destroyed upon entering the heavens. God's system automatically destroys all demonic things. They can't let the system fall because they need it. That's how simple it is. Our spies had reported those events back then, detailing how Ariel, Aker, and Uriel grew furious over their failed missions to study the evil pieces in celestial territory. Who had been so calm until now. Well, the only way they managed to push their brave Saint project forward was by creating isolated zones on Earth for research. Seriously, they couldn't even transport the evil pieces intact into churches because they would disintegrate over time. Ajuka is definitely a wicked genius. In my opinion, the only way angels can achieve this reincarnation system is by combining our technology and understanding Ajuka's knowledge. Otherwise, I don't see how it's possible. Well, I guess they've got the tech now. They've made big strides in that field, haven't they? Of course, Harry, we're the coolest. Ha. As arrogant as ever, Mr. Azazel. But hey, Harry, remember this, girls want guys who are confident. So keep your cool, and soon enough, those hotties will be yours. Pow. Hey. Jamodio Azazel let out a cry after being hit on the head by what appeared to be a chair. Harry, who had blushed at Azazel's words, turned to see the person who had violently attacked Grigori's leader. The attacker was a woman with long crimson curly hair and turquoise blue eyes, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a forest green jacket paired with black pants and combat boots. She entered the room glaring angrily at Azazel. Harry couldn't figure out why, but he felt his cheeks flush even more at the woman who had just arrived. Meanwhile, Zernitra and Fafnir, completely oblivious to the four people present, chimed in with their own take on Azazel's comments. I usually think I shouldn't say that because Harry is a kid, but I have this feeling I should support that statement, and I don't know why. Obviously, you'd back him up. The guy's 13, his hormones are about to kick in. Being your buddy means showing off how many girls he can hook up with. If he actually gets some, it'll prove Zernitra's amazing skills. So you gotta back him up to make him the real deal of a playboy, just like their pants. Keep them boythery a real treasure. Pow. Po. Pow. Darn twisted idiots. Sizio, suppressing her fury, kicked the dragon's spear and head that held Fafnir and Zernitra. Ignoring the dragon's groans of pain, she moved toward the table where Harry, Yomiel, and Azazel were seated. As she took her seat, she cast another furious glance at Azazel, who trembled under the glare. Stop trying to corrupt another child. Azazel. Look how Tobio and Valley ended up. One is a social recluse who prefers spending his time caring for dogs, while the other is a battle-obsessed madman whose intimate orientation, whether asexual or gay, remains a mystery to everyone. You're wrong about that. Ananiel Valley will one day be the heartthrob among ladies. He's my adopted son after all, and my lessons will make him a real man among men. I see it now, be everywhere, moving around with girls, calling their names with passion. I know it, and when that happens, everyone will be amazed at how famous Valley becomes. Oh, poor innocent, if only he knew. I can't believe it. Just when I was here, guess what? I found Azazel trying to corrupt a kid again, and here I am, thinking, wait, are you even being shameless? PFF, yeah, the guy's gonna be surrounded by tits whether you like it or not, but hey, I'm not that into it. Pow. He should know that if I can hit him once, I can do it again. Anyway, excuse me, young man, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Ananiel, deputy director of Grigori's meteorology group and the new head of the First War Armory. How about that? Ananiel said proudly, having ignored the unconscious Azazel who had knocked over his chair earlier after the woman had struck him on the head. Harry and Yomiel trembled in terror at that sight. She was truly a formidable woman. To be honest, Ananiel, though he liked to flaunt his titles to show how important he was, still couldn't shake off the crushing realization that Shazakiel assumed the leadership of the meteorology group after all. She's known as the Rain of God and the Cloud of God due to her water powers and ability to manipulate weather patterns. While some might argue she deserved this position, Barakil believed she had greater talent as the leader of the First War Arsenal. Over the years, she hasn't complained much about it anyway. Not a bad feeling. I'm Harry Potter. Oh, so you're the guy who's been hanging out with Bezaleel all this time? That's interesting. She's usually pretty antisocial. Well, you know, I live with her. Even more surprising, I definitely need to visit her to find out what else I haven't discovered yet. Maybe I'll go with Penemu. I haven't spoken to her in weeks, but that's okay anyway. Bezaleel is calm, though she's very solitary. Maybe keeping her company could brighten her life a bit. Don't you think, dude? Yeah, I think so. Heh. Exactly. Now, Yomiel, what were they talking about before I interrupted them? It was about the Black Tarot. Wait, what? I thought you'd already given up on that project. But hey, since Harry Potter's here, he probably has something you need for your project. That's exactly what we were discussing. The young man was curious about how we've brought this project to where it is today. Well, okay, maybe I'll stay and listen to them. I'm not losing anything by wasting time here. MPH, you're an Ananiel and that's annoying. Do you want me to slam into a chair? No. This by. No problems. Well, anyway, Harry, what do you want to know now? You mentioned that Ajuka Beelzebub made the evil pieces untouchable. How did she do it? Oh yeah, okay, well, the thing is simple. The evil pieces work by harnessing mystical energy that takes the soul of the deceased from their journey toward the realm of death in the religion they affiliated with or the true afterlife, then transports it back into the body. Therefore, there's only a limited time frame during which someone can resurrect another person using evil pieces, since the soul itself must still be in the same astral plane to do so. When this soul enters the realm like from Hades or Heck, it becomes lost there. The soul is then summoned, and the body is restored with all its components intact. This process preserves any unique power or sacred gear, while releasing the crucial evil pieces as a kind of demonic blood to the resurrected. The blood itself belongs to the resurrected's king, creating a connection between the revived and its creator. That would explain why there are street demons. When they break away from their masters, their demonic blood becomes unstable. Without a primary host, they lose control over their bodies and turn into filthy beasts. Don't you agree, Yomiel? Exactly, Ananiel. My theory is that this is to ensure the escape of any reincarnated devils. I've thoroughly investigated this topic with harmless street demons who joined Grigori as research partners to find a cure for his illness because it's an actual disease. I absolutely despise how devils can enslave so many without any guilt. Darn you, cursed be. Well anyway, Yomiel keeps saying the boys into your story, right? Little Harry, isn't that so? Well, you know Yomiel, the Lord knows how to talk. He's a real smooth operator. Thanks a bunch, dude. It's rare to hear compliments here. To keep a devil from becoming a street rat, you've got to climb the ranks, that way their blood stays stable. But hey, that doesn't mean their relationship with the king ends. Even after they become independent, they'll still serve under that king's banner. They're slaves through and through. Well, I see, good thing I joined you guys, right? Suppose Azazel hates slavery. Many fallen angels fell for the same reason. We felt God's judgment and authority were too intense, thinking we were slaves. But Azazel challenged that life and inspired us to seek freedom even though we were cursed. I promise you, boy, you work well with us. I swear the freedom you've never had will be yours. You're not a subordinate or slavery, an ally, a comrade. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Harry said, a spark briefly dancing in his heart before subsiding. Yomiel's crisp words struck him like a punch. The church was mostly peaceful, but he always felt trapped, disengaged, controlled like a pawn in someone else's game, more precisely a slave. And he didn't care. What else could he do? Yet he acted in pursuit of freedom, though that wasn't what motivated him. Nothing ever did. He acted only to hear Yomiel's words, which stirred something within Hema, feeling that cut deep for a moment. Harry felt a surge of joy, even though it meant serving. Grigori had newfound freedom he'd never known before. All that remained was to see it and perhaps one day truly feel it. After a moment, Yomiel continues. With our technology, magical knowledge, alchemical techniques, and other resources, we've partially replicated the evil pieces system and even surpassed it. Instead of 15 pieces, I managed to increase them to 22. While the Black Tarot system differs significantly from evil pieces, I was on the verge of achieving my greatest accomplishment. But that's where the problem lies. The missing piece is so simple yet painfully difficult that even decades after I encountered this issue, it still makes me furious. Growling. The missing piece is actually the simplest of all. Just insert the DNA of the angel descended into the human body. How? What do you mean? The evil piece transfers the soul of the deceased to their new body. The devil is ready. It seems simple but isn't. Our real challenge lies in the core issue, the energy of the fallen angel within our piece. When attempting to resurrect someone, it triggers a kind of, I can't even name it. The body transforms into something resembling a fallen angel, but the soul can't enter. Sometimes it's not even that the soul remains tethered to the body, but there's a fundamental inability to revive it, and the consequences of all these failures have been devastating. There's a crucial element here, I know, but I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. That's why we need you, Harry Potter, or more precisely, focus on your dragon, the god of magic, Zernitra. Zernitra? What's my dragon companion got to do with all this? Though nearly unknown, this deity possesses equal and even greater magic. While he may not be active now, his knowledge must be extraordinary. Gods have the unique abilities of the sea depend on its connection to Poseidon. Ask him about the ocean, and he'll reveal an endless list of secrets you'd never know. Talk to a god of magic, and you might discover unimaginable lost arts. This example demonstrates the secrets and powers gods can wield. I see, but if the Black Tarot was so important, why didn't they ask for help from other deities instead? Help? Nobody would help us. All the other factions hate us and curse our religion for unintentionally causing the extinction of others. I don't really blame them, though those crusades, witch burnings, and accusations of heresy from other religions have made people simply stop believing in ancient deities today. Perhaps some ordinary people still genuinely believe in ancient deities. While many know about these gods through mythology, others remain unaware. Yet everyone, whether atheists or not, knows about Christianity, Catholicism, and their offshoots. Ultimately, it's precisely because of us that other belief systems remain so weak. Yes, I get it. It's impossible to ask a god for help. I've considered turning to the gods of death or magic if they know the exact mechanism of evil pieces, but honestly, there aren't many options available, right? The gods like Thanatos, Hecate, Morrigan, Anubis, Hel, Loki, and many others hate us. The story ends here. Begging for their help is impossible. But then you're the one, a sacred gear user with a divine dragon that's also a dragon returning from the dead, even being the god of magic. I was skeptical at first, but maybe you're the key to finding the flaw that's been affecting us all. That's why Harry Potter is the reason we need you, both you and Zernitra. That's why I'm asking you to do this. Convince your dragon to help us out. Harry was at a loss for words. When talking about pressures, he could finally understand why Yomiel was so desperate, and his options were limited, but he didn't know what to do. Though deeply connected to Zernitra, his dragon was initially a deity from an ancient religion, leaving him uncertain about her stance on fallen angels or the current topic. Suddenly, Zernitra's head leaned toward the table, deep in thought before addressing Yomiel. There's not much more to say than I accept. What? Zernitra, are you going to just take it like this without giving it a second thought? Of course, but I have my own reasons for that. Well, it's a relief to have this help from Zernitra, even if just out of curiosity. What are your reasons for accepting it? If it's personal, you don't have to tell me. I don't care. The reason I'm willing to help you, fallen angels, is simple. My partner Harry. Me? Zernitra? When I died, there was little left to lose. The faction I belonged to was nearly extinct. Christianity had dismantled all my followers and those of other deities. We were doomed anyway. I don't remember what it's like to truly be dead. I think it's peaceful. And the next thing I know, you're with me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. You didn't do it and I don't really care. Knowing I was in a sacred gear just made me curious about what I'd do with my new life chance. Then I met you, boy, and I haven't been let down since. You're interesting and actually a great companion. Being your sidekick isn't a bad thing. It has been an honor to be your friend and companion. Zernitra. Now that's loyalty I've never seen before. You can count on us achieving our goal. With your help, Harry will become the first fallen angel. Thanks for your assistance, Zernitra, Yomiel said respectfully. It was unusual for powerful beings like dragons or gods to be devoted to mortals they considered inferior. This boy must have been extraordinary to earn such loyalty. The only ones I've seen achieve those exact results are actually Valley and Tobio. Together, these two were formidable. I knew this boy would be just as strong. His smile carried renewed hope for both his project and the squirming creatures that might one day inherit his position. He saw through it clearly. He wasn't the only one smiling. Ananiel, who had remained silent, grinned with a smirk of respect, finding Potter intriguing even while lying on the floor pretending to be unconscious. Azazel mirrored their amusement, sharing the same sense of wonder. Fafnir remained silent, though subtly intrigued by Zernitra's future and her sacred gear user. With the gathered crowd in hushed silence, each lost in thought about their own futures before Yomiel suddenly snapped and opened the Black Tarot project files. Well, Zernitra, here are the blueprints. Here's what we can do. Several months later, it was tough, really tough. I just kept saying Harry, while performing some personal fighting moves of Grigori's style. He was accompanied by a muscular man with tan skin, black hair, and a weapon that was Barrakiel, the third in command of Grigori and one of the most recognized leaders among the fallen angels. He was also one of their most likable members. Seriously, let's face it, the Grigori leaders were such a pain to work with. Here's why: Kokabil was a hot-headed warlock, Azazel was a twisted pervert, Penemu was a sadistic troll, Armoros was downright ridiculous, Shemhazai was a saintly saint, Sahariel was a mad scientist, Zakiel was colder than the Arctic, and Shazakil was completely tamed by his wife. Ananiel appears to be at Sundra cold and aloof, while Yomiel tends to swear when angry. Of course, Barrakiel has his own peculiarities, as everyone knows. He's notorious for his sadomasochistic games with his deceased wife. Darn it, what a bunch of freaks. It had been several months since Harry joined Grigori, and ever since then he'd been doing everything under the sun to keep Bezaleel, Yomiel, Ananiel, Zakiel, and Penemu company. That it was interesting. He had learned a bit of magic from each of them, as most had their own jobs and occupations except Bezaleel and Ananiel. Whenever they could spare time, they taught him things. Harry learned healing spells and minor barriers from Yomiel and Zakiel. Ananiel showed him 2 powerful water spells, while Bezaleel kept teasing him with crazy training drills to keep his skills sharp. Penemu has been a whole different experience. The woman constantly teased Harry with risque jokes that left him stammering in embarrassment. Yet he could still hold back his anger, though he got a chill when she said in that peculiar tone, "If you ever misbehave, I'll show you my whip." He somehow managed to keep his cool. Harry couldn't figure out why, but that phrase made him feel like his future was doomed. On the other hand, Zernitra has been having fun with Yomiel in the Black Tarot project. As her dragon can split her consciousness from part of her sacred gear, essentially having her essence in a floating head and separating from Harry, this causes Harry to be unable to use his full potential. With his sacred gear's potential, he could summon extra arms and manipulate magical energies. But these new limbs couldn't cast spells like before, and his magical powers had limitations. Seeing he'd lost his greatest advantage, he asked for help to learn self-defense. Barrakiel decided to teach them some basic skills whenever possible. They had proven to be extremely useful. That's right, today's kids with their sacred gear have grown up accustomed to it. Take it away and they'll be left empty-handed. I feel so weak without Zernitra. Come on, you're doing great, dude. When Valley first fought without the divine dividing, he took a brutal beating from Shazakil. But now, the kid's working hard to level up all his core skills. That prodigy is seriously scary. Valley, undoubtedly. She's a total surprise package, Harry said, rapidly mimicking the kata demonstrations Barrakiel had shown him. He kept recalling his meeting with Vala Lucifer and Tobio Accuse, genuinely hoping for a calm gathering. Though he enjoyed spending time with Bezaleel, Ananiel, Yomiel, and the others, he secretly wished to talk to his peers. He had hoped his meeting with the sacred gears titularly like Longinus would be peaceful and enjoyable. But it wasn't. As I mentioned earlier, Valley only cared about strong opponents. When he had a training match against Harry, he lost interest in him and hasn't spoken to him since. It wasn't Harry's fault, couldn't use all his sacred gear. And as Zernitra aptly pointed out, he never fully tapped into his potential. Tobio was a different story, though his introverted nature kept him quiet. He rarely spoke up and seemed uninterested in building friendships or any kind of connections with others. Honestly, I was really disappointed. Thinking about Valley and Tobio, I can't help with Thathery special cases, exceptionally talented. And as anyone who knows what's considered genius would know, they're always the loners. But many people say I'm special and have hidden potential. Does that mean I'll be a loner? You're remarkably calm for a 13-year-old boy. I've seen countless people in my life, but just seeing you makes me realize you've had a tough journey. You're so much like Valley and Tobio. You three share one thing, the quest for purpose. How did you know that? How did you figure out my deepest sorrow? Valley and Tobio shared that same gaze you're trying to hide. Half devil and half human, and being the descendant of the original Lucifer, Lucifer was verbally and physically abused by his own father. The man rejected him outright, simply because he hated him. When Azazel brought him here, I saw a lost child who couldn't comprehend why he was still alive. Valley, unfortunately, found a spark of life in his hollow existence by fighting others. That's truly a tragic existence. I can clearly see how crazy Valley will become down that path of self-destruction. Tobio's story is simpler than it seems. As a young man, he lost control of his powers and killed his family. Though he knows it wasn't his fault, the void left by his own hands has turned him into someone without purpose in life. Maybe he's still searching for one, which is why he doesn't want friends. I didn't know. I shouldn't have told you to start. But here's the thing, even with all that, even with that emptiness you feel and the need for purpose, you can still live. What sets you apart is leaving behind burdens and finding a worthy purpose in life. Valley just wants to live in the moment. Barely caring about his existence, he even said he'd kill himself without any formidable enemies. Tobio remains loyal to Grigori, which isn't debatable, but he doesn't care about anyone as a person. Both are empty and don't seek ways to fill that void, but you do. That's what makes you different, Harry. I don't think I've proven anything that exposes that. Barracuda. Valley wouldn't let Albion go free even if it meant helping him, and Tobio would just make excuses to avoid the Canis Lycaon. You've tapped into your core power to support Grigori's project that shows true dedication and solidarity. This isn't something you can put into words. I know you'll find purpose in life, either by overcoming Valley and Tobio's power or simply helping them find some meaning in their empty lives. Wow, thanks Barracuda, you're so wise, but how did you figure out all that? Sometimes our losses teach us the hardest lessons, he protested as he paused to press his lips against his beloved Shurith wife who had died at the hands of the cursed elders of the Himejima clan. Had they not been protected by the Japanese faction, he would have surely gone to kill them. Yet he couldn't ignite war just for personal feelings. His beloved daughter Akino stood as proof of his greatest and worst failure. He was neither a good husband nor a devoted father, a regret that would haunt him forever. He had been empty for years after enduring the loss he had to bear. But Azazel and Shemhazai were there. They cared for him and motivated him to find another reason to live. And he found it. He vowed to ensure no one would make the same mistakes he had. And he would keep living with one goal in mind and soul, to reunite with Akino. Whether as an enemy or whether he would meet his daughter alive or die at her hands, it wouldn't matter. It was precisely there that he'd beg for forgiveness for failing to protect Shuri. The very place where he'd finally utter those words that had burned so deeply in his heart and longed to say, "I love you so much, my dear." Barracuda, Barracuda, answer, Harry shouted, shaking the fallen angel to his feet. The angel nodded in refusal, clearly lost in deep thought. As he calmed down, Barracuda regained his composure and turned to face Harry, who was watching him anxiously. The older man smiled before placing his hand on the boy's hair, brushing it away to elicit a half-grumble from the multicolored-haired youth. "Enough, enough. Stop bothering me. Ha ha ha. What a sensitive person you are. That sounds like a girl's voice. This is what the trembling man says when Penemu mentions something about whips. Darn, the kid shouldn't he know about my personal stuff. He's the only one who respects me since Penemu gets all kinky when using those toys. Well, I think you're right. For some reason, when you talk about TV networks and stuff, it makes me shudder. This boy is already trapped in Penemu's claws. Poor lad. When he grows up, his legs will be tough in a way. Alright, let's just take a break. I've lost track of how many times I've repeated myself anyway. Do you want to do something specific? Well, it's about the Black Tarot. There's been a lot of talk about that and all that stuff, but I never really knew exactly how the system works. Oh, didn't you know? Well, I don't see any harm in it. We're at the mansion's gym in Bezaleel anyway, nobody would spy on this. Sit down and let me explain how the Black Tarot pieces work, Barakil said, sitting down on the floor as Harry, the fallen angel, followed by him, brought a bottle of cold water and several glasses from a pocket dimension. Within minutes, the older man and the pre-adolescent teens were sipping the chilled drink with satisfied sighs, so after a while, Barakil said, alright, here we go. Black Tarot, the fallen angel version of the evil pieces or brave saints, was originally conceived as a mockery of the names of reincarnation cards associated with angels and devils. This was considered a mockery because tarot cards are divinatory tools, and biblical believers regard such practices as heresy. Moreover, being a darkened version of the cards, it was associated with the darkness inherent in both fallen angels and devils. For this reason, tarot cards were chosen as the foundation for using the pieces. The cards total 22, which are as follows. The sorcerer. This card grants the revived character the ability to cast magic or experience exponential power boosts. The user becomes more devoted to using any form of magic. This card is a copy of an evil piece's blade component. 2. The Pap Isa or priestess. This spell grants the revived individual the ability to cast holy and exorcism spells, along with access to elemental lightning magic. It also enhances their power in sacred spaces, particularly churches. 3. The Empress. This card grants the revived character enhanced defense, energy, and speed. While serving as the counterpart to the Queen of Evil Pieces, it also possesses the ability to command other pieces like a king. It is considered the second-in-command among all cards. 4. The Emperor. This card grants the resurrected character enhanced defense, energy, and speed, along with charismatic abilities that enable them to excel in battle and persuade both followers and soldiers. The Pope or High Priest. This revitalized letter grants magnetic powers, exorcism abilities, spiritual affinity, and enhances one's strength in sacred spaces, particularly churches where the effect is most potent. 6. The Lover. This card grants the revived character abilities like illusionary skills, appearance-shifting powers, and seductive traits such as pheromone control. These are random for each individual. Unfortunately, the revived character cannot use light-based abilities. 7. The Caro. It grants the revived vehicle a dramatic speed boost while also enhancing compatibility with various vehicle types and similar features. 8. The Justice. It grants the revived a calm mind that enables better thinking while making them immune to any power affecting the mind and fostering affinity with any weapon. 9. The Hermit. This ability grants the revived character the capability to infiltrate enemy territory while maintaining invisibility and stealth. It also enables energy regeneration through meditation and boosts combat power during solo battles. However, these abilities become disabled when the character is not engaged in solo combat. X. Wheel of Fortune. This card grants the revived individual the ability to alter karma and fortune's odds, which may prove either beneficial or detrimental to the user. 11. The Force. It grants the revived character a massive boost in both resistance and strength. 12. The Axe grants the revived a peculiar ability where the more effort and wound inflicted, the greater the power gained. When one case sacrifices itself for the benefit of others, those who are saved gain immense power for a limited time. 13. Death. This letter grants the revived one the ability to resurrect only once if they die. 14. The Templans. This spell grants the revived water elementals the ability to perform healing magic. 15. The Devil. This card grants the revived character the ability to wield demonic powers, but at the cost of losing the capacity to use light-based abilities. 16. The Tower or House of God. This spell grants the revived character physical protection against magic and immunity to light-based spells. 17. The Star. This card grants the revived character the ability to manifest a metaphysical field where allies connect. By channeling their emotions, they can motivate allies or perform specific functions through this power. 18. Moon. This card grants the revived character the ability to instill fear in their enemies, though not infallible. It provides a significant boost in nighttime power, with full moons amplifying this effect even further. 19. The Sun. This card grants the revived character affinity with fire elements, gaining enhanced power when engaged in combat during daylight hours, particularly when facing direct sunlight. XX. The Judgment. This card grants the revived character a unique ability. When activated, the revived character evaluates the battle and determines which faction is good or evil. After identifying the villain, they can summon an army of. The skeleton warriors will attack the trial's culprit. Though they'll be cautious after all, the revived enemy's allies might actually be the real culprit. XXI. The World. This spell grants the revived character two abilities, one to transform into any animal and another to bond with the 5 elemental forces. Each revived character can only acquire one of these abilities, not both. 22-0. The Loco. This card grants the revived character abilities of time-space manipulation, though the revived may develop peculiar mental traits. It is considered both a numberless card and a mutant card. Each card in a certain sense has a pawn value except for the Empress, Emperor, and Madman. While it might seem that each group or collection referred to as the noble name of evil pieces consists of 22 members, this is not actually the case. The total number of cards available per set is only 15, which is because the evil pieces initially only have 15 pieces. The other non-usable cards are still considered important pieces even though they couldn't be used. It's hard to grasp, but here's the deal in evil chess. Every piece except the queen has a value based on how many pawns it can capture. For example, the queen is worth 9 pawns, right? The black tarot follows a distinct yet similar path. While each card can be revived to some extent for anyone, those with potential need the strongest cards to achieve revival. Those without potential may revive with any card, but the best part is they can absorb another card depending on their low potential. Let me break it down with examples. In the evil pieces system, Valley would have 8 pieces worth at that time. In the future, he could only be converted by a mutant piece to demonstrate his potential. Then in the Black Tarot he can transform into any piece like the Devil. But Valley has tremendous potential because, when more cards are needed, for instance, pieces like the World and Force are sacrificed. In this setup, Valley possesses the Devil's corruption but lacks the World or Force elements. The same principle applies to the Emperor or Leader in the collection. In the Black Tarot deck, you can no longer use the cards of Force and World. Additionally, Valley lost access to 3 cards when adding them to her collection. Then he gains access to Freed, who, while talented and a combat genius, initially lacks special equipment or sacred gear. This means his potential for gains is limited. However, the Devil's card can transform him, granting abilities from the Force and World. In this case, even though 3 cards were spent as in the previous example, Freed acquires 3 new powers instead of Valley's single power gained in total. Even if someone has skills or not, a weak revived character can acquire 1, 3, or more abilities. The crucial point lies in Azazel and Yomiel's productive vision regarding empowering potentialist individuals with multiple abilities. Their philosophy emphasizes that new members don't matter who they are. What truly matters is that they possess unique powers and can demonstrate their formidable potential. Therefore, if a fallen angel with their Black Tarot collection forms a group of 15 cards, they still have 7 usable cards left. These can be given to their subordinates to grant them new powers and make them extremely powerful. However, there are limits and not everything is predictable. Even so, those with groups composed entirely of pure monsters don't necessarily need to have 15 members in their collection. That part's a bit confusing, Barakiel. It's pretty straightforward. Let me give you an example. You'd be worth 4 cards. To add you to my collection, you'd have to sacrifice 4 of those cards. In this case, you can only gain 1 power and 1 specific card. Meanwhile, someone without sacred gear could convert it with just 1 card, but they could use the rest to give it to you while allowing them to obtain a power. For example, if you don't have your Truecaster, you could still use the 4 cards you used before them. That way you'd get all 4 abilities. Got it? So you mean you don't always get all 15 cards from the complete collection, right? But what if you do get all 15 cards? What happens to the other 7 cards then? As mentioned, these cards can't resurrect others, but they can grant their abilities to revived members of the collection. The maximum number allowed is 15. This is the cap for evil pieces. Ultimately, the cards are just copies of evil pieces. Now I see Barrakiel, if I were one of your pieces, what position would I be? Honestly, from a tactical standpoint, it would be El Loco the Madman, but personally, maybe the Force or Star would work better. Those cards have skills that might actually help you out. What do you think? Well, I'm totally confused about how you're making me think I must be crazy. Let's face it, who wants to be in a position where they keep saying how weird you are? In the future, the Joker, Julio Gesualdo, sneezed. Ha ha ha. You know, I'm not saying this to be annoying, dude. Yes, I know, I was just teasing you, Barrakiel, but if the Black Tarot project succeeds, I want to join your group. Okay? Harry asked timidly, unsure why he said those words. Barrakiel felt deeply touched. He was so happy in Grigori's company that even though he hadn't yet found the purpose he had been searching for all his life, he knew he was in good hands. Barrakiel understood Harry's desire for a purpose, and instead of imposing one on him, he simply trusted him to discover his own purpose. He trusted this man, though he couldn't explain why or what made him trust Barrakiel. His instincts told him to. Seriously, kid? I asked Barrakiel, slightly taken aback. The boy wasn't either insecure or stupid, he was living the toughest life in the world alone. Humanity has made him skeptical and paranoid, yet his trust in the goal came as a surprise to him, along with an odd feeling of joy, Bride, to journey through your very being. He smiled briefly before bursting into laughter and gave the boy Potter a firm pat. Ha ha ha, I said. So you're set be your own emperor. I'll guide you until you become a mighty warrior. Okay, kid? Of course, Barrakiel replied with a smile. The preteen and the grown man quietly drank their water, their hearts calm as they instinctively knew a connection had formed between them. Perhaps paternal affection, only time would tell. Then suddenly, a signal was heard. Curiously, Barrakiel pulled a futuristic phone from one of his pockets. When he opened it, a holographic projection of Yomiel's face appeared, with his subordinates moving around like madmen in the background. Meanwhile, Zernitra roared orders in a comical manner while firing purple sparks from her floating dragon head, which darted everywhere. Harry and Barrakiel finally dropped the bombshell. This was clearly a scene straight out of a movie about crazy scientists or deranged researchers. Then Yomiel spoke seriously. Barrakiel, it's good that you're responding. I tried calling your office, but apparently you had a day off, right? Typical people who don't respect work hours. Yomiel, please stop that and tell me what's the problem? It's not exactly a problem, but rather an important mission. Well, it seems Harry Potter is with you. Anyway, the mission I was about to mention has a slight connection to him.
No me surprise.
Well, I didn't do it myself, but here's the deal. I've discovered a way to adjust the Black Tarot card production that allows resurrecting the dead. But I need some. With the help of Zernitra, my divination team has pinpointed the location of those incredibly powerful magical artifacts. They're all gathered in one place, the Enchanted England. Oh, those ridiculous wizarding territories. All I hear is that Mephistopheles and the Wizarding Council are trying to fix the stupidity of those backward places now that the threat of the Avada Kedavra has been eliminated. Isn't that true, Yomiel? You're absolutely right, Barrakiel. And yes, Mephisto has been making major changes in those areas, which is why the mission I'm talking about here is a bit risky. The reason I mentioned this mission relates to the boy Potter is straightforward. My spies have uncovered something crucial. Sirius Black, the so-called magical guardian of Harry's parents' guard, has escaped Azkaban. Well, what do you think about this, Harry? I asked politely, knowing full well that although the boy was very calm, he was human and anyone would feel a desire for revenge upon learning that the one responsible for their parents' deaths was still at large. Barrakiel knew exactly how it felt. He still cursed the Himajima clan. Harry had thought about this for a moment. Truth be told, he knew about Sirius Black and his apparent betrayal, but he never bothered with it. After all, the guy was in jail paying for his betrayal. Why bitter yourself in life? But now things were different. He didn't feel vengeance or anger, he just didn't care. Still, they expected him to find out what happened and catch the guy. At least that was what his parents had taught him. With this in mind, I look up to meet Yomiel and Barakil's gaze before speaking. So what are we waiting for? We've got a mission to get done. Continuara. Here's the chapter where Harry reunites with the other fallen angels. I've already explained what the Black Tarot is. Let me tell you, it took me a lot of work to create it, but I hope you won't find it confusing. Calawarner and Middlet haven't appeared yet. My apologies. In the next chapter, they'll join Penemew in a mission to England to retrieve the Deathly Hallows and Sirius Black. Any reasonable idea? Oh, I also wanted to tell you about a website called Black Dragon. Just add the .com at the end of your search query. This site has extensive and fascinating information about dragons, though not all entries. As I noticed, they don't include any details about the White Dragon Albion. The White Dragon that Drake Gotch faces isn't Albion either, as it's missing Krumkruch and Zernitra. Still, they've compiled a comprehensive list of dragons and their legends. Check out those pages, you can learn a ton there. Anyway, thanks for reading and leaving a review, that way I can finish the next chapter faster. Tone 07. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I will try to further expand Grigori's storyline. Unlike the celestial realms and demons, the fallen didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This means we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DxD, so keep that in mind. Mission: a relic and a godfather. Alright, here's the plan. Penemew, you'll head to the area where those wizards are gathering. Use your spells to try and uncover as much information as possible about Sirius Black. Meanwhile, Calawarner, keep an eye on Middlet and Donaseek. Head to nearby bookstores and use spells to copy every bit of information from the books, while I'll go with Harry to talk at that weird bank called Gruingotts. Rainier heads to Nocturne Alley to dig into the dark underbelly of things. But watch out, everyone knows nobody should know our true identities. Got it? Yes, Mr. Barakil. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. We'll meet at this location in 3.5 hours. If any of us don't show up or fail to receive the signal from our transmitters regarding the delay, it means we're compromised. Please use the Signal Tracker app. Don't forget, if you're in danger, send the beacon, and above all, don't lose your communication devices. Did you hear?
Sí, señor.
For the sake of Barakil. We'll be careful, Mr. Barakil. Okay, let's get started. As each of the present individuals, fallen angels, and a young human issued that command, they separated from the narrow alleyway they had been transported through by a Grigori mage in England's magical district. This passage led them to Diagon Alley, where they were tasked with a simple yet complex mission, searching for the relics of the dead. The preparations for this mission began weeks ago, starting with sending a mage under his command to the English magical zone. His sole purpose was to gather intelligence about the magical community before they could act. After all those magical lands, they were quite xenophobic, so they saw it. Even as Mephistopheles was making arrangements to taking full control of those lands would take time, but they must also be cautious. Although Mephisto was a devil with no inherent evil in itself towards fallen angels, ultimately he remained a devil and one close to the Four Mao. Therefore, if sightings of fallen angels are observed in his territory, it could alert both the broader demon community and the angels themselves. In this case, his overall mission might be counterproductive. That's why they were acting with extreme caution. The information gathered by the wizard allowed him to discover Harry's account at Gringotts Bank and the rumors about Deathly Hallows. He also learned the locations of these communities' public spots, meaning he needed to know how to move through crowds. Since this was essentially a mission involving search, infiltration, and espionage, it was crucial to understand how to blend in or act discreetly to avoid being recognized and slipping through unnoticed. After analyzing the mission, they decided to focus on its main objective, the relics of death. Unlike the wizards who dismissed those artifacts as mere myths, and others who clung to their supposed truth, the reality is these magical objects were inherently priceless, far more valuable than ordinary possessions could ever be. The story follows the Peveril brothers who faced death, defeated it, and received 3 powerful artifacts in return: an invincible wand, a stone that brings the dead back, and an invisibility cloak. In the end, 2 brothers perished while the third survived, leaving the cloak as an inheritance to his descendants and embracing death as a companion. Truth be told, the story was more complex than that. The real tale unfolded like this. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peveril weren't ordinary mage. What's truly astonishing is that they were users of their era's 3 Longinus type sacred gear. This is unusual because it's uncommon for mages from such rural magical communities to lack subjects with sacred gear. However, this might not be the case, as there are many others who, they are born with sacred gear, but the inhabitants never discover it because, truth be told, those magical lands tend to have residents who lack common sense and become overly reliant on magic. The Peveril brothers wielded sacred gears like the Longinus Telos Karma, Innovate Clear, and Dimension Lost. These powerful mages had uncovered the truth about the supernatural realm beyond their magical world. Though they understood the 3 factions as others did and feared them, their sacred gear granted them immense power. Yet they knew these tools left them vulnerable to other factions' schemes if they discovered such threats. In fact, some of their suspicions turned out to be spot on. After all the siblings' parents and Cadmus's wife were slaughtered by mere sentries dispatched by the underworld god Hades, it became clear that even ordinary users of sacred gear like Longinus faced mortal dangers. This revelation drove the brothers to seek vengeance by battling and killing Hades. With their power to slay gods, such an ambition was nothing short of audacious. During their journey, they were intercepted by 3 specific gods, the death deities. In fact, the most powerful ones, Morrigan, Thanatos, and Hel, sent by Hades to apprehend users of sacred gears like Longinus. The battle itself was epic, and against all odds, the Peveril brothers emerged victorious. Yet they begged for their lives. While Thanatos and Hel, Morrigan was extremely proud of this. They struck a deal with the brothers in exchange for their lives. They would each receive a powerful magical artifact capable of affecting the boundary between life and death. They also lied to Hades about their survival, preventing him from informing the other factions that they were still alive. This last point also helped preserve the reputation of the 3 gods. The brothers accepted the terms, and each received what would later be known as the Relics of Death. Antioch would receive the Staff of Sako from Morrigan, the goddess of death and destruction, symbolizing violence in death. Cadmus would obtain the Resurrection Stone from Hel, the goddess of death and souls, representing. After mastering souls post-death, Ignatus would ultimately receive the Cloak of Invisibility from Thanatos, the god of peaceful death, which symbolized serenity at life's end. Without further ado, the 3 gods vanished and fulfilled their part of the pact. Little did the brothers know, however, that the objects they received had cursed them, ultimately leading to their demise in one way or another. As the legend goes, Antioch died betrayed, Cadmus met his end by suicide, and Ignotus was doomed to die, but not in the way the 3 gods had foreseen. Ignotus' sacred gear Telos Karma had cancelled the invisibility cloak's curse and even nullified the effects on the other 2 objects, though it couldn't prevent the deaths of his brothers. From that point onward, Ignotus lived a long life, forming a family and living peacefully until his death. There, he was welcomed by Thanatos as a friend, thus bringing the story to its conclusion. Zernitra was one of the few gods who truly understood history and the existence of death's relics. Centuries before her death, Hel had been desperately searching for the Resurrection Stone. When Zernitra discovered her legacy, she now lived in a sealed sacred gear. Though trapped within this artifact, she remembered the relics and devised a way to harness their power. The most specific relics feature a unique structure that enables soul control. Replicating this mechanism in the Black Tarot will ultimately resolve the core challenge of the artifact's components. The angels had fallen, so the current mission was to find the stone. Fortunately, Zernitra had devised a way to locate it, but she also knew that wherever this sealed resurrection stone was hidden, it would be well protected or covered with a great deal of magic. Therefore, Harry and Barrakiel were sent first to retrieve the stone, as it could be extremely dangerous. Sirius Black's role was secondary. The main objective was to eliminate a serial killer. However, it would have been wiser to investigate the situation thoroughly first. Penemu was chosen for this mission because she excels at gathering intelligence. While it's unusual to send high-ranking fallen angels like Barrakiel and Penemu, Shemhazai's mission is of utmost importance. They're in xenophobic territory where Mephistopheles resides. Caution is key. Any misstep could spark a full-scale battle against either the mages or demons. In any case, this mission could go terribly wrong. Harry was about to head to Hogwarts to verify his family's inheritance details. Rainier and the others were assigned to the mission simply because they needed to gather all the information these wizards had. Honestly, they didn't have much knowledge about it, and Yomiel was particularly interested in the magical data from those communities. There might be something valuable there. Why not give it a shot? You never know what you'll discover. Is this the land where my parents lived? Harry whispered, adjusting the hood of his long brown robe as he and Barricule made their way through Diagon Alley toward the Gringotts Bank. According to the information gathered by the low-level mage a few weeks ago, wearing head-covering tunics made him look suspicious to anyone. Well, that was obvious, but the color's significance was crucial. It revealed what kind of person was wearing the tunica. According to the wizard, those wearing gray robes and covering their heads are usually from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, while those in black robes are typically affiliated with dark wizarding families or simply people of dubious allegiance. How absurd. Without that crucial detail, they could have been the subject of suspicious glances. Their brown tunics made them look like either wanderers or locals, so much so that even with the hood covering their faces, only a handful actually noticed them. In a way, even though your parents lived in a place called Godric's Hollow, this is simply the economic zone of the English magical world. Also, don't lose focus. Harry, we've already reached our destination, Barricule whispered. They kept scanning their surroundings for suspicious eyes. Thankfully, no one was watching them with ill intent, though the goblins grew tense upon reaching Gringotts. Barricule deduced they must have sensed their power, or perhaps simply because he was a fallen angel. He knew it wouldn't take long to uncover the truth. Soon enough, the goblin teller approached as Barricule spoke. Good morning, Gringotts teller. I came here with my companion to discuss matters. What do you want with the Goblin Nation, fallen angel? The goblin interrupted in a low voice, urgently lowering his face toward Barricule to ensure no one heard him. Barricule raised an eyebrow in recognition, understanding that they knew he was a fallen angel. This meant two possible outcomes. The goblins might comply with Harry's request since they're harmless, as they came merely to help him inspect his inheritance. Alternatively, it could escalate into a conflict because another race harbors hostility toward their own people. That would be disastrous. They could have alerted the demons to their presence. I cursed inwardly fiercely as Harry's movement beside me made him realize they'd reached the same conclusion. He let out a sigh, pulled down his hood to reveal his face, and began speaking to negotiate confidentiality. But then the goblin turned pale. Look at this. Is that the biblical Barricule? What's he doing here? Fear? I see. After all, I'm one of the three in charge of Grigori and the fallen angels. I'm not someone who plays games easily. I can use that. I came to be the companion for the young man here with me. We have some simple matters to attend to, though I hope nobody notices our little visit. Right? Well, sir. Nobody will know about this meeting, though you'll have to pull it off with our branch manager, Ragnarok Lewman. That's good. Anyway, the young man accompanying me is Harry Potter, and there's actually a lot to discuss. 3 hours later. Well, how's it been? Barricule asked as he settled into the old seat in the private cabin where he and his team were resting and sharing mission intel. Penemu looked displeased while taking a hearty gulp of rum. Harry stared blankly at the void in silence. Rainier wore a smug grin, and Calawarner with Middlet and Donaseek watched their mission leader listlessly. Finally, Rainier spoke up first. Well then, Mr. Barricule, I've managed to get my hands on addresses and names from the underworld, and even snagged a book about pacts with demons. It might not be super helpful, but if we read it, we could learn how these places view those devil pacts. This would help us gauge how aware these people are of the demon's presence. And we can predict the collective reaction when Mephisto imposes his will on these lands. It might even be a productive move. We could leverage what happens because of it. Sure, not much, but it's worth investigating. Well done, Rainier. What else do you have to say about these wizards' underworld? I've heard there are still cells of those so-called Voldemort followers out there, making them dangerous to us. But since we have to deal with this kid anyway, wouldn't it be better to? Silence, Rainier. This girl is a real pain when she treats Sacred Gear's users and humans like this. Ugh, just the outfit alone. Shazakil can't stand her, but he'll have to figure out how to better educate this girl. One day she's gonna cause some serious trouble, I'm sure of it. Oh no, I didn't even know that. Okay, sir. Anyway, I've managed to get references in case we need to pull off shady deals or build our own information network. Though we'll have to figure out how to keep the intel under wraps, a bit of torture, and they're so weak that they won't spill a word. Just wait for these weaklings. Well, go ahead and report it. Oh, okay, sir. We managed to copy all the information from every library or bookstore we could find, but we ran into trouble with one of the owners. They found out we were copying their books data, so they got a heads up, no big deal. We didn't kill him, but we erased his memories. In fact, we conducted a deeper raid on his personal library and managed to obtain copies of some extremely rare magical books and some obscure ones too. Well, I think it was a partial success. I'm certain over time, the writing will reveal that their minds were erased, or maybe he's so clueless they won't notice anything. We'll leave that up for speculation. So Penemu, what have you discovered? It's been a real headache, Barakil muttered. Penemu took another sip of rum before sighing, recalling how irritable he'd become while searching for information in the dripping cauldron and other corners to learn more about Sirius Black, muttering about Harry Potter in a low voice. What these wizards thought about the human boy who stayed with them was that, after all, Harry remained a celebrity in these magical communities and organizations for surviving the deadly curse. After all, knowing more doesn't kill anyone. What do you mean, Penemu? It's a bit complicated. Investigating with these people was tough, and, while they're easygoing, these women are superstitious and extremely jealous when it comes to topics. But by using my simple persuasion techniques, I managed to. I knew exactly what I was looking for, but the answers came back vague, maybe. Well, I see. Then tell us about it. Let's start with Sirius Black. Those who questioned him knew little about the man beyond being part of the Black family, one of the most prominent lineages, yet also the darkest and highest in social standing. Despite their numbers dwindling to 4, only one bearing his surname remained. They told us what we know, but never explained why they did so. The reason behind their actions remains shrouded in mystery, as if nothing ever happened. Aya continues, there are inconsistencies regarding the subject. There's no reason why he betrayed the Potters or how that rumor about Voldemort being his second-hand property. Our intelligence claims that position belongs to his cousin Bellatrix, who actually tried to kill him during the war. These and more examples make me feel like there's more to this whole story than meets the eye. You're not mistaken about that, Penemu. We've uncovered something significant in Gringotts. And that? But here's the thing, Sirius Black is actually Harry's godfather.
Impossible.
This isn't just about Harry's godfather betraying his parents. It's impossible for him to pull this off. Under family union laws, naming a godfather to a magical family comes with magical contract clauses that ensure the person won't harm their adopted child in any way. Exactly, but it's even worse than that. Through my persuasion with the goblins in Gringotts, we discovered Harry isn't just an heir from the Potter family, but also from the Black family and the Peveril family. What? The Peveril house, the very one linked to the death relics? In fact, it turns out that Harry is descended from the brothers. To be precise, Peveril is actually ignorance, and therefore Harry's invisibility cloak truly belongs to him. The Peveril bloodline only activates when one of its members is both the last and exceptionally powerful. Harry met these criteria, thus becoming the heir to the Peveril house. Although this lineage doesn't offer much advantage, it grants Harry the ability to summon and sense death relics that aren't bound to any wizard. By assuming his new role as heir and performing a ritual, he was able to summon the invisibility cloak. While this isn't the relic we need, today's breakthroughs have yielded significant gains. The quest for the Resurrection Stone will now be much easier to pursue. In fact, they did have a productive period, though the Peveril house situation is a miracle for our mission. The idea that Harry would inherit the Black House is debatable. How can they be so certain? The goblins revealed the family tree, showing that Harry's paternal grandmother was indeed Doria Black, along with other Black ancestors in the Potter lineage. However, on his mother's side, they also discovered an ancestor who was actually a squib from the Black House. The only other heirs are a boy named Draco Malfoy and a young woman called Nymphadora Tonks. However, Harry holds an even stronger claim to the succession as he has more Black family members in his direct lineage than the others. Additionally, he was named and signed by Sirius Black himself, making his position as heir absolutely unquestionable. So that means Sirius Black couldn't have harmed the Potters. Making Harry his heir meant he'd have to sign binding magical contracts, which makes things way more complicated than I expected. Though that might explain the last piece and the most crucial information I obtained. What's that news, Penemew? The latest update about Sirius Black is that he was at Hogwarts. Apparently, the Minister of Education made a rookie mistake by deploying Dementors in school grounds full of children, which led to sightings of Sirius Black attacking a painting at Hogwarts. Confusing, I know, but this means the guy must be in or around Hogwarts looking for something completely unrelated to Harry. How did you get that information? Also, I've delved into what the wizards know about our young charge. Penemew. Why? Check if these wizards are competent enough to determine whether Harry is affiliated with us or not. Honestly, it wasn't really an issue, I just asked, and they told me. But my frustration comes from some people calling me dirty blood simply because they think I'm a civilian or something like that. Don't hesitate to kill them. Penemew. Don't worry, Barracuda, he joked, though deep down he wished he'd done something more. Ugh, those filthy racists, I should have hurt them more than just taking the family heirlooms. Ugh, always looking for problems, right? They searched for him, and what they discovered was equally intriguing. Nobody, absolutely nobody, knew that Harry had been raised in the church doesn't know this. The main poster claims he disappeared or was adopted by his blood relatives and vanished from there. Years ago, when Harry didn't go to Hogwarts, a mutiny broke out. The minister and some high-ranking officials have been searching for Harry across other magical territories. The sad part is they haven't tried it in regular areas, only in magical lands. Blind to the non-magical. That'll cost him someday. In fact, the core of this situation boils down to one simple truth: everyone knows Harry Potter is missing and not here. This makes the main theory about Sirius Black escaping Azkaban completely wrong. The boy might be hiding somewhere between Hogsmeade's woods and Hogwarts, and he's definitely on a mission specifically after something specific. Now I see. Our overall search is much lower, which could help us, though it might be problematic if we move carelessly in Hogwarts territory. But we'll actually do it anyway. Okay. Anyway, what did they do at Gringotts anyway? Well, Harry knew it was his inheritance, though we had some issues because his legal guardian was Dumbledore, and as the representative of Mephisto in the wizarding community, it wasn't productive to bother him. The goblins knew who I was and what I was, so the meeting turned out in our favor. But I had to silently threaten them not to report our presence here in the magical realm of England. It was a bit irritating. So what's the deal with Harry having another tutor? Well, there's not much we can do. Dumbledore can't act because Harry isn't with him, but if he knew about it, he'd have the power. I thought it was a legal move to take action against Gregory, but then I remembered he has a way of staying in touch with Mephisto, and that's where things get ugly. Harry can't even use his money since the only access was exclusively for Hogwarts, so he either legally becomes an adult or waits until he turns 17. We didn't physically obtain anything from Gringotts anyway, but fortune has smiled upon us. Now we've got a better way to detect other relics. And Mr. Barracuda? If Calawarner? Why is the boy so quiet and still? Calawarner said with a hint of fear, pointing at Harry, who had remained silent throughout the conversation. It was genuinely creepy. Rainier and Penemew blinked in surprise at the sudden silence of the only human among them. Everyone turned to Barracuda, who let out a playful sigh before declaring he'd answer the question. Harry had mentally connected with Zernitra. As you know, Zernitra's soul and consciousness detached from Harry's sacred gear during their project with Yomiel. Yet even after this separation, Zernitra still maintained a sealed connection to the sacred gear. Now, Harry and Zernitra have established a long-distance wireless communication channel. Seizing this opportunity, Harry discussed the discovery with Zernitra about his inheritance as the heir to the Peverell family. Zernitra, acting as a god of magic, is sending Harry information to teach him a spell that allows him to create a search range for the relics of death. What they see is straightforward. Harry is searching for the relics. Yeah, I see. We've got lucky with this one. Truth is, whatever comes next will be complicated or tough. Get ready. Penemew and the others are heading to hunt down Sirius Black. Their mission is to capture him alive. Did you hear that? To stay alive, we need to carefully investigate what really happened. Harry and I are going to go to. Ready, Harry suddenly declared, sending Rainier and Penemew leaping in surprise before casting a slightly annoyed glance at them. He ignored the pair as he settled into his seat, instead grinning smugly at Barrakiel. Though Barrakiel had the location of the Resurrection Stone in mind, he faced a snag. The Sasso wand was in Hogwarts, the closest stone to him except his newly acquired invisibility cloak, making it impossible to pinpoint the artifact. That's why I take so long to pinpoint your target. Now I know exactly where the stone is. It's a bit far from here. Alright folks, here's the good news. Now you know what's next on our mission. We'll be heading for the stone and you two go for black. Got it? Clear. Good. Let's go.
Varias horas después.
This is the place Harry pointed, surveying a mansion riddled with damage yet radiating malevolent energy and dark magic. Though Barrakiel had previously dealt with magical defenses in similar structures, this particular one made him cringe. The revolting sensation it generated was downright disgusting. He knew caution was crucial if they wanted to claim their mission's reward. Typically, one would be cautious about entering fortified structures with magical protections. But this place has so many irregularities that we need to take unconventional measures. Irregularities, Barrakiel? In fact, the Resurrection Stone was crafted by a deity. Such sacred artifacts require strict protection, but their storage location must also be carefully considered. Ideally, it should be kept in a tomb, ancient underground fortress, or within the mansion of a magical family, as these settings signify their preservation as priceless treasures. However, well, this place is downright awful just to look at. According to the sign here, it used to be an orphanage that closed decades ago. I can sort of see what they're saying. Barrakiel, while hiding a divine artifact in an abandoned orphanage, sounds brilliant. The protective aura and dark energy here give me the creeps. I can't sense any living presence here, so I bet this place is definitely dark underbelly. Like I said, I'd normally approach cautiously, but with these protections, the best way to go is through brute force. Brute force? I've spoken with Zernitra and received confirmation from Yomiel that objects created by the gods are far more durable than anything. While a destructive attack capable of demolishing this entire area wouldn't affect the stone itself, it would require clearing away the debris. Here's what we'll do: launch a massive assault while Harry stays alert for any irregularities. Sententio, Barrakiel said solemnly. Harry nodded earnestly, understanding the fallen angel's warning. He summoned his sword Naimung and began concentrating pure magical energy, which the blade instantly absorbed. Fortunately, the entire area had been shielded by a magic field to prevent interference from civilians and even the country's wizards. Without uttering a word, Barrakiel and Harry entered the disordered garden of the orphanage mansion. They were right to stay alert as massive stone serpents emerged from the ground, beginning to spew torrents of liquid venom. Barrakiel raised his hand, concentrating his power of holy lightning, and aimed at the snakes. Take care of them. Harry, good. Unlock your Naimung power. Harry roared as he unleashed the absorbed power from his sword. A crescent-shaped magical energy wave sliced through the air, destroying both stone snakes. But that wasn't all. The skeletal warriors and monstrous mutants emerged from the earth itself, charging toward Harry and Barrakiel. The young teens watched their leader concentrate sacred light energy to unleash his final attack, leaving them with the task of protecting his back. He drew the sword Blajang and plunged it into the earth, then shouted, "Liberate your fire, Blajang. FRRRRZC. Take this." Barrakiel shouted as green flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the guards of the desecrated orphanage. Harry grimaced as he intensified the flames to burn the magical constructs, though some nearly escaped the fiery eruptions. With his Naimung, Harry destroyed them all. Barrakiel concentrated his sacred power in his palms, channeling the holy lightning element until a translucent sphere formed between his hands. He raised his arms, the energy flowing through them, as he surveyed the abandoned orphanage mansion. With a powerful shout, he thrust his hands forward and unleashed a holy electric bolt. Boom! A seismic energy explosion erupted from Santa Choco, smashing everything in its path. Harry mentally thanked the ground for embedding his Blajang sword into it, otherwise he would have been hurled backward. The shockwave was so powerful that even the magical structures untouched by Blajang's fire were shattered like paper by Barrakiel's devastating assault. He coughed slightly as the dust swirling around him made Harry realize his respect for Barrakiel had grown with his newfound powers. By focusing a specific magical spell on Naimung, Harry sliced through the air, clearing the surrounding cloud of dust while observing Barracuel's movements. On the ground, Harry was gasping heavily before calming down. The assault had clearly drained him. Approaching his superior, he surveyed the scene. The mansion lay in ruins, its crater littered with debris. The young man with multicolored hair used his peveral air senses to detect the resurrection stone, pinpointing its location. He tapped Barracuel's shoulder and gestured forward. "The stone of resurrection is right there, Barracuel," Harry shouted before taking off. Barracuel stood up and followed the young man, though he remained cautious of any potential surprises. His holy electric bolt attack was specifically designed to neutralize weaknesses and defenses. With such immense power, even the strongest protections would crumble instantly. While purely brute force, it proved remarkably effective. After scavenging through the debris and clearing away some of the wreckage, giant snakes or skeletal warriors arrived at a spot where Harry could sense the resurrection stone. He then cast a levitation spell, summoning a small pouch from the earth that contained the stone. Displaying it outdoors as a red ring-shaped artifact, "Here it is." The stone. Harry revealed its presence. "Shuri, Shuri," Murmuro Barracuel suddenly muttered. Harry watched the fallen angel staring at the stone with a peculiar expression, as if Harry blinked rapidly to re-examine the stone, noting that there was some kind of enchantment in the ring, not the stone itself, that manipulated whoever possessed it. He thanked Zernitra for helping him develop immunity against magic effects that affect the mind and perception. Without hesitation, Harry made the stone levitate far beyond Barracuel's reach and moved toward the fallen angel to deliver a full punch to his face. Though he didn't land much, in fact, Harry was slightly wounded at least. Barracuel snapped out of his daze and shook his disoriented head. What happened? "I'd been under a compulsion spell, but thank goodness I have some magic immunity, otherwise you or I would have been trapped by that ring spell." "Ugh. Now that I see it clearly, I spot a dark spot on the ring. We absolutely can't touch it before Zernitra, Armoros, and Yomiel spot this. Ugh, my head hurts. That darn ring was making me think about putting it on. Ugh. How stupid I was. Let my guard down." "No, don't blame yourself for this, Barracuel. Nothing's wrong here, but if the ring has such a compulsive nature, it must be hiding some nasty surprise. Better to leave now. Staying could get you in trouble." "Well said. We'll be going," Barracuel declared, having regained his composure and activated the teleportation circle, which brought both of them to Grigori's main headquarters, special transport chamber in the underworld realm. Harry used his magical power to transmute a metal box around the stone. Though not substantial, it served as security for others, as he wasn't certain if the compulsion spell remained active. So Barracuel and Harry rushed to the magic headquarters to present their discovery to Yomiel, but along the way they encountered. Penemu wore a look of annoyance, though she still looked tired. Harry, despite the woman's eccentricity that slightly frightened him, respected her and worried about her, so he approached her. "Penemu, they're here, but you look so upset. What happened?" "It's better if they come," Penemu said calmly as he turned and walked toward where he had come from. Barracuel gestured for Harry to hand him the sealed stone in the steel box so he could pass it to Yomiel. The key would be figuring out what happened to Penemu and his mission, their delivery of the stone being the top priority. Harry nodded and handed the sealed stone to Barracuel. I watched the towering man dash toward Yomiel's position. The young potter sprinted to catch up with Penemu, who glanced back at him and smiled. "Looks like you're bringing good luck, kid. You've nailed our main mission. Well done." "Thanks, Penemu. But then why do you look so tired?" "It's actually pretty straightforward. When we went to Hogwarts, we were attacked by over 200 Dementors. They're weak against our light lances, but there were too many. Middlet and Calawarner are seriously affected by this, so I've asked Shazakiel to take them out of service temporarily. Maybe they can stay at Bezalel's mansion with her and you. Does that bother you?" "No way. They're not bad at all. Having new friends would be awesome. Thankfully Rainier wasn't hurt. I'm just sick of her. She's a total jerk." "Ha ha 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 ha, you really have some serious nerve saying that. Anyway, the Dementors were a total pain, but we managed to handle them. We had to watch out for how many wizards showed up. But in the end we pulled off our goal, capturing Sirius Black." "Did they do it?" I asked Harry, but when Penemu didn't respond, he instead headed toward the medical bay. Following Harry, They entered a room where there were other fallen angels, doctors or nurses attending various people, both humans and fallen ones. However, Harry didn't pay attention to this. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the man resting in a bed, a man with curly black hair, dressed in ragged convict's clothing. He was in terrible shape, and Harry could already say he was alive. It was a miracle. As the man approached, he moved and looked at him with a slight sense of recognition and surprise. Harry glanced sideways at Penemew. Then what happened to you?
Él es inocente.
I'll just say, Harry, I knew there was more to it, definitely more than I could know. But given the circumstances, he thought perhaps his doubts would be resolved later. With awkward movements, he approached the bed where Sirius Black was sitting, watching him intently yet cautiously. Harry positioned himself beside the man's bed, remaining silent awkwardly for several minutes before speaking. So, are you my godfather? Soy's puppy. There's so much to explain, you know? I know. Do you grieve the deaths of my parents? Every moment of my life, but I don't blame you whatever happened. My gut tells me you're not to blame, so I won't hold it against you. Thanks for that. I might be a bit of a slouch. Booty hope we can build a family without things going to heck. I'm glad to hear that, dog. So sounds good. Harry and Sirius kept smiling quietly, their silence unspoken. There was nothing more to say. Time will tell, but in some way they knew they'd found a new family. That was the only thing that mattered. Continuara. This chapter was tough for me because I had to improvise a lot. I know it's not the most thrilling one, but it was necessary. Sorry if it got boring, but hey, you guys still want me to talk. Anyway, in the next episode there could be two things, either a Horcrux hunt or Harry forming a friendship with Valley and Tobio while also bonding with Calawarner and Middlet. Or I'll just go straight to the main storyline with the 3 Magi tournament. You decide. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand Grigori's storyline and similar elements. Unlike the celestial realms and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DxD. Keep that in mind. Mission: The Ghost Hunters Part 1. What? Crud, this can't be good. Darn it. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, things aren't as straightforward as they seem. You know it's a Horcrux, but you don't know how the Horcrux ritual was invented. While many magical arts grant partial immortality, this one is particularly dangerous and notorious. I don't know all the details, but creating a Horcrux is something that goes against the authorities of the death gods. Okay, I'm getting into the groove here, but where exactly are you headed? There's a reason why every Dark Mage or Lord Dark eventually falls after attempting to create a Horcrux. This is because the snares, who control souls, are sent to deal with those trying to destroy their soul and commit a sin of nature like the murder of desire, which is commonly required for creating a Horcrux. Murder by design? What's your game, Sir Nitra? In nature, killing isn't a sin. Just like animals must hunt to survive and sentient beings naturally feed on other creatures under the survival of the fittest principle, murder is an inevitable rule that always gets enforced. But here's the kicker: every death needs a reason behind it. It could be self-preservation or driven by emotions like hatred or madness. But the greatest sin is committing premeditated murder, killing simply because you want to, without any apparent reason. Killed without reason, purpose, or significance. Simply killed because if that's how it goes. I see. It's awful. To punish this, through my studies and magical abilities, I can confirm that Lord Voldemort didn't create only one Horcrux, which is why he's keeping me on my toes. Creating even one would be enough to send legions of gravediggers to exterminate the. While he was the creator, the creation of others is a sign of one thing: Voldemort had been working with the Shapers and perhaps their leader. And you know who that leader is. Hades, Yomiel, Azazel, and Armoros could see how dangerous the situation was. Voldemort had somehow won over Hades, or at least a high-level scribe like Pluto, to grant him partial immortality through a brutal method called Horcruxes. With the information gathered from Penemew's interrogations, they knew that magical territories were largely disconnected from other magical factions. So how did Voldemort learn about the scribes? Well, winning the title of the most terrifying Lord of Darkness in history proved it wasn't just a fantasy title. Voldemort certainly possessed dangerous knowledge. What's our next move with this Mr. Azazel? I asked Armoros seriously. The fallen angel, clad in absurd armor and a diehard Power Rangers fan, was demonstrating his status as one of the few original fallen angels still alive and serving as head of the anti-magic research department. Seriousness was essential in that discussion. Zernitra had examined the ring that held the resurrection stone and explained it was the dark substance Harry and Barracuda had detected a Horcrux. As one of Voldemort's, this made it extremely dangerous. That's why they had a discussion about the matter had started, and they hadn't been satisfied until now. On one hand, we could eliminate Voldemort by destroying these Horcruxes, which we know still exist. But on the other hand, we might be getting dragged into a legal nightmare with the underworld itself. Well, let's be real, they hate us with a passion. Yomiel Armoros, the situation is dire, but inaction isn't an option. We must eliminate Voldemort for good, and we've got the means to do it. Going toe-to-toe with Voldemort's forces is risky, I know. But honestly, would you want a psychopathic genocidal monster running around? I get your point, Azazel. I never meant to suggest otherwise, it's just that we need to be cautious here. We should investigate Voldemort's connections with the Scarecrow and Hades. It could be mere coincidence or something more, but there's no harm in being on the safe side. I agree with Armoros. We've been lax lately. Many of our enemies have taken advantage of the situation without us even realizing it. We must step up our game, deploying more intelligence units and combat forces to high-risk zones. Heck, Indra, demons, angels, all these might be plotting against us. You dream as paranoid as Kokabeel. I never crossed paths with that guy, and let's be real, I know the comparisons are pretty heavy. No, I'm being cautious, Azazel. Kokabeel is a war enthusiast, which is why he's not here. My point is we need to focus even more. This is a call of pay attention to the enemy movements that we can't even detect. Yes, you're right. I'll speak with Shemhazai and Barracuda immediately. I ask you to accelerate the profit growth of your organizations even more. We need the Black Tarot project now, Yomiel, and we require those anti-magic research enhancements from your team, Armoros.
Sí, señor.
What are you going to do with that? The Harvester could be linked to Voldemort's forces. Horcruxes might have extreme protection, and sending low-level wizards would be a bad move. I think deploying elite forces is the best option, but as they said, if we act, Hades knows we're getting involved in something we shouldn't be. On one hand, we could uncover one of their many little tricks to stir up chaos or perhaps the beginning of political conflicts with the Greek faction. From there, a war could ignite that draws in other factions, leading to total chaos. I had already noticed this, but you're smart enough to see it. Let me suggest an idea. What is Zernitra? If Horcruxes are protected by the Seers, meaning Voldemort is actually connected to Hades, then sending fallen angels would simply allow Hades or whoever this ally with Voldemort signals and causes trouble. But what if it doesn't have to be fallen angels being sent? Humans, you're referring to them now. I see your point. Sending humans to hunt Horcruxes as a way to keep everyone from associating this mission with Grigori would be a bad idea. If they get into a fight with the Seers, then Hades won't have an excuse to accuse User. At least he won't know Grigori's after his allies' Horcruxes. The million-dollar question is who do you think they are? Zernitra, you're truly a genius. Azazel. Yes, I'm referring to my teammate Harry alongside Tobio and Valley. Wait a moment, Zernitra. Let me get this straight. Your plan was to prevent any sightings of our Horcrux hunting operations from aligning with Grigori. So why specifically target the three of them? After all, we know they're connected to us. In fact, Yomiel, if you're wrong there, their existence is only partially known. It's known that Dividing Divine is on Grigori's side, but no one knows who the User is, so nobody knows who Valley is. Only we know about Valley, and I've made sure no spy has acquired this piece of information. After all, if they had, we'd have faced attacks from the anti-Satan faction for years or had repeated disputes with searches. Because even if half the human race can't ignore someone with blood from the original Lucifer wandering around, let alone those who've fallen to the darker side. It's a good point, honestly, though I've been thinking about it for a while now. Nobody knows that Tobio possesses the power of the Canis Lycaon. While Bezaleel and occasionally Espiel have been tasked with erasing information about Tobio's identity obtained by the Church or demons, they collectively know that Grigori's strongest human is a user of a Longinus-type sacred gear. though they don't know which one. The church only knows that Harry joined our ranks, and they would certainly not pass such information to the Greek faction, given that everyone despises biblical factions. You know how much they hate the church. Don't they usually get the good end of it? Nothing is perfect in this life, and you know it, Zernitra. The church is a good organization, to say otherwise would be wrong, but nothing is pure. The church itself has committed many atrocities like the burning of witches and the Crusades, proving that even the most wicked acts can be carried out in good faith. Here by the belief in your religion, but looking at it from the perspective of other factions, it is the church itself that caused its religions, believers, and even innocent people to be insulted, destroyed and conquered by their religious beliefs, which is why their hatred towards them runs deep. I'm not saying the teachings of the Bible's God are wrong. In fact, the opposite is true. Living a pure life is good to believe in. But as the Bible points out, God wasn't perfect. He could feel hatred and make mistakes just like any other being. Nothing is perfect, but Christianity and its offshoots have allowed that idealistic notion of perfection to cloud their judgment. They believe that destroying an innocent people simply because they worship different gods is a good deed, as if God or angels' word alone could justify the hatred many harbor toward heaven and the church. Well, since we were once angels ourselves, we carry that hatred too. The demons are simply hated because the Bible says so. As for the original Mao and most of the old demons, their actions didn't help much with their reputation, to be honest. I see now, you know how I've been dead for centuries, so I don't really get much of the modern era. You're getting on board with this, Zernitra. Anyway, I'm all for Zernitra's plan, folks. The church won't be letting you know about Harry joining Grigory. We've been through that before. Ever since he joined us, we've been on high alert to make sure no potential spy knows what Harry's up to with us. Well, the church already knows, but you know what I'm saying. Well, this mission itself isn't dangerous yet, even with all the speculation about Hades and Zernitra. There's a way to track down horror crucibles, right? It's super simple, just copy the magic signature from the ring's soul fragment and you're done. The real challenge is how to destroy it, but hey, there must be weapons that can damage souls. Yomiel, are you supposed to have one by chance? Well, it's nothing to worry about. Thankfully, I still have it. So the dispatch of Harry, Valley, and Tobio on this mission is a done deal. No? Well, Yomiel, I think this could be a golden opportunity. With the Resurrection Stone in your hands now, Yomiel, wouldn't the Black Tarot project be a smash hit? It'll take time, but I can see we might make it, Mr. Azazel. Well, that's good news. Armoros, you'll need to equip the kids with special gear for this mission. It's crucial. Also, if it's not too much trouble, take some time to train Tobio and Harry physically. As humans, they'll have limitations we can't overcome. Handling sensitive magical objects is a given. I've got plenty of gear for that job, so you can rest assured. Azazel. As for your request to give him some training, that would be a pleasure, sir. Azazel is going to be absolutely hilarious. Oh my god, Tobio and Harry were going to have a rough time. Alright, Zernitra. I'm not giving you orders here, but I need you to stay with Yomiel for 2 weeks to study the stone and the Black Tarot project. Is that too much trouble for you? It's not the case, but since my colleague is going to be sent with 2 sacred gears users like Longinus, I can't just leave him here alone. You won't be able to do this, which is why the mission will start in 2 weeks to give you time to study the Resurrection Stone. After that, you'll be in Harry's sacred gear. This mission is both simple and challenging, so you need to stay with Harry during it for safety. We can't rule out unexpected situations that might arise. 2.5 weeks later. So it's your fault I spent 2 weeks training that crazy Sentai fan. Harry roared in fury, his metallic floating head glowing with Zernitra's consciousness. A short, ebony-skinned Japanese youth and a pale-haired boy with pointed bangs watched the outburst with equal pity and sympathy. Their faces twisted in shared sorrow as Harry vented his frustration to his dragon companion, who had endured all the hardships he'd endured during his personal training with Armoros. The guy was completely out of his mind. While he could be serious when the situation required it, otherwise he was downright terrifying. This guy who loved playing the role of a typical Power Rangers villain actually headed an entire department investigating anti-magic defenses. Harry endured 2 grueling weeks of bizarre training. Tobio coughed slightly, drawing the attention of the boy with his two-tone hair. He took a deep breath and then exhaled it, managing to calm down even if only a little. While I can totally get your frustration with Armoros' brutal training methods, and honestly, I'm part of that crew, we've got a mission to pull off. Okay, Harry. Val Tobio. We need to move on now. What's the next direction, Valley? TSK. Why should I need this darn device for such a stupid mission? Because it's important, Valley, so keep quiet. TSK. What a nuisance. Let's hope our targets aren't in remote locations, though other spots would be easy to access. No one's strong enough to take on me out there. Ugh, you and your stupid love for fighting Lucifer. Do you even think about the problems you could cause if you act recklessly? Stop giving me orders, you dirty dog. If that's what I want to do, I'll go for whoever I please. You're not my boss. Enough with the drama. I'm the boss of this team. So keep your cool and shut up. Growling. Well, TSKSB. They had been on their mission for 4 days, and from now on, it has proven to be the most problematic and tense situation Harry and perhaps the other two have ever faced. The mission is straightforward: hunt for Horcruxes. If they encounter enemies, specifically Greeks, they must defeat them, either ensuring none survive or taking some to Grigory's headquarters for interrogation. Let me break down the mission's significance and the theories surrounding it, so Harry and the others can get the picture. They knew the mission was crucial and agreed to join it. However, things didn't go as planned from the start. Armed with a special device that detected Voldemort's spectral magical signature, they initially thought this equipment would make finding his soul easier. But it turned out that his soul, the main issue is that it's inaccessible. The most logical explanation would be that Voldemort must be in a place with extremely potent magic or some other far more complicated scenario. However, the location of Horcruxes drove him to England, which Valley considers utterly absurd. After all, who would be such a fool as to store their defenseless objects containing fragments of your soul in the very country where their enemies reside? Well, that statement was a bit of a blunder, but when you consider where they found the first 2 Horcruxes, it makes you think that even if Voldemort wasn't exactly a logic-driven thinker, he sure had some clever tricks up his sleeve for hiding those Horcruxes. Los had been putting this under his enemies' noses all along. Tobio had cleverly pointed out when his table informed them that 2 Horcruxes were deep in the mines of Gringotts and another at Hogwarts. As Vala noted, they could go and defeat everyone since they had the power to crush an entire army. But as Shemhazai had so beautifully warned them, this course of action would cause massive problems. It'd attract attention to the matter and lead to a total disaster. Internationally, they might invade Gringotts and Hogwarts. But then what? What would they do next? They know the Horcruxes are there but can't pinpoint their exact location. What if they manage to obtain them? And then, what comes next? They would become international criminals, and as previously explained, they must conceal their identities for reasons that have been repeatedly mentioned. These things don't even make my job easy. I could see why Valley and Tobio were sent on heavy combat missions separately. Harry hadn't noticed it at first, but when they appeared together, he realized they were mutual enemies. Though the young Potter didn't know the reasons, ever since the mission began and they encountered these setbacks, they've been arguing for ages, and Harry eventually had to join the discussion. Honestly, it was really stressing him out. I'd definitely give Grigori a good slap when I get back to the base. Setting aside the consequences of Azazel sending them 3 on a mission. He was having a blast hanging out with Middlet, Calawarner, and Bezaleel at his mansion, but no, he had to go on a mission. How stupid was that? I take a deep breath to calm down before turning to look at Valley. I know you're upset about how poorly the mission has been going so far, but rest assured we'll get it done in no time. It's not that I'm annoyed by that. What really gets me is not having a chance to fight. It's utterly boring to do all this without a worthy opponent. Valley, you know the Divine Division is off-limits for this mission. Azazel's got that straight. Why should I do that? Valley, I've already laid out the reasons. You need to keep your identity secret from the enemies as much as possible. What if the booster gear user is awake? Why should that be bad? It would be awesome to face my designated opponent. What kind of stupid logic is that? You know as well as I do that fighting the Securudii is a death sentence. How can you sound so pumped about that? PFF, it's like you don't even know me. If this is about dying or not in a spectacular fight, I'll gladly accept it with honor. A battle to the death is exactly what I desire. Sententio grinned wildly at Valley as he watched the sun's rays drenching London. Meanwhile, Harry was enduring excruciating pain. With his head down, he listened as the devil himself spoke with such fervor about what should be considered a dangerous situation. Stop it now, Harry. You can't change this jerk's ways. I said with a wry smile as I snatched the table from Valley. Though he grunted in annoyance, he didn't do anything in return. Tobio checked the Horcrux location chart and found it in a specific spot. He nudged Harry's shoulder, who was fidgeting with annoyance, but then focused on the Canis Lycaon user and showed the chart to the young Potter as Vala said earlier. There's a Horcrux here. According to the map, it's an urban area not too far from here, but I think we should move fast. Okay, Tobio summoned some dogs to keep watch around us. Valley, stay alert, we don't want any surprises. I ordered Harry sternly as his two companions nodded. Tobio focused on the Canis Lycaon to unleash its power, which was actually a bit peculiar. The Canis Lycaon had been sealed with the spirit of Lycaon, the first man-wolf who once attempted to kill Zeus and unleashed a frenzy that drove one of his children to attack the god of thunder. These events ultimately led Zeus to transform Lycaon into a wolf, not just any wolf, but one of immense power capable of destroying an entire village in an instant. Later, it was sealed in a sacred gear by the biblical deity Canis Lycaon. This unique creature possesses extraordinary powers as one of the divine dogs invoked to represent Lycaon's children, totaling 50 in number. Each possesses distinct abilities for both combat and other purposes. While also being regarded as divine beasts in this scenario, Tobio summoned 3 black dogs with armor covering parts of their bodies, each bearing distinct color markings. These divine creatures Helix, Cleator, and Ancir immediately transformed into spectral forms and swiftly retreated to fulfill his command. The young man glanced at Harry and nodded. Listo. Well, let's get this straight, I just said Harry, and he started running with Valley and Tobio hot on his heels. It took him hours to reach the location where Table had shown him the Horcrux's whereabouts. According to Tobio's divine dogs, there were apparently some wizards loitering around certain areas in London. Harry figured that since even after all this time England was still buzzing about Sirius Black's disappearance, it made sense that the guy was out there in the world. They descended into the Inferno with Grigori, healing from the damage inflicted by the Dementors. When they finally reached their destination, however, they encountered a minor snag. Well, what's going on here? What's the deal with this? I'm looking at nothing, and according to what I see, the Horcrux is in the 3rd type. But the 2 houses I'm seeing are 2-story buildings. Is it floating in the air? Can anyone answer me? I sensed the presence of a magical being before us, shrouded in an aura of remarkable magic. There's something different about this place. Let me ask what this means. He simply said Tobio while lighting up a mystical phone, whispering to Yomiel about the unfolding events. Valley had already inspected the entire area, and although the table claimed the Horcrux was in front of them, they couldn't confirm it based on their observations. It took me 15 minutes to get information from Yomiel. After finally getting it, I handed it to Tobio. The slight confusion made me turn to Harry, still hearing the angel's voice coming through the phone. Wait. Yomiel did some research at headquarters and found the explanation from that guy in the nursing room. What was his name? Sirius? Yes, that's right. According to Yomiel, this guy told me you found the Black family's house under a spell called Fidelius. Whatever it is, he also said that, with the ring of the Black family, you're entitled to make the house appear even though I told you to watch out for an elf? What the heck? And find that Horcrux and get out of there right now. Wait, what? Omi, okay. Alright, let's see where it is. Oh, here it is, muttered the young Potter, pulling out a ring from his pocket that bore a black gemstone, proving his status as heir to the House of Black. He slipped it on, and the effect was instantaneous. A 3-story house suddenly appeared between the 2 houses they'd been viewing. After a moment's glance, the 3 youths tilted their heads in confusion. A house just popped out of nowhere. I've seen it all. I even find this a bit ridiculous. Scowl. Darn it, there are no strong enemies here. I hate this mission. It's so boring. Calate Valley. Calm down both of you, let's cut to the chase. We've got a Horcrux to destroy. Yeah, it'll be easy to find that thing, right? Can it be any more boring than that? Several days later. You said the house was boring. Huh? Valley? You said it was simple, huh, Valley? Where's the simplicity, Valley? Shut up. We swear we'd never even mention that. I feel like bothering you. The trauma I endured in that house will never be forgotten, and you say it was simple. That I just replied to Tobio with a pale face while Valis still felt the nervous twitch in her left eye resurface, and Harry for another. Leto kept walking through the woods, scanning the table while trying to ignore the other two boys' arguments and the awful memories of the Black House or whatever they'd call it for many years to come. The House of Nightmares. Everything went so wrong and so fast that it was embarrassing to even recount it to the two users of Longinus and the powerful mage. They had just entered the house when everything went completely out of control. A home elf uglier than the Medusa herself, who could make even the most venomous creature weep, suddenly materialized before them. With a thud, he landed right on Vala's face, then began yanking his hair. Watching Valley, that half-devil, run around flailing his arms in terror, what a laugh if not for the painting that started screaming with the cruelest curses his young minds had ever heard, or should never have been exposed to in the first place. Then, from the same staircase, came a terrifying version of the darn Freddy Krueger walking as if nothing had happened, ready to attack them with his scissor-like hands. It turned out to be a boggart that could transform into the fear of its victims. In Harry's case, the young Potter had this embarrassing phobia of horror movies. Unlike Tobio and Vala's opinions, Harry didn't scream like a little girl. No, he didn't. The little girl scream Harry described actually happened when Tobio accidentally hit his private parts with a statue that emerged from somewhere unknown. From that point onward, everything descended into chaos with dark creatures, enchanted books, a painting of a vulgar screaming mad witch, an ugly old elf with a mad streak, and a creature that could take the form of people's deepest fears, haunting them throughout the house. Not everything was as funny as it sounded. Harry witnessed the horrors of Valley and Tobio, which were genuinely terrifying in person. After destroying the entire first floor and other areas, they managed to capture the mad elf and imprison him. Through some amusing, not exactly that conversation, they discovered the Horcrux, which was swiftly sent to headquarters. Grigori and immediately fled from that darn house, leaving Harry behind, who had more fictional fears. Valley and Tobio's fears, revealed by the boggart, led them to take several days off. It was there that they put aside petty squabbles to talk normally and get to know each other better. Harry already knew about the basic life of Tobio and Valley, but when he learned the depth of their pasts, he felt an immense anger. This case is particularly significant regarding Vala's situation. Although I knew his father had been verbally and emotionally abusive, I was unaware that his own grandfather had ordered Vala's father to commit such acts, even going so far as to kill him and Vala's biological mother. Tobio's case was similar, except that it seemed a deity had manipulated his soul to kill his own family and planned to use him to eliminate another goddess. He didn't know who it was. Fortunately, the spirit of the werewolf Lycaon had broken the deity's control over him. Thus, Harry learned of Tobio's ultimate goal to kill the god of dreams, Hypnos, the very one responsible for his family's deaths. To challenge Hypnos is to declare war on Thanatos and the army of Oneiros, 1,000 nameless deities rivaling the upper class, along with Hypnos' main children Aquello, Phantasos, Phobetor, and the mightiest Morpheus. But here's the kicker: they're all under the direct command of Hades, the god of the underworld. Attacking these gods would be like attacking Hades himself. You know how impossible that sounds, little brat? He speaks to those who wish to confront the Great Red. Touché. I know it sounds impossible, but that's exactly why I joined Grigori. His sacred gear means everything to them, so when I grow stronger and go after Hypnos, I'm confident I'll have their back against Oneiros. Oh, you mean to be evil? That sounds manipulative, but let's face it, it's actually a smart move. Maybe this helps you focus on Hypnos while I handle Thanatos. Fighting a god would be epic. Whatever it takes, Valley. Harry learned a great deal from his companions and could say that at some level they had become friends or comrades, though the way this was possible was horrific. Yet Harry saw in essence what Barrakiel had previously pointed out: they lacked purpose in life. Yes, their ambitions were lofty, but the truth cannot be denied: these goals stemmed from vengeance and pride. Vala's desire and goal were more about pride than anything else. Who wants to be the strongest if they're willing to die in a great battle? In the end, that goal was empty for Val. It remained hollow and purposeless. A purpose that would have driven him down the self-destructive path, fighting without reason except for the thrill of it, which isn't healthy. Tobio was simply seeking revenge, but that wasn't a reason to live, nor was it a worthy purpose in life. He failed to see the dark side of his goal. Perhaps this explains why he had no friends. He knew deep down his pursuit could spark a war. Truth be told, it was a truly miserable existence. Harry knew he lacked a life purpose, but he yearned for one that was meaningful, extraordinary, and would fuel his passion for living. A purpose, an ideal worth fighting for. Perhaps that was what Barrakill meant when he spoke. Though Harry hadn't yet found his path, he yearned to walk one where he could take pride in his ability to act. But he knew it would be hard to discover, and once found, he'd devote everything to live and fulfill his life's purpose. "All right, Harry, where's the next Horcrux?" I asked. Toby pulled Harry out of his reverie, who shook his head and glanced sideways at his classmates who had regained their composure. Despite all that experience at the Black House, things still felt off. Harry mentally resolved to destroy the house, determined not to let Sirius live there. The young Potter then, he checked the table and saw the Horcrux was right in front of him. His brow suddenly furrowed as the Horcrux seemed to move. He then responded to Tobio while thinking about it all at once. This one's moving forward, but it's actually shifting. Could it be some kind of magic or something more? What do you think about that, Tobio? Maybe someone's messing with it. Better take action. I'll send some of my divine dogs if the situation calls for it. Alright, cast a spell to seal the entire area. Valis swiftly flies to this point and uses one of those devil spells to locate what possesses dark essence. TSK, okay, great, let's go. Harry shouted, and the three of them acted as instructed. A magical field amplified by Harry's true caster power enveloped the area. Valis spread her 6 devil wings and shot skyward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Tobio conjured several mystical dogs that growled fiercely as they ran alongside him. He took a different path from Harry's original route toward the Horcrux location, where he noticed the object moving frantically on the table. The young Potter began leaping between tree branches, realizing along the way that Tobio had sent 2 dogs to support him. Harry kept running and jumping through the trees, with Helix the dog and Tobio's personal dog Jean following closely behind. Suddenly, he spotted the Horcrux's location on the table approaching him. It's getting close. But how is that possible? What's happening? Zayas! Ugh! Ugh! Harry screamed as a massive snake emerged from the bushes. The creature struck with lethal force, biting his left forearm before coiling around his neck to strangle him. The divine dogs barked in shock and lunged forward, only to witness, like the giant serpent coiled around Harry's neck. If attacked, it could hasten his death or cause worse harm. They howled into the air to summon their summoner, Tobio. Hearing the cry from afar, he swiftly moved toward Harry's location. When he saw Harry being strangled by a serpent, he let out a powerful roar. Harry! Maldention!
Vali!
Fush! TSK, they're such a nuisance already. Koof! Koof! Irk! Darn it! Harry moaned, gasping for air as the snake that nearly killed him slumped to the ground, weakened and struggling to escape. But Helix and Jean couldn't resist lunging at it with vicious bites, just as fiercely restraining its advance. Valley, who had activated the divine split, crossed his arms as he watched the young Potter cough violently. Thankfully, the power of his sacred gear's split worked on that darn snake. Otherwise, drastic measures would have been necessary to free Harry from this beast. He stared at the creature, sensing the essence of evil coursing through its veins. A memory of his cursed grandfather suddenly surfaced, and he tried to suppress his rage immediately. But instead of letting it out, he clenched his fists, took a deep breath through his nose, then let it out with a sigh. Then he turned to look at Harry. Good thing I was here before you died. Otherwise you'd have been dead for sure. It would have been super bad for the mission and all that. Anyway, I hope this covers my use of sacred gear, right? No, I'm not I'm not a disarmed. Thank you for saving me. Anyway, back to business. From what I can see and feel, this thing is the Horcrux. Darn it. Cursed Voldemort. Cursed you, you accursed one. Wow, it's not usually common to hear you curse. I've said vulgarities before. Blaming with hatred is a whole different ball game. The darn creature creates life through the creation of a Horcrux. Do you know how many laws of nature it's breaking? It's truly a monster. I won't deny it. Thought. His creature carries the same aura as my grandmother, that darn man, and for a human to have such a rotten soul that even Lilum, son of Lucifer, isn't something to play with. But we can't fool ourselves. We've got to seal it up, right? Free up, Truecaster. Protect. Effa! Harry shouted as he activated his sacred gear, transforming into the purple dragon's head that opened its jaws and unleashed a burst of white magical energy. The energy collided with Horcrux Nagini, which was then trapped by a magical sphere. Though Harry tried to destroy it using Vala's sacred gear's limited energy, he couldn't do anything. A Japanese magical seal then encircled the sphere, completely sealing it in a perfect closure. Tobio, who was closer, activated a teleportation circle and sent the snake into a special space in Grigori to receive the Horcruxes. He had to figure out how a living creature could be a Horcrux. After a moment, Harry and the others calmed down, then let out a collective sigh of relief. They've already located 2 Horcruxes, and we know the whereabouts of 2 others. We had obtained one earlier, and I can confirm that Harry's original one was destroyed. That leaves 6 in total to be discovered. Exactly, Voldemort's maximum number of souls he could split would be 7. If he doesn't want to risk becoming even more deranged with more Horcruxes, he should just keep one. Then we'll see what we do with the rest. The other 2 missing members, Sirius will figure out a way to infiltrate Hogwarts, and we'll see Gringotts' plan later. Well, I still keep saying this mission is boring. So why can't there be something more exciting? Oh no, he shouldn't have said that. In another place. Nagini. She's been captured. May she be cursed. Now that you've finally reached my hideout, Caligusano, your darn bad luck has caused enough trouble. Crouch. Prepare the summoning ritual. Sir, right away. Whoever dared steal my precious Nagini will pay with the power of the very earth itself. Send it. Send it to destroy them all. Thunk. What's happening? A seismic tremor shook the entire area with such force that Harry's barrier was shattered. The divine dogs screamed in terror, throwing Tobio off balance as these were incarnations of his sacred gears. Vala suddenly scanned her surroundings with growing concern. Her senses were warning her of impending disaster. Instinctively, she spread her blue wings and braced herself for what lay ahead. Harry watched the pale-skinned figure tense up and realized the impending danger. He transformed his sacred gear into 2 extra arms and summoned 3 swords. Tobio called forth several dogs, making them grow in size, then stood ready for what was coming. The tremor vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Harry raised an eyebrow. What's happening? Bahum! H. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive dark red circle materialized on the ground. From this summoning sphere emerged a colossal hand the size of an entire bus clad in armor forged from molten lava and crimson black metal. Slowly, a figure emerged from the circle, roaring like an unmatched beast as the earth trembled and the air was filled with a sulfuric stench. Finally, the figure stomped down with a powerful stride, smashing everything in its path while screaming with all its might. Ar-awawawa! What the heck is that? Tobio screamed in terror, having never encountered anything as massive as a colossal structure or possessed with such power. With just a wave of its arms, a raging inferno unleashed by fiery winds engulfed every area. Vala, Harry, and Tobio had to brace themselves to avoid being hurled backward as the creature roared even more fiercely. It was then that the essenced mighty beings with immense power recognized in the sacred gears of the young, especially Lycaon, the giant standing before them, and feared for their companions. But this is far more serious than just a deal with Hades, Albion. Hades isn't playing. I know what you mean. Lycaon, he's plotting a war against the Olympians because he left the Tartarus free too. I freed from my imprisonment. Show yourselves my iron will. The iron of Perseus, the titan of destroying. Wawea, Titan had been left loose. A fierce battle was about to begin. Continuara. I'm a genius. I am. The original concept was Harry with Middlet and Calawarner destroying Horcruxes, but I decided to add a light bromance with Vala and Tobio. Honestly, I haven't read the light/dog novel by the author of DxD about Tobio, but hey, you do what you can. I was really moved by this chapter. As I mentioned earlier, it's supposed to be a bonding chapter between Harry and his future girlfriends. It's not a big deal. But these moments of unity then, when the chapter began, these crazy ideas popped into my head. Look at us now, we've got an epic conspiracy with Voldemort and Hades, future battles, and tons of secrets. I already have several storylines mapped out for this. Honestly, all this excitement came from watching the movie The Legend of the Guardians: The Secret Sanctuary. The film was interesting, though there were some minor details I didn't like. But hey, anyway, in the next chapter there's a battle against a titan and possibly a fight with a monstrous creature. Then we'll see Harry team up with some girls, followed by the Three Magi tournament saga. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. As for keeping you pumped for the battle? Haha, I'm just being a bit of a troll XD. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Seraphol. But the audience has spoken up and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why fallen angels' real folkloric figures not mentioned indeed will appear. Keep this in mind. Mission: The Ghost Hunters Part 2. Valley Lucifer could be many things: a battle-obsessed madman or an antisocial troublemaker, but he was no fool. Though admitting it would hurt his pride, he couldn't face a titan without his superpowers. He wasn't strong enough to even face a god, let alone a titana being that straddled elemental existence and conceptual physics. On the other hand, in his mind he saw his comrades as weaklings who hadn't reached the breaker balance of their sacred gears. They couldn't inflict serious damage on this titan and would surely perish to its power. That wasn't an option. The titan's aura had already enveloped the area, rendering escape methods like teleportation or long-distance transport seals useless. They were trapped. Yet fighting remained their only chance to survive. I'll never back down from a challenge. I'm the ultimate balance breaker. Ruawa Wafa. Persis roared as Valley, clad in his white dragon armor with blue gemstones on certain body parts, unleashed a powerful energy wave. Valley lunged at Persis at high speed, but in the blink of an eye, his momentum nearly sent him crashing into Persis' gear. The impact sent Valley flying to the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Several trees and chunks of earth were hurled everywhere as the mid-demon, which had been stumbling after the hard impact, crashed to the ground. Albion's voice echoed through the landing zone. Kufkuf, I am fine. Albion, get ready. We're gonna have to give it our all. Valis said through his helmet, a smile playing between her excited and anxious brows. In that split second, just a split second, was struck without warning, proving this situation was far more dangerous than it seemed. There was no time for games. It was time to fight and survive. He deployed his translucent blue wings and activated the power of his sacred gear. Advance! Valley roared as he absorbed the energy from his surroundings. With his power at its peak, he shot forward like a missile toward Persis. The man roared fiercely before lowering his arms and smashing them into the ground, triggering an earthquake that devastated the area and sent trees, debris, and other objects flying into the air. Undaunted, Valley dodged through the debris and channeled dragon energy into his hand, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. Dragon shot. He shot out a massive energy sphere with his extended hands, which struck Persis with such force that it triggered a devastating explosion capable of destroying half a city. A colossal white energy sphere engulfed the sky as Harry and Tobio ducked to shield themselves from Vala's attack. Hakaruku crossed his arms while reactivating the half-dimension. Though battle-obsessed, he remained supremely confident, knowing this attack wasn't blast, bomb, ARRGH. A fist shot out from Vala's attack, shattering him like paper. Persis, unscathed, leaped toward Valley and struck him with one of his fists glowing dark red energy. The blow was so powerful that the air itself vibrated, and Valley felt intense pain throughout his body. To his horror, his scale mail dissolved like paper. Then, with the force of a hammer blow, Persis struck Valley again with his other fist, sending him flying to the ground in the next second, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With terrifying speed, Persis plunged toward Valley, who stood with his feet pointed, ready to crush him under his weight. You darn devil is dead. You'll die for the power of the great Persis. FCZZTT. I can't believe it. Naimung. Blajang. A scream erupted as Harry Potter circled through the same sky, his two swords glowing with powerful magical flames. He spun into a hurricane that struck Persis' chest, altering its course to prevent him from falling into Valley. The fire attack severely damaged Persis' armor, but the Titan paid no heed. Roaring like a beast, he braved Harry's assault. The Titan wielded his two demonic swords with growing magical power, summoning a hellish inferno that engulfed the entire area. Then, amidst the flames, Harry smiled. You fell. FZZZTT. Prove this. Harry roared as he used his phantom sight to materialize and teleport onto Persis, summoning a sea of flames that he channeled to crash into Persis' head. But for a moment, the man seemed poised to do nothing. Then he suddenly grinned savagely. Persis stared intently at Harry and his fiery storm. His eyes opened, then glowed with a sickly crimson light. A destructive explosion erupted between Persis and Harry, sending a seismic wave that struck the young Potter hard, shattering his entire attack as if it were nothing. Persis roared with fury, smashing through the air like a wall while unleashing his power. Blast! With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward to unleash a wave of destruction that tore through the air and earth, completely shattering it. Harry roared in agony as he hurtled several kilometers from his aerial position before crashing heavily to the ground. Then Persis noticed a white flash in the wreckage and shot out at high speed. Valley, now fully armored with scale mail, wielding 2 energy spheres in each hand. 2 double dragon shot. Valley roared with fury as he fired 2 projectiles that collided with Persis. A massive explosion engulfed the area where Persis had once stood. But just like before, with a beastly roar, Persis generated an expanding wave that neutralized Valley's powerful attack despite sustaining only minor surface wounds. Valley noticed this and reacted swiftly. With lightning speed, he slammed into Persis' body. The warrior tried to punch him with his fists, but Valley dodged them or countered with demonic elemental spells. Seizing the right moment, he extended his handfall now. Focus blast. Persis suddenly roared, thrusting his hands forward and unleashing a wave of energy. As it collided with the unprepared Valley, his scale mail was once again shattered, leaving him to endure excruciating pain. Then suddenly, massive bussy-eyed dogs emerged from the ground and bit Persis' ankles. The beast roared in agony but couldn't focus on its attack, so Valley wasn't completely vaporized. Instead, he fell to the ground from the impactor would have fallen if Tobio hadn't leaped from the undamaged area onto his personal dog gene. Meanwhile, a horde of spectral dogs appeared in the air and began attacking Persis, who continued to growl. Fury erupted as the beasts attacked him. Now mostly safe, Tobio landed on the ground with Valley atop Gene, moving wherever Harry might be to ensure his survival. Darn it! What's going on with this guy? All my attacks are useless, growled Valley as more spectral dogs were summoned by Tobio. While they enjoyed battling Persis, they knew these encounters wouldn't last long. Worse still, Valley felt his sacred gear malfunction every time that strange energy from Persis touched him. His sacred gear would disintegrate, taking seconds just to reconnect with Albion and reactivate the balance breaker. Suddenly from afar, a massive green fire serpent emerged before them. It hissed fiercely before lunging at Persis, who roared again to unleash strange energy waves everywhere. Potter is alive. Do we have a way to contact help? I tried. We can't. This guy's aura is blocking our calls to help. My darn. Valley grunted in frustration as his sacred gear returned to optimal condition, ready to take flight. He activated the breaker balance mechanism and then used half dimension to absorb energy from objects, splitting them in half. Summoning a Nordic lightning elemental spell, he roared and unleashed an electric arc that struck Persis across his chest. The warrior screamed in agony before letting out a thunderous roar in retaliation, completely destroying all remaining energy. Darn it. This cursed thing, darn it. Why won't it work? Because he's the destroyer titan. Valley, shouted Tobio as he summoned another beast. The dog roared, and massive water geysers erupted from the earth, smashing into Persis, who growled even louder, finally shattering the cursed fire serpent Harry had summoned. Valley kept using half dimension to absorb energy for powerful attacks, but they were always neutralized by Persis. Though usually calm, he was furious at that moment. How does that answer my questions, you stupid dog? The same goes for Phoenix, Bune, and Marba, you fool. Think it over. As Tobio and Valley began moving swiftly, Persis started chasing him like a beast that scattered everything in his path. The mestizo white-clad man thought about Tobio's declaration with clarity. Being the descendant of Lucifer, Valley knew more about demons than most others. He was well versed in the history of the entire underworld, including the houses of Phoenix, Bune, Marba, and others, which were part of the 72 pillars that used to. Specifically, their powers were rooted in certain aspects of nature. For instance, the Phoenix clan studied the phoenixes, particularly focusing on one of their most powerful members, the vermilion bird Suzaku. This research enabled them to develop fire-based abilities and phoenix-like skills. The Bune clan delved into the legendary core, the first dragon and abyss dragon, believed to be the earliest dragon ever created. This is how the Bune gained their ability to transform into dragons, while the Marba family studied the mighty lion of Nemea and acquired the skill to become demonic lions. Though these were different classes, they shared one common trait through studying a powerful being. They earned their distinctive clan powers. Then came the answer, the Baal clan and its power off destruction. Destruction power. That's the answer. But this can't be destruction power. Boom. They're waiting for a few rats that will die today. Boom. I've carefully analyzed this. Its core power isn't destruction itself, but rather self-destructive energy. In short, it generates destructive waves that actually destroy anything it touches. That's why all your attacks have been rendered useless. As for how it damages your breaker's balance, it's simply destroying it. With that unexpected discovery, both warriors knew they were facing their final challenge, an enemy capable of destroying or neutralizing any energy attack, unleashing a destructive force that couldn't be stopped. Since everything could be destroyed by this physical summons of destruction, Persis could damage anything indeed. He could even destabilize a sacred gear. Valley concentrated his power in his hands and shot a burst of energy at Persis. The Titan couldn't dodge it, taking the full blast straight in the face. But the Titan just let out a powerful roar and kept sprinting, desperately trying to reach two Longinus users. Tobio summoned another pack of phantom dogs that charged at Persis like a pack of ferocious beasts. But the Titan simply smashed them with his fists, sending waves of destruction everywhere while accelerating toward Valley and Tobio, who were stunned by how this entity could ignore their attacks. I don't have that class of power. Lycaon, Quajart and USA with all your power. Grr. Good.
Valley.
Cover me up. TSK, whatever Vala said casually, then shot off from Jin's back and headed straight for Persis. The latter thrust his fist forward, sending a massive wave of energy rippling through the air. Like a hurricane, he summoned a full-blown tornado that obliterated the entire area. Valley unleashed his maximum speed through the debris, channeling demonic energy to form a blue shield around himself. He then activated the half-dimension to amplify his power, concentrating it into his body before firing a shot that shot out like a white-blue bullet crutch dragon bullet. Blast fall, I shouted in response. Persis and I focused our energy with the other hand before making a downward gesture. A crimson wave of pressure crashed down on Valley like a hammer. Though Valley was covered in energy and braced against the force, he channeled more power. Even though part of his armor was destroyed, he managed to deliver a full-body strike to Persis' chest with his entire body. Like a bullet, Persis let out a piercing scream of agony as blood gushed from his mouth in the violent blow. He lunged to grab Valley with his hands, but Valley cast a simple spell too. He summoned an immense burst of light energy that blinded Persis, using it to fly away from the Titan's grasp. Then he extended his right hand toward the Titan. Divide! 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 Ugh! Let us show you what I can do. Valley roared with fury as his scale mail wings blazed with intense light. He channeled all his power into his palms, shaking the earth and darkening the sky with clouds. Persis fell to his knees, stunned by Valley's stolen energy, but the enraged warrior only growled with fury and defiance. With a wild, electrifying grin beneath his helmet, Valley thrust forward his hand's Giga Dragon shot. Boom! Valley unleashed all his accumulated power in that attack, striking with an unmatched assault that sent shockwaves of destruction through the area and produced a massive mushroom-shaped smoke ball visible across the entire zone. Valley clutched his chest as he gasped for breath. This was his first time actually throwing everything in a fight, but he saw it differently now that he was facing a Titan. Suddenly, a hand appeared around him, gripping him so tightly that Valley let out a guttural roar of pain and panic. Glancing sideways, he saw a wounded Persis grinning wildly as his aura grew exponentially stronger. The divine dividing user didn't realize that the more damage an enemy caused to his own, the stronger it became. This explains why the Titan regained most of its stolen power. Valley felt fear as her attack faltered. How could this have happened? How did she survive? You? How? Crash. A mamam. Aagh. Valis screamed as his scale mail armor shattered, leaving most of his bones broken. There was no doubt he'd lost the fight. Persis charged forward with renewed vigor, pressing down on Vala's body to finish him off. But then, FZZZZ, take this. Harry roared as he appeared right beside Persis' face. With his nagelring sword, he sliced through the shadows to stealthily approach the Titan and deliver the final blow. Racing forward with Naimung's blade now infused with a torrent of blinding magish, thrust it into Persis' right eye before stepping aside to unleash his ultimate strike Thedanga. Zaaz! Uahhhh! Persis screamed in excruciating pain as the explosion ripped through his entire right eye and left his face severely damaged. But Harry didn't stop there. He swung his Blajang sword with all his might, sending flames of fury cascading down Persis' face. To his horror, the monster possessed anti-monster abilities. The shock and agony were so intense that he couldn't even muster the power to neutralize the attack. Seizing the moment, Harry teleported to Persis' hand where Valley was imprisoned. He channeled a spell into his sword Naimung and, with a thunderous roar, unleashed a gust of wind toward Persis' wrist. Aroga! I cry out, shouted the young Potter, watching the wind-blown blade slice through Persis' arm veins. Persis screamed even louder in agony as Harry watched his hand lose strength and release Valley, who was already wounded and defeated, falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Harry caught Valamadair using a levitation spell to escape Persis. But when Persis regained his composure, his face, still covered in divine blood, growled and let out a furious roar. Focus blast! I shouted before unleashing a destructive energy beam from my mouth toward the two young warriors. Harry, using his full power as the true caster, summoned an enhanced magical shield. However, Persis' attack was so devastating that he was sent flying alongside Valley to the ground. The Titan's assault then struck him, inflicting an excruciating blow that left his body battered and bruised beyond recognition. The destruction in the area was so severe that even those far from any cities would have expected many to notice the full extent of the devastation. In a powerful display, Harry and Vala lay on the ground with severe injuries. Valley had been unconscious for quite some time, while Harry was in his final moments. It was only through true caster's ability to cast a high-level healing spell that he could remain semi-conscious. He knew he wouldn't hesitate for long. Then the entire area erupted again when Persis landed right in front of them with a single leap. Harry watched as the Titan raised his only usable arm, ready to crush him. Ha 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 Muir! I can't believe it! I call you Arcadia Cerberus. A powerful aura emerged from behind Tobio, who had finally unleashed his strongest technique to date. Perse, sensing danger, tried to turn around to look at his back, but couldn't manage it when a massive divine beast leaped toward him and began biting fiercely. It was a three-headed black dog with armored skin, roaring savagely as its three heads bit into parts of its neck. Persis, his shoulder and part of his head, was howling in pain as he tried to shake off the beast that was pinned on him. Tobio, on top of his dog Jin's head, the wolf appeared before the other two boys, struggling to breathe as he had to merge three divine dogs from his sacred gear. Linus, Finio, and Clitordo activate his most powerful summoning spell, Arcadia Cerberus. Octobio male Harry spat blood at the crowd. He knew some of his organs must have been destroyed by Persis' attack, and he was well aware that he and Valley wouldn't be much help. Tobio understood this as well as he understood that his Arcadia Cerberus summoning wouldn't last long. He could see it as a massive beast roaring fiercely against Persis. Still, it was a lucky summoning, not very powerful or durable. Besides, Persis was a beast of immense power. Sadly, even at their current power levels, they wouldn't be able to. Boom! Too fast. The worried male figure Tobio watched Arcadia Cerberus fall beside him, wounded. Meanwhile, Persis roared triumphantly, raising his free hand to gradually form a massive destructive energy sphere. The sphere expanded in seconds, first reaching the size of a house, then growing to half the city's scale. With utter horror, Tobio watched as Cerberus's attack seemed destined to destroy him atom by atom. Tobio hears a commotion and sees Harry struggling to breathe, blood spurting from his mouth as he trembles to his feet with the aid of his sword Nimung. Without hesitation, Tobio lunges toward Harry and stops him. Don't try what I think you're trying. You can't absorb that attack with your sword. You'll die in a second. I have to do something. No, I'll be who I am and do something. To Harry and Tobio's surprise, Valley had recovered, though more as a conscience than anything else. The mestizo devil rose with all his willpower, as I suspected most of his bones were. With a fiery temper and no wisdom to awaken himself, he growled defiantly at Persis Valley while trying to stay on his feet. Ignoring Albion's shouts in his head, he summoned his divine dividing and began reciting. At that moment, Tobio and Harry knew the mad devil was about to strike.
Valley.
Oh, hey, I'm the one about to wake up. I am the celestial dragon who has embraced the divine principles of supreme authority. Stupid. Don't do it. I envy the infinite and I chase the dream.
Valley.
I'll become the white dragon of dominion, and I'll take you to the edge of paradise's white realm. Boom. Don't waste that darn time, Tobio. Give me some time. Valley roared with fury as he activated his armor, a more advanced and dragon-inspired version. His roar shook the entire area with the force of the Juggernaut drive. Yet Valley knew his move was perilous. He had long discovered a way to counter the Juggernaut drive's secondary effect by channeling his vast magical power as energy source. Until now, he could only hold that stance for 5 minutes, but in this battle with all his wounds and severe exhaustion, he could only last 15 seconds. That's why his shout was meant to buy Tobio time to unleash the strongest attack. Maldaya. Go now, bully, Zitzi. With a desperate roar, Chisto Tobio unleashed all his sacred gear's might, sending Cerberus Arcadia soaring back to its feet. The divine beast bolted toward Persis at breakneck speed, pursued by a pack of bloodthirsty divine hounds that growled like ravenous beasts. Though the Persis unleashed a piercing howl, the divine hounds were utterly routed by a devastating energy explosion that obliterated them in their tracks. As Harry was about to fall, he saw Valus slowly extend his arms. A massive cannon emerged from his chest, brimming with immense energy. He watched Tobio collapse onto the ground, exhausted, while Arcadia Cerberus was finally destroyed. Harry clenched his teeth, observing Persis' movements as he prepared to unleash his devastating attack. Suddenly, he felt Sir Nitrous call. Bright male Harry. For a fleeting moment when he closed his eyes, time stood still for him. He focused with unprecedented intensity, searching every fiber of his being, every soul, every magical power within him. The very power he needed to unleash. It was hard. Extremely hard. The power was there, he could feel it, but it felt so distant, like he needed something to harness it. Yet that didn't stop him. He called upon it with all his might. He needed to use it, he needed it. He kept summoning that power with desperate force, and just when hope seemed lost, an unexpected spark of light suddenly flickered. A warm protective barrier that, though nearly vanishing, had enveloped his entire being. For a fleeting moment, Harry felt a motherly touch before all his hidden powers were momentarily unleashed. Opening his eyes, he revealed emerald eyes glowing with power and radiating an aura akin to a dragon. Harry channeled all his gathered energy into Nimung, roaring with immense force as he moved at breakneck speed, cleaving through the air with his sword Nimung. Spuzbum. Ag. Persis screamed in agony as the demonic magic energy blade from Nimung unleashed a colossal strike. The energy wave sliced through his chest, forcing him to stagger back and lose his focus. Valus seized the moment and roared with power, unleashing his final devastating attack. As Harry shot forward, he used his limited magical power to levitate Tobio while placing a hand on Valus' armor and embedding his sword into the ground. He prayed to whatever deity might hear him, hoping Valus' attack would strike true. Longinus Smasher. Boom! Boom crash! What the heck is that? A woman with chestnut hair screamed in terror as she dropped the pots onto her stove, shaking her head to clear her head of the awful noise she'd just heard. She quickly grabbed her wand and stormed out of the house to find out exactly why that terrible sound was happening. After walking for some time until reaching a partially destroyed and burned alley near her home, she frowned upon recognizing a massive surge of magical energy. Without hesitation, she created some magical barriers to repel muggles. Approaching with her wand held high, she investigated for any clues, but what she discovered left her utterly astonished. In the heart of the destruction zone lay 3 severely wounded and unconscious youths. The first appeared to be a young man of Norwegian descent with short white hair, his skin glistening from sweat and bearing shallow wounds. The second was a dark-skinned Japanese youth who, though not critically injured, looked extremely pale and had trouble breathing. The third was an Englishman with black hair in a two-tone style and white highlights, suffering the most severe injuries. She had taken magic medicine classes when she was in Hogwarts, so she knew exactly from just looking at him that these boys had been in the battlefield and were in critical condition. She approached to check what was happening and how she could help, but when she got close to the young man with the two-colored hair, that's when she saw it. The heir of the Black House's ring was on the young man's finger, a ring she knew intimately as a Black before being exiled from the family, and one that was last seen by her cousin Sirius Black. Andromeda Tonks shuddered slightly. She had a strange premonition about all this. So if this guy is what I think he is, I muttered to myself as Andromeda placed her hand on his forehead. When she moved his hair, she discovered what would be a faint scar resembling rays. Andromeda turned pale. It was Harry Potter, the most wanted boy in magical England. Among all things, among all people and all times, this specific boy had fallen near his home. It was as if fate itself had been playing with this boy. After all, given what he knew, what had already happened, and what was yet to come for this child, it makes sense why he thought that way. She effortlessly levitated the 3 boys and appeared at their house, though she struggled with the illusion of 3 unconscious children. Fortunately, she possessed this ability. After all, her sister Bellatrix, despite being a monster, was a talented witch, and they shared the same bloodline, talent being their legacy. She had to check on the 3 teenagers, heal them as best she could with her magic, and if necessary, order medicine through the owl to San Mungo. Under normal circumstances, the boys would have been sent to San Mungo for treatment as expected. But one of them was Harry Potter, who would later become the future head of the House of Black. He couldn't let the world of magic discover Harry Potter's location, because that would mean he'd end up under Dumbledore's thumb, a situation that could ruin his chances too. She would help the boy because it was the right thing to do anyway, but in the end, she turned out to be Black. Planning and looking to the future were things that really suited her, and you had your reasons for her new plans. She needed to call her sister Narcisse. The opportunity she'd been waiting for years had finally arrived, but they had to play their cards carefully to get the desired outcome, and above all she needed to talk to her daughter Nymphadora. I had to decide which allegiance he truly held, the family or the magical world. I hoped she'd make the right choice. In another realm, Inframundo, the underworld of Hades. This a piece of news, utterly unpleasant. Musito, with a grimace, stood beside a living skeleton dressed in a purple robe and crowned. The skeleton beside him was splendid but mortal. Guidana, the god of the underworld and the dead, Hades, watched with impassive eyes as one of his many loyal servants knelt before him. In this case, it was the Pluffman Orcus and Pluto who were prostrated before the god of the dead. Both men gazed at the ground, their faces pale with terror as they had just received terrible news from their lord. Hades remained silent for several minutes before finally letting out a sigh of Discana. And give him a hand, I'll help and let Voldemort have some leeway, but in the end I ruin him in the worst way possible. Defeated by a baby, which I think is impossible, and now at his weakest point makes the stupid mistake of bringing a Titan to the human world. Normally he'd be furious, right? My dear subordinates? Boom!
I'm furious.
Furious to the core. The anguished shouts shook the entire area, even causing statues to erupt in flames. The wrath of Hades erupted, and the spirits of Orcus and Pluto trembled even more under their master's fury. Though no one knew exactly why Hades had allowed Voldemort to create Horcruxes and aid his motley crew of deranged wizards, the 2 spirits trusted their lord completely. They didn't question his actions, however chaotic they might have been, because they believed in him without a second thought. But now they learned that Voldemort, in his utter madness, activated the emergency summoning seal of one of the Titans that Hades had reprogrammed decades ago, sending them to battle with someone they don't know. the outcome of that action was far from ideal. The Olympian gods were in a frenzy upon sensing the presence of a free Titan, but fortunately they couldn't connect this event with Hades. Though Hermes would undoubtedly inquire about the matter from Zeus, the battle zone had been completely obliterated. Even though Perseus survived, he was severely wounded. It would take years for him to recover, which was deeply concerning. There was only one way something could be so powerful as to damage Perseus, and it's known that there wasn't a divine being in the area. A Longinus Pelio against Perseus. And the worst part is that this darn oath keeps me from doing anything about it. Curse you. I feel so bad. Ira now. Hades roared with insane fury even though he remained seated calmly. You had your plans and a goal you'd achieve no matter what, but by a hair's breadth, by a momentary lapse, all your schemes were exposed. Thankfully, nobody knew the free man Perseus from Tartarus. That was good news, as reported by Orcus and Pluto. Yet he remained irritated, still bound by that oath to prevent him from directly harming Voldemort until the latter's natural demise. While still alive in the human world, he was untouchable, though Voldemort's rewards for his loyalty were undeniably lucrative. Calming down, he glanced at his two subordinates. Well, had they uncovered anything more? As we mentioned earlier, my lord, if you suspect that a mid-level sacred gear user like Longinus was involved in the battle against Perseus, well, that's truly terrifying. Since Voldemort is hiding outside our sight, I can't interrogate him accurately to know exactly what happened. That's why I'm not certain after all. Voldemort ended up getting involved with a Longinus user in this whole mess. I can send my legions, my lord. They're capable of seeking whatever might be. MPH, I admire that your followers are good orcs, but here's the thing: Voldemort isn't some mortal you can just go out and hunt down. He's protected by a protective barrier against him, basically an untouchable cursed mortal. But how? Don't ask. Those are serious matters. Even though you're loyal fans, they're stuff we shouldn't share. Anyway, when they emerge, they'll head straight to Rhadamanthys, Minos, and Iacchos. I've got a special mission for them. The three great judges of the underworld. This is serious, very serious. Lord Hades has never mentioned anything about missions with the judges of the underworld. Whatever my lord plans, it will surely be glorious. We'll follow his orders however they come. Orcus spoke softly. Thus, alongside Pluto and his master Hades, they discussed many topics, and their next action involved both Perseus and Voldemort. When Hades learned the moment when the mortal dark mage was in sight, he would personally speak with him to ascertain exactly what had happened. Until then, they could only wait and continue their other plans, one of which involved the Chaos Squad. Later, their meeting concluded and the two Supreme Class assassins emerged. Leaving the place behind, he left Hades alone in his chamber, contemplating his future actions. In silence, he clenched his skeletal hand with dark determination, resolved to make him pay for all for the losses he has endured and what he will receive as he deserves after millennia. He will conquer all and crush his enemies. The biblical faction will fall. All will fall. He made sure of that. Continue Ara. Alright, here's the chapter: big battles and all that. The next chapters continue the hunt for Horcruxes. Azazel might fall head over heels. Harry gains deeper knowledge about sacred gear, meets two gorgeous girls, could get noticed by Hades through an action-packed scene, and the tournament saga is just around the corner. The Three Magi. For those wondering why I say Valley is Norwegian, it's because I see that's his nationality. His name resembles a Nordic deity, and his white hair could explain how he was born in Norway's cold lands. Remember, the DxD universe isn't all about Japan, so I don't think Valley is Japanese. Everyone, please share your thoughts and comments. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Seraphol. But the audience has spoken up and I've had new ideas that could. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DD. Keep this in mind. Mission: The Ghost Hunters Part 3. The destination had a unique way of acting. As Andromeda tended to the three young men, Harry Potter among them, who had been brought in days earlier with severe injuries. She pondered. For a long time, they remained in poor condition despite the Norwegian boy's issues, as he discovered they were of an unidentified mixed race. After administering multiple healing spells and special potions, they finally stabilized their health condition following prolonged treatment. Their energy levels were so depleted that it was astonishing they remained alive with such minimal vitality. She had left them in an induced coma to restore their energy reserves. She would likely wait a couple of days for consciousness recovery before proceeding with delicate movements. Honestly, fate has a peculiar way of unfolding. Things happened with such uniformity that it even made me uneasy. You look so thoughtful today, sister. What's on your mind? Nothing, just thinking about how circumstances have brought us to this point. Especially making deals with you over all things. Sister, remember I was the only one who, well, Sirius and Regulus stood by you when you left home to run off with your useless husband. So give me some leeway here. Stop telling my husband it's useless. He's a decent man who's given me a nice place to live, and Nymphadora too. Yeah, I won't deny it. Just saying this to make you laugh, though honestly I think you could have gotten a better husband. Narcissa, you know how harmful excessive inbreeding is in a family. Look at my daughter. A mixed-race girl with immense magical power and the only metamorphagus in all of England. Now we have your son. I'm not saying this to offend, but you know it's the truth. I would normally defend my son, but honestly Draco's abilities have been declining for years now. That's why it's so hard for me to even acknowledge him as a son. It's really tough. Anyway, do you think what we're doing is the right thing? Are you getting so soft? Besides, we're not even doing anything vile or criminal. We'll just make a deal with the boy Potter and that's it. We won't leave the branches or try to trick him to avoid trouble. I saw those swords he was carrying, three, no ordinary weapons. They're not even dangerous enough to be called that, they're downright dangerous. That's why we can't treat the boy Potter like a kid. Indeed, these guys must have come straight from a brutal battle. I don't doubt they're stronger than us, that's for sure. All I hope is our requests will get the green light. How's your daughter doing? Nymphadora remains on extended duty due to the orders for Sirius capture, which explains her absence here. In my opinion, they're wasting their time. If anything, Sirius was good at slipping away. I'm certain he's already abroad. Look at that boy Narcissa. He has the heirloom ring of the Black House. Either way, he must have encountered Sirius or at least had some sort of connection with him. The whole situation feels strange, to be honest. But regardless of how bizarre it is, I'd rather keep things this way. I can't stand the idea that my son would become the heir to the Black family. It would have been a nightmare. Narcissa, how bad is your son behaving? I know you've said this many times, but it's been spiraling out of control ever since I got my son into Hogwarts. Honestly, Andromeda, he's been getting worse with each passing day. I had to cast a spell when he tried to hit me for scolding him just because I told him he'd be punished all summer after Severus reported how he was cruelly bullying first-year kids. 11-year-old Andromeda? He's completely losing his mind. He torments the minors younger than him and doesn't care a darn about the consequences. The boy is no longer mine. He stopped being one a long time ago. I'm sorry. Seriously. You might have made a better choice, though I still regret it deep down. After all, you have a loving husband and a daughter to be proud of. All I want is to escape this darn life. I hope this boy Potter has the heart to give me freedom. That's why I'm helping you with this, sister. Because you deserve it. The destination exhibited a peculiar behavior pattern. A single action could unleash consequences beyond comprehension, a truth that Andromeda could attest to. Her circumstances began several years after Voldemort's defeat by Harry Potter. Though not directly related to the Potter heir, Andromeda bore more resemblance to her sister than to the heir, though their relationship was driven by mutual interests rather than genuine conflict. Andromeda was expelled from the Black House for running away with what would become her husband, Ted Tonks. Unfortunately, her younger sister Narcissa had to pay the price. She was forced into an arranged marriage by the Black House headmaster. The excuse was to cover up Andromeda's disgrace of getting involved with someone her family called a blood relative, specifically Lucius Malfoy. At first, Narcissa didn't mind the arranged marriage. In the end, he fell for Lucius and their love gave birth to their son Draco. But as they say, things took a terrible turn, all because of Harry Potter. You could say it all started when Harry Potter was abandoned by his family and sent to the church. It all began when Lucius discovered Harry Potter had been sent to the church. His close relationship with the minister helped secure the information, and the reason it went unnoticed was because Lucius had convinced Cornelius to keep it under wraps. Lucius cleverly figured that if all the magical population knew Harry Potter was in the church's custody, it would create a series of events that would be detrimental to both him and the magical population. Knowing everyone's whereabouts about Harry Potter could drive the masses into madness and potentially cause an incident with the church. Unlike Voldemort, Lucius understood the dangerous nature of the biblical institution, so he took extra care with them. He was fully aware that Dumbledore would react to this situation and rescue the young Potter, which he could certainly do in a place beyond their reach, a location where he and the other hidden Muggle hunters couldn't possibly find him. No, he carefully considered the situation and devised a simple plan that would make Slytherin proud, keeping everything under wraps. Lucius convinced the minister that once everyone learned Harry Potter had been in church custody, all the blame would fall on Dumbledore. The minister could then steal popularity from the old man by promoting his own ministerial position. Lucius secretly found another benefit in maintaining this secrecy. He was certain that the boy Potter would die for the high church authority, and when that happened, no one would compete for the position of heir to the Black House for his son Draco. The plan was simple. If it didn't work out, there wouldn't be any issues because it couldn't affect him. It was perfect, so Narcissa could finally see how repulsive her husband was. She blamed herself for being naive enough to miss it. Truth be told, though raised in the Black household, she didn't share her parents', uncles, or Sister Bellatrix's full-blown disgust toward Muggles. She knew her husband despised the Muggle-blooded, but he wasn't the first to know about her exceptional talent, though he never bothered with her. But when I mentioned it one drunken day after his plan's success, his husband seemed to be spouting more of his sinister thoughts and malicious schemes. That wasn't the real issue. It was when she started feeling paranoid about him. One thing was deceiving the Minister of Magic, which showed cunning, but another was casually talking about death. As a mother grieving the loss of her child, she was deeply haunted by thoughts of his death. This profound anguish drove her to secretly demand more from her husband, hoping to uncover secrets he might have been hiding. What he uncovered was the worst possible knowledge, a multitude of details. For instance, an initiation ritual for becoming part of the Morcephagos, the Black Death cult, an experience Narcissa desperately wanted to erase. The evidence was clear. Lucius had indirectly killed most of her family over the years, leaving only her and Draco standing. This meant Draco would ultimately become the heir to the Black House, allowing Lucius to wield him as he pleased. Perhaps that's why Sirius became the heir. I had been carefully considering that time. Sirius had become the heir among his family and believed that perhaps even when his cousins made him heir despite his anti-pureblood thoughts, they saw through it. While in Azkaban, Sirius would have a solid backup to prevent Lucius from killing him, though Narcissa remained unaware. But today it became clear that Sirius had a successor, Harry Potter. Therefore, for that plan to have worked, it had to be pure luck or the work of fate itself. When her husband discovered how she had been snooping on his private information, he did the worst thing imaginable. He used Crucio with her. His wife was tortured by an unforgivable spell. Every trace of love she had ever held died that day. Lucius obviously destroyed that information and made sure she didn't share it with others. Since then, her family life has been terrible. For years, she had to watch Lucius poison Draco's mind, convinced he would become the Black family's leader and eventually inherit all their wealth. She couldn't even recognize her son, who had turned into such an abominable, arrogant monster with monstrous behavior, causing endless problems while believing himself superior to everyone else. Even though it hurt, she couldn't recognize him as her son, threatening her without. The fact that he doubted she would kill him someday if he raised his voice again proved that wasn't his son. Narcissa was seeking a way to divorce Lucius, but the arranged marriage orchestrated by his family had been formalized through a binding contract. The head of the Black family held the final say in the arranged marriage agreement, and only he could dissolve it. There was no doubt that her case would be impossible since Sirius was in Azkaban. Then came the dramatic turn when his cousin was released from prison. Thankfully, in Goblin territory, the Ministry's laws didn't apply. He'd been counting on his cousin to help him escape the hellish marriage he was trapped in. A couple of months later, His estranged sister Andromeda, who knew about his dire situation, stood in stark contrast to her sisters. She had good relations with the goblins, and that's to say, she knew the new heir of the Black House was Harry Potter, that he was alive, that he had been in contact with Sirius, and that Sirius had specifically named Harry Potter as his heir. Narcissa obviously didn't tell her husband that her grand scheme had completely backfired. Instead, she used her connections to investigate Harry Potter's whereabouts. With his help, she could potentially break free from her marriage and return to being a black woman, though in reality, Sirius was the one she truly needed more than that boy Potter. Andromeda's master plan was twofold. First, to win Harry Potter's favor so he'd speak with Sirius. Then, once Sirius turned 18, to break up his sister's arranged marriage to Lucius. But her true ambition was to help her and daughter rejoin the Black family. Honestly, she wanted back the perks she'd had as a Black, while also ensuring her daughter had extra cash in the bank for emergencies. Aurora's current job wasn't the most lucrative, especially with Cornelius Fudge's massive budget cuts. Her husband Ted was also having trouble at work. What really messed with her world was how Muggle kids always got the toughest jobs, something she deeply resented. He was being ungrateful. While his scheme to win the boy's favor might seem manipulative, Andromeda never intended to lie. However, the idea of rejoining the Black family and regaining all their privileges through payment was a bit too much. Do you think your daughter will accept the payment to rejoin the family? Andromeda? I don't know. That's why when she's here, I'll ask her seriously, what do you truly believe in? Family or ministry? She'll have to choose anyway. I think it's tough. Life's never fair, Narcissa, you know that. What I'm doing here is making sure my daughter and I can join the Black House by meeting the payment requirement and giving some value to the housemaster in this case. That means tying up my daughter's hand in marriage. Perhaps that's why Aunt Walburga didn't burn your name and Ted Tonk's name completely in the family tree at Grimmauld Place. She probably knew Sirius would drag you back into the family even though he's already in jail. But let's be real, Aunt Walburga's always been a bit of a troublemaker who sticks to old traditions. If she insists you marry off your daughter, don't expect her to like it. That's just not going to sit well with her. Don't even tell me. If I'd stayed with you guys, who knows how stupid Aunt Walburga had convinced my uncle to make me commit. Ugh, the thought of hooking up with a Flint or a Goyle makes me want to throw up. Don't tell me the Kid Goyle of this era is pretty special. What's special about it? He and the other Kid Crab go to the bathroom together. They're apparently in danger of drowning alone in the toilet. Ha 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 ha. Oh my goodness. Narcissa, your wicked jokes always hit the mark. You witch. Ha ha ha. Honestly, now I can finally see how terrible our society is. Lucius' accounts of his cannibalistic classmates have haunted me with nightmares, and I haven't even counted the atrocities he committed. Picture this: last year, he was planning to release a cursed book at Hogwarts. Seriously? What kind of cursed book is that? It was a book by the Dark Lord. Andromeda, just looking at it made me feel an overwhelming amount of dark energy. Actually, it was downright terrifying. He had planned to leave it with one of the Weasley children's belongings, letting the book take over at Hogwarts. I managed to convince him to back out for Draco's safety, but if not for that, he would have definitely done it anyway. Honestly, what did our uncle see in Lucius Malfoy? Ugh, compared to all those darn rich, arrogant monsters, my dear Ted was a saint. And he, as my aunt so eloquently pointed out, was a filthy form of life-stealing magic, blood, and filth. Ugh, honestly, Narcissa, don't you see how sick the whole blood thing is? I take my time, sister. You've done the right thing. I'm so proud of you. Thanks. Anyway, what's going to happen to your daughter now? Whether Nymphadora accepts the marriage contract or not is her decision, and I'll respect it. After all, it would be hypocritical to force my daughter into a contract. What worries me is that she might be lying about Harry Potter's whereabouts. As you said, Lucius, I knew the boy Potter was at the church. If I'd known he was alive, especially if he were now the heir apparent Black, I wouldn't have. It would be surprising if murderers were sent to take care of the poor boy. And I haven't even mentioned Dumbledore. What's up with him? Dumbledore is someone who's completely blinded by his position, clinging to the notion of being the undisputed leader of light and all that. The real issue is that he's blind to many things, and the worst part? He doesn't even realize it. For example, do you remember how tough it was with Severus? He might be a fool, but he became one himself, not born that way. I still remember how he helped me with my potion homework and always treated Lily Evans with such kindness. I've always known how Dumbledore blinded Severus, me, and so many innocent Slytherins while favoring Gryffindors so much. I forgave James Potter's cruel pranks and other fools' antics. Thankfully Sirius didn't mess with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been surprised if Severus turned out so bitter after all those bad treatment experiences. I can vouch for it. That's a classic example. What do you think would happen if Harry Potter were in the public eye? Dumbledore would keep him under his wing, and all his prejudices and nonsense would be directed at him. I wouldn't be surprised if he refused to help us because we're Slytherins or because we're black family members, even if it sounds silly. That way your chance to get out of that marriage would be lost forever. Honestly, I'm getting tired of telling Nymphadora not to admire everything Dumbledore does. She's a Tonks. But she's also black, and that's how she has to act. Perhaps she'll tell Dumbledore. I see your dilemma, but, Thok, you've got a visitor, sister? Since I don't know better, I'll go check it out, Andromeda said, though she took his wand just in case. She'd built massive defensive fields around her house, and even without being alerted to suspicious activity, she could spot a group of people with a lot of energy. With the wand held high, she opened the door to see who was touching it. Then suddenly, someone grabbed her collar and pressed it against a woman's pale face. What? Where's Harry and the others? Where's Harry and the others? Ugh! Let me go, crazy. Where are you, dog? Who the heck are you calling? Dog or fox? Let me go, darn. Ugh. Penemuile, just say Barracuil. While Penemu was shaking Andromeda violently, Barracuil stood with Bezaleel, Ananiel, Zachiel, and Ezekiel, a young man with chestnut hair reaching his shoulders and gray eyes, wearing a moss-green hooded jacket, watching Penemu lose patience and verbally attack the woman who had opened the door for him. Narcissa, who had brewed a cup of coffee, calmly observed the newcomers. She noticed their energy levels and knew stressing wouldn't help. She simply stared at her sister with calm eyes. Problems with neighbors, sister? A week later. Is this really the place Mr. Black mentioned? I asked Bezaleel, confused, to a Harry covered in sales brochures, who was watching a hidden house in a forbidden part of the forest. The two weren't alone, they were accompanied by Ananiel. Their mission was straightforward, they had to find the Horcrux hidden in Hogwarts. Thankfully, Sirius had shared some secret passages he knew to sneak into the school, making things easier. Harry's invisibility cloak also came in handy, letting them slip into the magical academy undetected. Of course, Harry simply replied as he entered the old house, where the entrance to the hallway leading to Hogwarts was located. 2 weeks ago, Shemhazai and Yomiel detected a powerful divine presence in an area where Harry, Valley, and Tobio had received their final signal. Subsequently, the analysis and search teams found the entire zone destroyed with no trace of the 3 young people. It took them several days to locate the trio, who were eventually found in a small residential area within England under the care of a sorceress. After conducting an extensive interrogation of the 2 women and understanding their desires, Harry and they agreed to handle the situation from now on. Following Zachiel's treatment that advanced their recovery, the 3 young people were finally interrogated when they awoke. To say they were shocked upon learning they'd faced a titanic being of all things was an understatement. Now they knew Voldemort had dealings with the sappers, as Zernitra suspected, or perhaps Hades was plotting something terrible enough to allow the release of Titans from all things. Azazel panicked upon learning this piece of information and ordered the mission to be completed as soon as possible, since it was time to consolidate their forces and plan for Hades' potential madness that no one knows when, but Azazel knew the god of the dead would surely strike to spark a war, and he wasn't stupid enough to think his own kind might be Hades' target. Harry had informed them about the missing Horcruxes, one in Gringotts, another at Hogwarts, and the last one in an unknown location. When Narcissa discovered Voldemort had created Horcruxes, she revealed the diary she mentioned might be one of them and vowed to help locate it if he fulfilled a condition, killing her husband. She explained her reasons and the horrors she endured during their marriage, which made everyone agree to her request. However, after her husband's death, her desire to sever ties with Lucius was seen as suspicious. She had been waiting for the marriage to collapse. But in the meantime, she was slowly taking control of the Malfoy Manor's funds that had fallen into her hands after becoming a widow. This allowed her to infiltrate the Malfoy estate and grant Penelope access to. After interrogating Lucius with extensive knowledge of Voldemort's forces and discovering the diary that was actually a Horcrux, they treated him with relative ease. They ultimately ended his life, though they carefully avoided giving any clues about their potential killers. The magical community was in turmoil over Lucius's death, as his body was discovered in Nocturne Alley with dark objects attached to him and false clues suggesting he had been meeting with necromancers. All of this was orchestrated by Penelope to further destabilize the Ministry of Magic. This also presented the perfect opportunity to complete the mission. Now that the Dementors have moved because Dumbledore is in Winsgamot investigating Lucius Malfoy's death and all those dark possessions, we must act and head to Hogwarts to retrieve the Horcrux there. They should also take advantage of the opportunity to go with Sirius to Hogwarts to alert about the Horcrux there. Harry had mentioned after speaking with Andromeda and Narcissa that he had learned about the events while in his induced coma, unlike Tobio or Valley who were sent to the fallen angel territory in the world. Under Zachiel's dark orders, Harry had stayed behind to continue the mission despite his severe injuries and Ananiel and Zachiel's furious reactions. His crucial mission was to eliminate a critical asset. Voldemort's crucial plot to retrieve the Horcruxes was of vital importance. So there they were, the three walking through a hidden corridor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had been attending research meetings at the Ministry, and there were no Dementors at Hogwarts, it was obvious. Without Dumbledore, there would be no one to contain the Dementors. Moreover, months had passed without Sirius being seen, and many were already convinced he had fled somewhere else as Harry trudged ahead, weary and exhausted, with Bezaleel and Ananiel in tow. He found himself remembering the circumstances and the pleas of the women who had saved his life, along with his comrades Valley and Tobio. He had agreed with Sirius to help those who were actually his cousins, though it would be in the future. If nothing had been suspected about Narcissa, her marriage would have broken down and she'd become a Black again. By the time their son Draco realized most of the Malfoy family's fortune had vanished, it would be too late to find out who caused it. But the real issue was Andromeda accepting her and her daughter into the Black household meant Harry would have to marry Nymphadora. That wasn't something Harry wanted at all. And I honestly doubt it would work, so I leave the matter to Sirius, his godfather, though he hadn't been around long yet, had his moments of brilliance and wit. That kind of political stuff would fall to Black himself. We've reached the end here. Time to put on the cloak, Harry, I say. Ananiel pulled Harry out of his reverie. Slowly nodding, he pulled a cloak from one of his jacket pockets and wrapped him in two fallen angels. Together, they cast multiple spells to conceal their presence. Though he usually casts spells alone, the overwhelming power he used in the battle against Persis had temporarily disabled his sacred gear. Zernitra was sleeping to recharge, which left Harry's magical abilities severely limited. Covered in the protective layer and armed with defensive spells, they emerged from the secret passage, though some still had minor issues. Who's touching my chest? Well, I think Bezaleel. Calm down. Ananiel. Even if he was doing it on purpose, besides, I'm getting a chest tickling too. And I'm not freaking out. Of course not. You're a total shameless rude person anyway. Who knows how many times you've done things wrong to poor Harry. All of you are perverts, every single one of you. Hey! Don't confound me, I'm keeping my modesty in check. And let's be real. I'm not walking around bare for your information. Seriously? How about when we had Shuri's bachelor party?
Estaba ebrija.
Paraba touching your melons without any pain at all. He was completely out of his mind. Look who's talking here. Miss, let me show you all what's this nonsense about. Stop talking. Hugh, what's that? It's not athing. PFF. You're a rude person. You get a nipple touched and you start screaming. Look at me, I'm a sexy beast who doesn't mind getting my parts touched. Shameless. There's a kid here. You say Harry's a guy, or well, he'll be a guy someday. Don't you know what they say? Dragons always get jerk. And one day he'll have his whole crew of little girls showing him the tea. Stop it. I promise he won't be like that. He'll be a total neat guy. Oh really? You believe that? Then guess who's touching my chest? Darn it. You're Bezaleel, you vulgar woman. You bet. I bet you're saying that because it's not you who's not getting a breaststroke. Oh my Godari thought, rubbing his face with the palm of his hand. While Bezaleel's words were partially true, it was more about his elbow than anything else. After all, even when the invisibility cloak was too short and the students were huddled together, making those kinds of collisions inevitable. Bless the silence spellsteed V been exposed by now. The bag's pad helped pinpoint the location of the Horcrux, and with the approximate coordinates, the guide could. Bezaleel and Ananali walked through Hogwarts corridors toward the 7th floor, unaware they were being followed. It took them a long time to reach the desired area due to both internal and external issues. These included the slightly off-topic arguments between the two fallen angels, as well as the presence of Hogwarts students who nearly collided with them. Fortunately, there weren't many of them since the mission had already begun in the dead of night. His biggest problem was that a cat had detected him, but it was quickly eliminated by an attack of Bezaleel's shadows. Eventually, they reached a 7th floor area where his next challenge emerged. Is this really it, Harry? Well, the pad doesn't lie. The Horcrux is there, but I can't figure out how to make it a magical protection, you know? I sense magic in the walls, but it's not like a magical field, it's something more. Though I can't quite put my finger on it. I can position it correctly, if my sacred gear were in top condition. So what do we do? Should we tear this down? I can tell you this isn't a real question you'd be making us lose face. We've already got enough going on here, moving murals, magical students, ghosts of every kind, and who knows what else. We can't afford to panic, Bezaleel. Yeah, I know, but I can't think of anything else. I admit it too. What do you think, Harry?
Yo.
If they're after the Horcrux, they'll have to walk down the corridor 3 times while thinking about the room with all their hidden items. A voice was heard, and the 3 Grigori members turned in surprise toward the source of the sound, only to find a blue-eyed blonde girl in Ravenclaw's uniform. Harry and Ananiel were surprised that someone could see and communicate with them at this moment, as they had created countless magical fields to prevent being seen or heard. Bezaleel didn't let the surprise throw him off balance. He swiftly moved to form a shadow spear poised to strike the intruder and incapacitate her. The blonde girl, however, met his gaze without fear instead. She looked at him with curious eyes. Her blue eyes gradually shifted to purple, a black dot emerging in the center. Center, better not do it, you wouldn't hurt me. Slash. What? Bezaleel cried out in astonishment as her shadow blade sliced through the girl. Yet it seemed to slip past her like she were invulnerable. No, it was more than that. It was as if she didn't sense any energy within the girl that allowed her to remain unharmed. He had previously dealt with this matter. More importantly, his eyes gleamed with authority. When she locked eyes with the blonde girl, a strange distortion appeared in the air. Bezaleel found himself landing beside Harry and Ananiel, who had been on guard against the unknown girl approaching them. They tensed up, but to their surprise, she ignored them and began walking toward the area housing the Horcrux. I told you, didn't I? What wouldn't you touch? Anyway, changing the subject. The trick is to walk around 3 times and focus on a specific room, the one where all your hidden things are stored, the place you're looking for. Calm down though, the Rakpoots might come and bother you, the girl said in a melodic voice, her skin glistening slightly from sweat despite no one noticing. Then, out of nowhere, a door appeared, startling Harry and his 2 fallen angel companions. The blonde girl entered the room, with Harry and his group following closely behind. Meanwhile, Ananiel frowned and whispered to his 2 companions. What are we doing? Following an unknown person to an area without knowing what's happening. Calm down, Ananiel. Look what happened. Couldn't touch her. My attack just sent her flying. She's no ordinary person and knows everything about Horror Crucible. I know this isn't normal, but stay calm. Bezaleel is right. Ananiel. We'll stay quiet, and once we obtain the Horcrux, we'll interrogate it. I guarantee it. Wow, incredible! Ananiel exclaimed as he surveyed the room, filled with magical artifacts and other peculiar objects. She could detect numerous items, both ordinary and dark, among other mundane items. The sheer number was so overwhelming that they even reached the vast ceiling. They would undoubtedly take everything, though obviously after dealing with the Horcrux and the girl. Later, the girl returned and levitated a box with her wand. When she opened it using magic, a silver tiara and a special stamp pad appeared inside. When Harry detected the Horcrux and chose to ignore the unknown girl, he activated an incantation seal that sent the Horcrux to Grigory's core for immediate destruction. Having completed his mission, he tossed his sword Nagelring toward the blonde girl. Who are you? How did you find out about us and the Horcrux? Speak up now. Alright, let me introduce myself. I'm Luna Lovegood, a second-year Ravenclaw student and heir to the House of Lovegood. I'm here to serve, Luna said, her smile soft as she bowed slightly. Ananiel and Bezaleel exchanged puzzled glances. While they saw no ill intent in the girl, they sensed something unusual about her. Her mysterious power was unlike anything they'd encountered before, and both felt a growing sense of foreboding about what kind of power she possessed. Harry waited for the answers to the questions she hadn't answered, which made him frown. She seemed to notice his questioning, so with a gentle smile and her blue eyes turning purple, she said, how did I learn about you and the Horcruxes? Simple, I'm a user of sacred gear-looking titania, and I've been waiting for a long time to meet you, Harry Potter. In the underworld realm, the Fallen Angel Zone, the abode of Grigori, Great, Sirius and Espiel have finally managed to obtain the last Horcrux. Magicians, prepare the cursed fire spells. Fallen angels, brace yourselves to unleash your holy flames. Hold on, Yomiel commanded forcefully, gesturing at designated quarantine zones containing specific objects and a snake attempting to escape from a magical dome. Under Grigori's command, a full mage formation surrounded these areas alongside special fallen angels. Following Yomiel's orders, they raised their hands to concentrate the cursed fire energy, while the fallen angels ignited flames. Santo Yomiel didn't hold back. Instead, he conjured a purple magical sphere. Everyone zeroed in on the Horror Crucible's location. Before long, Yomiel roared fire. Bam za boom. Rrghhh. A chorus of voices erupted in agony, their cries resonating as massive spectral forms emerged from the Horcruxes. These dark magic waves surged forth, desperately shielding themselves from the relentless torment of the cursed fire and the sacred flames that haunted them. Yomiel crafted a defensive shield for his subordinates to block the malevolent attacks of Horcruxes, then ordered an increase in firepower to eliminate them. But suddenly, a massive beam of light fell from the sky and collided with the Horcruxes, triggering a devastating explosion that shook the entire area and finally silenced their clamor. Yomiel coughed slightly from the dust stirred up by the explosion, glancing around worriedly at his subordinates. Are they all okay? Shouted the fallen angel as he received affirmative responses from his subordinates shortly after, though some had visions of the 6 Horcruxes. He immediately ordered them to go to the infirmary for treatment from Zachiel and his nursing team. Meanwhile, he approached the crater where the Horcruxes had been located, relieved to find they were completely destroyed. But when he asked who threw the spear, his question was answered when someone entered the area. Yomiel made a face when he saw who it was. He knew what followed wouldn't be. Benito, well, you look like you saved me from the jaws of death. Coquebel, you who helped me and treat me like this. TSK, you're truly an ungrateful one. Yomiel mencionó Coquebel, one of the highest-ranking fallen angels alongside Barakiel, Shemhazai, and Azazel. Alongside Coquebel was a small group of magicians, fallen angels, and former exorcists. Unlike others, these were considered the worst kind of their own class, as they were among those who freed Selzen and Vasper Galilei remained part of Grigori's faction because they were a necessary evil, while Coquebel kept them in check. When Yomiel saw this group with their leader, he knew the consequences were about to be disastrous. Okay, Coquebel, cut the crud. What do you want? Helping me isn't your usual thing, is it? Well, since it can be done, okay, I guess I shouldn't beat around the bush. That's the thing. I've heard rumors that you've restarted the Black Tarot project and what's that about, Coquebel? I have a hunch about what he's gonna say. I just came to support your project, Yomiel. Because after all, here I come. We can't abandon this project that could help us repopulate our species without any protection. Because at the end of the day, don't you think this project will help us achieve our ultimate goal? And that would be the war for supposition. Azazel must have finally realized he was right. Now it's time for us to deliver the final blow against all factions. Ha ha ha, this is the glorious moment. Right? Yomiel? Yeah, he was right. I knew his warmongering madness would come sooner or later. I'm certain the conversation he'll have with others and Coquebel won't be pretty. No, had an idea. In another part. My Horcrafts. My dear Horcruxes. No. They've been destroyed. No. Voldemort screamed in terror and fury. Trapped in the grotesque hunchback he'd been confined to since losing his host 2 years ago during the Hogwarts Philosopher's Stone battle against Dumbledore. Beside him stood Barty Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew, trembling with fear at Voldemort's furious shouts that seemed to stem from the loss of something vital. Then suddenly, both wizards and the hunchback felt a chill run down their spines as they turned to see 3 tall men emerge from the shadows. The fear Voldemort felt multiplied 1,000-fold at the sight of those 3 figures. Tom Riddle has failed in such a pathetic way. He has committed errors of an unparalleled nature. Lord of the Dead is furious with you, foolish mortal. We were sent here to deal with you if you ever lost the protection of your Horcruxes. It's a shame we can't just kill you and send you to the deepest heck. But hey, there's still work for you. But we assure you that from this day forward, you will serve Hades forever. Your independence in life has ended, Tom Riddle. Lord Hades has decreed sententio. A man with jet-black hair and sun-kissed skin, clad in armor that covered nearly his entire body in burgundy hues with beastly details. His helmet bore massive horns, and his back was adorned with metallic wings. Beside him stood a man with white hair wearing full-body black-blue armor featuring a gargoyle motif, complete with large metallic wings on his back. The last one was a blond man with a unisaja wearing a full-body armor in purplish red with parts in a violet-red hue. Themed around the beast wyvern, just like his companions, he had metal wings on his back. The presence of all 3 was terrifyingly intense. Even the 3 wizards struggled to breathe when facing these 3 beings. Thus, under our guidance, the will of Lord Hades, whom you were initially entrusted to fulfill, shall be accomplished. Tom Riddle. This is why we, Icos, Minos, and Rhadamanthys, the judges of the underworld, shall fulfill the great Lord Hades' wishes, and all our enemies shall fall by our wrath. Let it be so. With that declaration, a major battle was about to begin. Continuara. And so ends the saga of the Horcruxes destroyed, but Hades has acted with his underworld judges, and the plan began. Harry managed to damage Voldemort in the worst way possible, but he'll face a tough challenge in the future. What will happen to Kokabeel? Ha ha ha, they'll have to. Despite everything, in the next chapter Harry discusses sacred gear with Luna. Kokabeel loses patience, and Harry might run into Nymphadora Tonks. Similarly, I draw inspiration from Saint Seiya's judges. Yeah, no problem, I think they're cool. Well, Minos and Rhadamanthys are still cool, even though their appearances mirror Saint Seiya's judges. These judges have slightly different powers, though. It's different, but that'll be seen in the future. I hope everyone enjoyed the FIC and look forward to your reviews. Toaneo07. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why real fallen angels from folklore never mentioned in DX will appear here. Keep this in mind. Sacred Gears Talk and Tournament Prelude. Harry, Bezaleel, and Ananiel stared at Luna Lovegood in confusion, watching her smile as if nothing had happened. The Grigori crew was slightly taken aback that this girl didn't just have a sacred gear, but also to know who Harry was. This wasn't a wild idea, as the English wizards had the strange notion that Harry should be a messy black-haired kid wearing glasses of all kinds. That wasn't true since Harry had two-tone hair and didn't need glasses at all thanks to the purified water he received during his church visit. There was something off about the atmosphere, Grigori thought to himself as he looked at the blonde girl. Noticing the unease and suspicion from the other 3 in the men's room, she let out a chuckle before speaking again. They might confuse you, but if we want to talk, wouldn't it be better to have a more pleasant place? He simply said Luna, and with a thought, the men's room transformed into a spacious room with comfortable armchairs and a fireplace on one wall. Obviously, he had requested that the room be secured with heavy locks to prevent others from discovering the location through my entrance. They were already there. Harry and the 2 fallen angels grew increasingly tense as they watched the room transform before their eyes. Then Luna spoke while settling into one of the armchairs. Relax. She said, this is the room for the less than ideal. Originally designed by Rowena Ravenclaw as a storage room for lost items in Hogwarts, this space has absorbed enough magic over the years to become a semi-conscious chamber that allows altering its surroundings to fulfill the wishes of those who use it. I just requested a peaceful spot to chat. Talking? No, we want answers right now. How did you know we were here? And how did you figure out about the Horcruxes? This is for my sacred gear. You shouldn't be so hostile to me. If you wanted to hurt them, I would have told the professors they were here, though I doubt they'd believe a word of it. Honestly, many don't trust my claims about the Rakputs and Gogolians anymore. Do you think the lost Harry Potter sneaked out of Hogwarts with 2 fallen angels? Did it appear in the books of Enoch? Do you believe me? Or will they still think I'm lying even now? Well, we know, I think she's right. Let's just give her a little space. Okay. Girls? Harry said with a wry smile. Truth be told, the girl hadn't done anything to make him think she'd be a threat. Besides, he was doing her a favor. The least he could do was get to know her better. Bezaleel and Ananiel exchanged glances, their eyes communicating their next course of action. Though they saw no immediate danger in the girl, they remained vigilant, though she didn't display outright hostility. After settling into their seats, Bezaleel spoke first. Hey there, let's get down to business. You mentioned knowing about us and the Horcrux through your sacred gear. Can you break it down for me? I've never heard of a sacred gear called Looking Titania before. You've never heard of a sacred gear called Truecaster before, right? Ugh, no, I didn't do that. Wait. How did you even know the name of that sacred gear of?
¿De Harry?
Sure thing. You know about this? How could you possibly know anything about it? Are you some kind of psychic or spy? Speak up. Guess what? Maybe that's it. But wait, no, my power is something really hard to grasp. Then please take us in, even with Bezaleel's shouts. His questions are genuinely concerning. Are they worried about sharing this information with others? As I said, nobody would believe me anyway, plus I don't even need to. Harry deserves the best of it. Actually, I've seen many of your heroic deeds in the past. That sounded a bit scary, don't you think? Oh, sorry if I sounded like a creepy stalker. But don't get me wrong. This is the first time I've actually seen Harry Potter in person, so don't think I've been spying on him or anything like that. Then tell us now. Unlike Bezaleel and Ananiel, I want to give you some leeway because honestly, someone else would have been alarmed that you knew so much about me. Yes, sometimes my power is so monstrous that I've honestly hated it for years until, well, my sacred gear is a very special type because one of its abilities is the impossible power of sight and interaction with fairies. What's that? What's going on here? Hottest.
Impossible.
Ananiel exclaimed in surprise, while Bezaleel's eyes darted wildly out of balance as Harry turned to face the 2 fallen angels. Though they knew fairies existed, Harry had little knowledge about the species or other details he'd learned at the church. Luna, who had requested a tray brimming with pastries and cups filled with tea from the Muggle Hall delicacies crafted by Hogwarts house elves, sipped a sip of tea before nodding in agreement to Ananiel's question. Yeah, fair enough, but you'll see how weird and awesome my sacred gear is when you get there. Oh? You're confused, Harry Potter? Not really, I don't know what's the fuss about the fairies. Well, Ananiel, I see you know this, would you mind telling me? Sometimes I forget you're just a kid. I'm not a kid. Hold on. I'll make this crystal clear. Fairies are such an important and delicate subject. Let me give you a real-life example. You know those fairy tales about princesses where there's usually a fairy who goes to great lengths to help them out? No. What? Have you never seen, or at least heard about, stories like Tinker Bell or Cinderella? No, the only things I did in church were training, doing my chores, or reading books. Oh my goodness. What a boring childhood. When we finally get home, we're gonna have a whole movie marathon. Okay, Harry?
Ok, Bezaleel, creo.
Continue Ananiel. Thanks to Bezaleel, and now quiet down. Well, Harry, to put it bluntly, fairies might be the strangest race on Earth. These beings have such peculiar perceptions of reality that they possess unique abilities, primarily creating things from reality itself. Essentially, they can conjure objects or transform nothingness into something through magic. They effortlessly play with the world's rules, no big deal. Yeah, I see. I don't see the problem with that. If you knew this, Harry, fairies can make things impossible. Time travel is one of those things, don't get me wrong. There are people who can do that, but fairies are actually the only ones who can travel through time. Look at the time turners these wizards use. They enable travel back to the past. It lasts at most a day, and that's thanks to using fairy dust. Now you see the trick, right?
Sí, claro.
As such, they have their own realms beyond space and time, their own civilizations and such. For example, have you ever heard of Alice in Wonderland? No. My goodness, I never say this, but honestly I'm worried you don't know these things. My childhood wasn't your typical one, Ananiel. Even I know those stories, and that's despite being a purebred. It's genuinely concerning. In any case, the example no longer holds meaning. Just imagine that there exist realms beyond metaphysics created by fairies and such. Remember that fairies can traverse space-time, so they can also move and alter alternative realities. Not even the Ouroboros dragon Ophis can do this. That's why fairies are somewhat feared by other species on Earth. Seriously? But isn't Ophis the embodiment of infinity? True, but infinity is an endless continuum moving in one direction, like adding numbers at breakneck speed without stopping. Yet suddenly, x multiplied by pi appears, which proves Ophis can't travel through time or alternate dimensions. But that's beside the point. If your sacred gear actually grants you fairy vision, then I can perceive the space-time between her and the alternate reality. If that is indeed my power. Corto Luna momentarily adopts a gaze of coldness and sorrow, a look that Ananiel and Bezaleel recognized, those humans who had endured terrible experiences due to their sacred gears. Later, Luna adopted her calm and kind expression from before, but she smiled sadly. It was through this power that I learned about you and Harry Potter. My looking Titania grants me the ability to see like fairies, or rather, perceive space and time. Though more complex than this, ultimately it is the culmination of my entire power. Wow, that's a pretty cool power, but honestly, I'm still feeling a bit confused. If you say you can see alternate realities, does that mean you know us because you've seen us in other timelines? Right? Exacto. That's a power that's downright terrifying, with so many things you could learn and who knows what else. Well, I know it has its limitations, otherwise I'd have gone nuts already. Wait, actually, I'm already partially crazy now, so hey, it wouldn't be surprising if my sacred gear went out of control. Is it going out of control? How could you lose control of your sacred gear? That's impossible. Yes, it's possible. I've seen many alternative scenarios where this actually happens. Even so, you could lose control of a sacred gear if there were an intelligent being inside it. Can a being BS? No way. Oh my god. Ananiel? What's going on? Why are you wearing that look? The name of sacred gear is the answer. This sacred gear has the soul of the fairy queen Titania. Indeed, I possess the sacred gear that grants me the greatest fairy power on earth. I confess, Luna said as her eyes glowed purple, while she smiled sadly as she glimpsed both past and future visions before her sacred gear was deactivated. It seems she made the right choice, for her future has shown no chaotic signs to her. That I took a sip from my teacup and continued speaking. That's why the possibility of me going crazy over so many visions is possible, or rather, it was possible if not for you, Harry Potter. Now I have full control over my sacred gear, though occasionally I slip into a slight loss of control. For me? What do you mean by that? Not directly, but rather through a vision of an alternative reality that, upon seeing it, empowered me to act and gain power from my sacred gear. This allowed Titania's consciousness to awaken temporarily, granting me freedom from those involuntary visions. And exactly what did I do in that vision? Let me give you some cash up front to explain it clearly. First off, I can't see everything in all dimensions of spacetime. I can't perceive every alternative reality or such. Usually, I only see creatures from our existential plane like the Rakpoots. But when I'm near someone, I can glimpse their timeline, their past and present, occasionally even glimpsing into the future. For example, even though I knew you'd come today for Voldemort's Horcrux, I wasn't sure if you'd be alone. That's when I'm around these girls, at least they're being themselves. Yeah. Alright, keep going. Most of my visions are random things that matter to me. Sometimes they're confusing, other times they're crucial. For example, one vision shows me in an alternate reality where you're just a mage who discovered this place a year and a half ago. Another vision shows me in your past when you obtained the Horcrux from how long was it? 3.5 years, so something like that. Wait, seriously, could I've ended up as just another ordinary mage? Honestly, you've become more stable and happy now that you embrace those alternative perspectives. At least you can make your own decisions. There's also one thing that has deeply influenced me for years, those visions from the past. The visions of sacred gear's origins. That's why I believe in God from the Bible. What? Harry, Bezaleel, and Ananiel gasped in shock at Luna's statement, who nodded solemnly. Discussing the biblical God wasn't serious business, and she knew she needed to address any potential distraction from her audience, now that she was about to share insights she'd gained years ago. Finally, it was time to clear the air. I've seen the truth about sacred gears. Yes, I created biblical gods to empower humanity, but why did I create Longinus? Do I believe in weapons capable of killing gods? Why would I create objects that could contain creatures like dragons, which he so detested? Why? Nobody knows, but I've seen it myself. I've heard their whispers when crafting sacred gear. They weren't created just for humans. Every sacred gear was born to serve Longinus. What? How could he say that? Does the idea that the god you once served wanted to create God-slayer's weapons bother you? I've seen the memories of the past, and yes, the power of a Longinus was the driving force behind the creation of sacred gears. But don't get me wrong, it was more about necessity than a desire to wreak destruction. A necessary evil, as depicted in the Bible, the gods sought Longinus' power to free humanity from the oppression of superior beings. His love and compassion for humanity were so profound that he feared nothing, though his creations might turn against him. He saw only humanity after all. If he truly wished to eliminate other deities from rival factions, wouldn't the sacred gears have been perfect for angels? Yes, that's true. The sacred gear is not just ordinary objects that grant power. It contains the soul or essence of a living being or a natural force, which is transmitted to the sacred gear for use. For example, the twice critical gear carries the soul of a low-level dragon, enabling its ability to activate. Therefore, if the booster gear loses the soul of the dragon drake, it could at most double the user's power several times before losing effectiveness. The biblical god captured beings or forces of power from various classes and imprisoned them within the sacred gears he created. Hey there! Now that I see it, maybe that's why Azazel needs Fafnir to activate his artificial sacred gear. Yeah, sounds logical. But I have a question for you all. Do you know the God of the Bible has died? I asked carefully. Luna's words made Grigory's three look intensely at each other. They were stunned by her knowledge about the biblical deity's ultimate fate. Although Ananiel and Bezaleel had only 8 wings, they were from biblical times and thus aligned with Grigory's high-ranking officials who knew about the fate of their former god. Harry had long been aware of God's death because Zernitra revealed it through studying the miracles of the celestial system. He knew the system was weak, so God's death was a possibility. A possibility that became certain when Bezaleel and Ananiel failed to respond. Yes, we do, Miss Lovegood. If you know that, even though God is dead, then explain yourselves, how could new sacred gears keep emerging after their creator's death? Well, wait. I see something missing here. Explain yourself, Miss Lovegood. Okay. Ananiel, do you know what the sacred gear called Forbidden View Baylor is? Yes. Azazel has expressed interest in the sacred gear currently under demonic control. It's known that this sacred gear contains the consciousness of the evil god Baylor sealed within it. Remember that Baylor was killed by his grandson Luff after the death of the biblical god, right? I see your point. There are sacred gears being created even after the death of the god. Is that what you want to achieve? Yes, the system itself gathers the souls of powerful beings and periodically creates new sacred gears. However, these newly created sacred gears are special, as they contain sealed entities that have a high probability of transforming into new Longinus. How did you come to that conclusion? I've observed countless visions across spacetime, witnessed the past, present, and future of many worlds, and have developed a hypothesis. There exist 3 types of sacred gears akin to Longinus concept, that they could become Longinus not for their main power, but because users can take them far. The third category consists of common sacred gears that can damage gods but lack the power to do so themselves. How about which ones? Sword Birth, Iron Forge, and Blade Blacksmith, along with sacred gears, enable the creation of any type of sword, demonic, legendary, or sacred. If a user possesses the talent to forge a God Slayer-type sword, they can witness the dangers these weapons pose. Moreover, these sacred gears are linked to dragons. You see, that's good to know. The second category consists of sacred gears featuring powerful beings within them. While these gears don't possess unusual abilities, they grant users the power to battle deities on equal footing. Examples include sacred gears containing the dragon Vritra, those sealed with China's 4 symbolic beasts, and the Great Impact gear featuring the Sky Blade dragon Cyberus. Thunder Fong, who has the Thunder Dragon Druck, or even your sacred gear Harry, is actually of this type. With sufficient training, you'll gain divine-level power, but since your sacred gear only has magic manipulation abilities, it hasn't yet reached the Longinus-type level. I suppose it's good to know. Finally, there are the first-class items that possess unique abilities and powers of a divine being or peer. For example, my sacred gear embodies the essence of Queen Titania, while the Forbidden View Baler clearly carries the spirit of the evil god Baler. The eternal fire hell is sealed with the god of fire Kagutsuchi. The heaven bull bears the celestial bull Gugalana, and the night reflection contains the primordial Akles, the embodiment of the night. Wait, I know the last one. Night reflection has always been a mid-tier sacred gear. How can you claim it possesses a primordial beings of physical form representing natural energy when this seal is applied to such a sacred gear? That's just plain logic-defying. I've seen it in the future, it's just that its users have never fully unlocked their potential. So if nothing is done about this, Kagutsuchi, Gugalana, and Akles won't be active for centuries. For now, there's no need to worry about that. However, these are the ones with the chance to become sacred gears Longinus. Yes, that information is important, but I don't think that's the main point here. You initially mentioned seeing a vision of Harry that helped him avoid going mad. But you didn't specify what happened in that vision. What exactly occurred during that vision? I'm sorry if I've offended you by getting off topic, but everything I've said is important. This information is particularly crucial because it's essential for the future, but also because over the years I've seen so much that sharing these stories with people who believe in me brings me joy and proves my visions aren't just figments of my tormented mind. Luna paused, gazing into the void with a sorrowful expression, recalling all the suffering she'd endured for years, countless mockery, cruelty, and distrust that had driven her to the brink of madness. But it was Harry Potterer, at least the version of himself, who could keep him sane. Enough to stay better than those he had to coexist with. Then suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, making him blink and look to see Harry giving him a soft smile. I know how much you've been through. I've seen this before and I know you're not lying. We'll listen to you, don't worry. Nobody here will judge you. Thank you, you have no idea how much this means to me. I'm barely 12 and I've seen so many terrible things. My mother knew I was special, that I had a unique power. She didn't treat me differently for it, but gave me guidance to become a better person and use my power for good. But she died right before my eyes in an accident, and my sacred gear activated because of that. Since then, I've been plagued by visions of alternate realities almost constantly. Now that I think about it, this is a bit confusing. You said you were a purebred, right? How could you possibly have a sacred gear? There's a mix of chaos and falsehood in my mother's bloodline. While it's confusing, technically I'm a second-generation mestiza, meaning I'm a daughter of pure blood and a mestiza. I've witnessed visions of the past, and apparently because my community, the magicians, use unforgivable dark spells, they're considered non-human by the system. But we still keep being human, you know? Only mestizos, mixed bloods, or muggleborns with occasional pure blood can obtain sacred gear, and even these latter individuals require an extremely traumatic event to activate the sacred gear. Yeah, I see. If you could find out who has sacred gear in this school, would you be able to figure it out? I've come across several sacred gear users, but unfortunately they're stuck in their ways. Getting them to activate their sacred gears would be a miracle. Well, anyway, you were telling us about your visions, and I'm equally sorry for losing your mother, Miss Lovegood. Thanks Anania Lever, since my mother passed away, I've been seeing so many visions and otherworldly beings from our astral plane that I've become a bit out of sync. I've tried to prove these beings exist to others, but they've mocked and rejected me for it. What's worse, I know so much about them that people who simply fear me. Everything seemed so bleak when I faced an impossible mission. In a parallel universe where I remained a victim of abuse and cruelty, A celebrity approached me with such kindness that he became intensely desirous. I watched as this man formed an unbreakable friendship with me and fulfilled my greatest wish to no longer be alone. Was that guy me, Luna? Truth be told, that universe existed as reality without sacred gears, gods, or anything like that. But when I saw that vision, I decided to push my limits. Gradually, I began witnessing visions of your heroic deeds, small and insignificant to some, yet grand to others, which left me utterly captivated. Though I didn't realize it at the time, the more I watched, the more control I gained over my sacred gear, discovering new powers and innovative uses until Titania finally granted me. I've got my life under control, and now I can see the world exactly how I want to see it. And that's all thanks to you, Harry Potter. I don't know what to say. No, there's no truth to that. I came here today just to help you out and meet you in person. Plus, if you'd actually tried to tear this down, it would have caused a whole bunch of problems, almost like a full-blown war. Ugh, darn. What luck we had, but now what? Simple, it's time they leave. Dumbledore could come at any moment and detect something amiss in Hogwarts. I'm glad you listened to me and didn't treat me like someone inferior. Today has been a great day for me, Luna said simply as she rose from the armchair, pondering what she wanted for the study room. The room then reverted to its original state, filled with books and other objects, though there was a passageway along one of the walls. Luna activates her sacred gear, observing through the timelines of time. These were the key artifacts. When I deactivated their powers, I sighed with exhaustion and marked a collection of books, swords, and other magical items. I recommend they take this bundle. They contain crucial information and even a substantial amount of money that might come in handy. Well, you think? Take this with you. I knew they'd do it anyway. Don't waste time, get moving now. They've got work to do, Luna said with a gentle smile, making Grigori's trio chuckle at how the girl remained completely composed. Ananiel swiftly teleported all those items and some others to Bezalel's mansion, where they'd thoroughly investigate all those matters. They approached the passageway created by the menagerie room, which Luna had mentioned would lead them to an exit that in the entry titled Harry. I looked at Luna with lingering doubts. The girl was harmless and truly just someone needing a friend, but he felt like it would be wrong to leave her alone at Hogwarts. He recalled what she had told him and how useful and reliable she could be for Grigori. So when he was about to speak, she placed her index finger on his lips and stopped him. Harry, calm down. I know what you're thinking, though it would be good. Now isn't the time for me to leave Grigori. I have assignments here that need to be completed. There are 2 people I need to reach out to and befriend. It might be tough, and there's a chance it might fail. But if I succeed, there's a good chance the future could be brighter than I ever imagined. Brilliant? Do you mean to say there's a time of darkness approaching? What will happen next? I don't know exactly what they are. Harry visions just fragmented glimpses. The future keeps shifting, no doubt about it. A war has come, one that's fast approaching and unstoppable. Our only option is to rally all allies and fight to avert the apocalypse. Well, that sounds terrible. But are you sure there's nothing we can do? There must be some specific way to stop it.
Estaba.
A war was bound to break out sooner or later, Harry. At least you have been warned to prepare. I'll seek allies while you must find yours. Truth be told, I'd love to go with you, but this time it would be dangerous. But we won't be separated for long. Eventually you'll return to Hogwarts, and there you'll begin the steps toward that future. What should I do? Is there more I can do? Just never forget who you are and keep striving to find your purpose in life. What's my purpose? Do you know what my purpose is? Truth is, you'll have to find it yourself. And when you do, it'll be painful yet beautiful to witness, the young blonde said solemnly before lunging to embrace Harry. Though taken aback, Harry took his time to slowly return the embrace. At that moment, he swore he'd remember this kiss for the rest of his life. I couldn't figure out why, but I guess this girl might be more special than she seemed, and that she'd play a big role in his life. As they parted ways, Luna gave Harry a soft smile. I hope, when all that happens, I can call you a friend, Harry, can I? Of course I will. I'm your friend, I'll never leave you, I swear. I swear, the young Potter said with a smile, though his eyes gleamed with determination. Luna beamed even wider, her face glowing with pure joy as she kissed Harry's cheek without hesitation, causing the boy to blush. The young Potter silently slipped out of the hallway, followed by Ananiel and Bezaleel, who waved goodbye to Luna. Shortly after entering the secret passageway, the door closed behind her, leaving Ravenclaw alone in the waiting room. She stared into the empty space for several minutes before finally letting out a restrained sigh. It will be tough, but I hope Cho Chang and Daphne Greengrass hear my words. Their abilities will be useful when Chaos and Hades start their wars. Dark times are coming, and I'm certain of that. Weeks later, a hellish world. The Zone of Fallen Angels. Got the latest scoop? I asked Calawarner over a sip of pineapple juice at the edge of the pool in Bezaleel's mansion. She wasn't alone. Middlet, Bezaleel, Harry, Ezekiel, Tobio, and Valley were all there with her. Everyone was in swimsuits enjoying a pool day, though Valley was there by necessity. The stubborn warrior kept training despite his lingering injuries from the fight with Perses. Azazel and Zachiel now ordered him to take a break and mingle with others. Bezaleel had decided to host a small gathering in his private pool to celebrate the major progress of the Black Tarot project, which Yomiel and Zernitra had said would be fully completed within months. Ezekiel, who was sipping some strawberry juice, glanced at the fallen angel of lesser rank. What are you talking about, huh? Regarding the horrific fight between Kokabeel, Yomiel, and Azazel. Rumors say it was brutal, though considering that a large part of the building's area was completely destroyed, I think it might be true. Was it that bad? Huh? I think my dad mentioned it to me, but he didn't pay attention. He was watching those weird music videos from ROP. You know? Said that. See that. I just don't get it. Why were they arguing in the first place? Madame Bezaleel? Ugh. Calawarner, how many times have I told you to call me that? I'm not some old woman, darn it. I've barely entered my prime yet. But haven't you lived since the age of the myth? Huh? Doesn't that make you a? Ezekiel, shut up. Never mention a woman's age. Never.
UPS. Lo siento.
Well then, Bezaleel, say, what exactly happened? I can't say for sure. Since my trip to Hogwarts, I've been doing research and spying for Azazel and Shemhazai, so I'm not exactly sure what happened with Kokabeel. Bezaleel recalled how his superiors reacted when he disclosed Luna's revelations. The looming war warning had left Azazel and the others pale with fear, so he sent her to spy on all supernatural factions. So far, they've only mentioned separate alliances in the lower realms, a group with considerable strength that hasn't uncovered anything yet. Azazel was now immersed in a marathon of learning about the sacred gear system, delving into Luna Lovegood's theories and stories about the birth of new sacred gear types like Longinus. She adjusted her sunglasses to see Valley, half-bandaged and frustrated, sprawled on his inflatable cushion in the pool. Hey Valley, do you know anything about this? TSK, actually. Just a bit of it. Grumno. Valley crossed his arms and swam in the pool, while Middle played with Harry and Tobio from a distance. Elle didn't want to be there but was forced by Zachiel. Honestly, the woman scared him so much that he had no choice but to comply. Well, for now Kokabeel learned about the Black Tarot. Apparently, this cheerful figure is thrilled that the method to recreate fallen angels is nearing completion. He went to talk with Azazel about his desire to start planning war strategies.
Va?
Oh no, darn it. He's always the same. The Black Tarot project isn't about war at all, it's about expanding our numbers and, above all, transforming every human we serve into fallen angels. This way, they'll gain the power and resilience to survive in battles they couldn't handle before, especially those using sacred gears. We can't start a war now. Even if Azazel wanted to, it would take 2,000 years to ignite one, and that's still a long time. Why does Kokabeel want to start a war so badly? Bezaleel? Something happened to him with the late Archangel Phanuel. Since then, he's been obsessed with proving how powerful fallen angels can be in battle. Honestly, I don't even recognize him anymore. Kokabeel was so brilliant and kind during our time in the skies, but he has changed. What else happened in the dispute between Mr. Kokabeel and Mr. Azazel, Valley? The situation was straightforward. Kokabeel had asked Azazel to form a specialized team to launch concentrated attacks in specific areas, essentially setting the stage for war. He apparently had this crazy plan to assassinate one of the Belial family members. Azazel flat out refused, warning against sparking conflict or drawing attention. For some reason, Kokabeel got so furious that he started fighting back. Azazel in his conference room. If not for Yomiel being there, it would have turned into a brutal showdown. Well, saying it's small scale is an understatement. The power of Kokabeel is truly terrifying. That's why it's called the Star of God. If you were to seriously fight it, you'd probably die in a second. PFF. Don't make me laugh. With my sacred gear, I can take him down in seconds. Yes, but here's the kicker, you've got a killer advantage. Just go at him without your sacred gear and you'll see what I mean. I'll just say Bezaleel was lounging in his chair, soaking up the artificial sunlight Yomiel had created ages ago. The whole place was peaceful. Harry and Middle chatting about everything under the sun, Calawarner and Ezekiel sipping juices while Valley and Tobio swam in complete silence. Everything was quiet until they heard barking sounds. Bezaleel looked up at his shoulders as a black dog approached them and transformed into an elderly man with a gray beard. The fallen angel growled slightly. Hello, Sirius. I see Grigori's medicine is working well. How's your treatment going? Ha ha ha. Amazing. That girl Ezekiel, you've got real magic hands in her care. I feel like a 20-year-old man again, and they know what they're talking about. This is the time to celebrate. Heh. Ugh, Sirius needs to sharpen his sense of humor. He's completely out of shape. I was in prison. What were you expecting? Anyway, I'm glad to see the progress. It's undeniable that with your help, many of our plans have worked out well. The Resurrection Stone, Horcruxes, and all the information you've shared. We're truly grateful for this. No problem, I just had to make a few calls. I did my best to show appreciation for how things didn't go as planned. They killed me and let me reunite with my adopted son. What's more, I've managed to reconnect with my aunts, something I never thought would be possible. Sorry if I didn't get around to doing much with that guy, Pettigrew. No, even before they caught me, I already knew he'd run away. That's him, the scoundrel rat who always flees from his own problems. But trust me, one day he'll be brought to justice and pay for his terrible betrayal. Now that I think about it, I never asked him how does it feel to learn about the three factions and all that.
I'm deeply shaken.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been terrified of contracts with the demons, but I knew nothing about fallen angels and that sometimes I feel this nervous about all this. But if Harry's happy here, then I'm happy too, Sirius said with a smile, watching his godson laugh softly with the little blonde Middlet over something trivial. He could see Tobio occasionally commenting on things, but mostly she kept quiet. Vala didn't interact with anyone, but the fact that he hadn't left meant he must have been feeling something while being with them. Sirius, though nervous about the whole situation, wasn't afraid of the fallen angels. They were wicked, but who isn't? He wasn't hypocritical about saying he hadn't done his part. Dealing with them had been a relief since he'd spent 12 years locked up in the worst prison. Being treated as a human being in this world was truly wonderful. And that girl Ezekiel did have a huge, beautiful, but yes, sir, he'd do anything to get her. A sly smile crept onto his face at the thought. Then Bezaleel spoke again. I have a question, Sirius. Dispara. I remember that woman of yours, I think it was Andromeda, about how she wanted to be part of your family. She didn't say anything about her daughter. And honestly, I didn't get her at all. It's a bit complicated. By accepting my cousin and her daughter into the family, I need to reciprocate with something in return. This is a law I can't ignore. The magic of family won't leave me. The only thing Andromeda could offer in exchange would be marrying her daughter Nymphadora off to me, Harry, or someone interested in an arranged marriage. I'd rather it be with Harry since at least my adopted son is trustworthy. Isn't that a lot? Trust me, I've seen what my family has done. This is something truly tender. Andromeda wants to talk to her daughter about this and convince her to keep quiet about how she's been in touch with me and all that. After that, it'll be her decision whether she accepts the matter or not. I'm thinking she and Harry should get to know each other better. But again, there's nothing more I can do. That's Andromeda's call after all. Oh my goodness, honestly I don't like that kind of arranged marriages. Who would do that? If the couple is incompatible, it obviously wouldn't work out. So who would be so blind as to push through with a marriage that's already set up without seeing that truth? In the distance, the Gremory gentleman snorted loudly. Splash! UGHH idiots! Vala suddenly screamed, completely soaked from Middlet and Tobio's prank that had them laughing at her state. Harry tried to hold back his laughter but couldn't help bursting into a loud laugh. Seeing his godson so happy made Sirius feel like all his failures weren't so crushing. And somehow Harry had found a bit of happiness. She has also found it with this whole group full of weirdos. Bezaleel watched with growing unease as Valley unleashed a demonic wave that battered the other three, sparking the most chaotic water war in the pool's history. Calawarner and Ezekiel joined the fray out of sheer boredom, fueling the chaos. She let them be. Luna Lovegood's cryptic yet serious comments had been haunting her since their conversation, and she knew it was inevitable. A war was coming, though she couldn't predict its form. That uncertainty gnawed at her like a phantom threat. For now, I'll do my best to gather all the information I can, and let these young people enjoy whatever fun they can have before endless battles come knocking in the future. He knew it was bound to happen anyway. Several months later, human world. England, London. Ha ha ha, so the guy said, "Wait a minute, you've never had time to start," and I replied, but I don't need super steroids to make myself noticeable. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. That was really funny, Harry said with a slight chuckle, while his companion, a beautiful woman in her late teens with pink hair and gothic attire, was laughing at his own story. The two were at a special ice cream shop in what would be London's downtown district, which was special because the others present at the shop were Middlet, Calawarner, Ezekiel, and Donasek. The reason they were there was straightforward: to serve as Harry Potter's bodyguards during his engagement with fiancée Nymphadora Tonks. They simply couldn't let the sacred gear user containing Zernitra's soul, a crucial component of the Black Tarot project, escape unscathed, especially in magical territory. Clearly, the four fallen angels didn't like the mission for various reasons. Calawarner: "Mom, maybe she can have some of her body parts, but at least I have the real deal. Look at my chest, they're big and natural, so yeah, I'm laughing at your little pink face." Mittles: "Good thing Rainair's not here. I think the thought of caring for a human, even if it's Harry, would drive him nuts. But she's such a fool, she doesn't see the benefits. Look at all this ice cream and it's all mine, ha 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 ha. Though I still don't like Harry having a fiancée. What does she have that I don't?" Ezekiel: "Why are we here? My dad always told me never to mess with other guys' girlfriends. That bad things always happen, God forbid I'm here. Mr. Azazel said we should keep tabs on Harry. But what if they're up to something at a hotel? Should we watch them? Or help Harry if he's having intimate issues? I'm totally confused. Plus, she's older than him, doesn't that make her a cougar?" Donasek: "What the heck am I doing here? Honestly, many guys are just plain stupid because they have muscles. It's truly disgraceful," said Nymphadora Tonks with a wry smile while sipping her strawberry smoothie. Harry shrugged at the response, unsure of what to say. Months had passed since Harry first met Nymphadora, who was actually called Tonks by everyone. In the story, Harry learned that Tonks had struggled with her mother for multiple reasons, including getting involved with a wanted criminal and her desire to reclaim her black identity, which led her to arrange a marriage. Tonks initially planned to approach his Aurora department head Amelia Bones to report serious black situation, but she hesitated. She knew her entire family would pay the price. After hearing the reasons and even seeing serious memory tapes, she accepted her mother's reasoning and kept Sirius' location secret. When she learned about the arranged marriage to become a black woman, she was furious. She avoided her mother for weeks until her father Ted Tonks, who knew everything about Harry, Sirius, and the fallen angels, convinced her daughter to reconcile with her mother and at least meet Harry, who would become her husband, to give it a shot. If she didn't try, there wouldn't be any issues. Then she met Sirius and Harry in person, finding them to be wonderful people. While Sirius had been a bit of a troublemaker during his time at Azkaban, Harry stood out as a calm and kind boy. What truly surprised her was learning that he had been raised in the church and trained to become a paladin. Since then, she has developed a fondness for the boy Potter, exchanging letters through Harry's familiar owl Hedwig and catching glimpses of each other when they're not on missions or working as Aurors respectively. Muscles don't define a person entirely. That's the lesson I learned in church. It's how one behaves that truly shapes who they are, Harry said wisely as he leaned back in his seat. Tonquin's boisterous comment in the boys, or rather man-wise remarks, might have been minor compared to her. Though Harry was clearly younger than her, he was exceptionally mature for his age. Despite appearing gentle, helpful, and calm, he had been trained to become a monster exterminator at the church. Blood had already spilled on him. She's been an Auror for a year now, yet she's still getting hit by multiple strikes more often than she is. As I delved deeper into this story, I became utterly captivated by this young man. This man in a teenage body who chose to accept arranged marriage. Thankfully, the contract stipulated a clear timeline for resolving the matter. She had 3 years to reconsider her decision. During this period, she would have had ample time to get to know who might be her future husband. The kind of people they had in their community were so racist and closed-minded that it was a real bonus to have a promising strong, handsome warrior mage who was kind in his own way and had solid connections with one of the world's 3 most powerful factions. After all, he must have seen the benefits in all this. His mother was right, even though she was black herself. Being shrewd is in her blood. The only thing that bothered him about his fiancée was he had a fan club. She could even see him now on her shoulder, those 2 girls staring at her coldly in the kitchen. From the moment they entered the place, she clearly sensed something special about her fiancé. But if she wanted to touch him, they'd have to fight her. She'd kick his, but if he dared lay hands on what was rightfully hers, well, she was quite jealous and didn't mind admitting it. "You're smiling like that, what's on your mind, Tonks?" Harry asked, pulling the red-haired girl out of her reverie. He really liked this woman. She was fun, genuine, loyal, and incredibly kind. She respected many aspects of his past, honored his decisions and life goals. Being with Grigori, another wizard who might have thought it dangerous after all, but she respected his desire to stay loyal to the Fallen Angels organization. "Nothing at all, just thinking how some harpies are wasting their time," Tonks said sarcastically, glancing over her shoulder at Middlet and Calawarner, who had gotten so angry they pulled out their lances, ready to kill the Auror, but Donasek just moved her with an annoyed expression to stop them from wasting time. Ezekiel, who was sitting at the entrance of the establishment keeping watch for anyone coming in, only blinked at the 2 girls' abilities and simply shrugged off, never understanding the women's capabilities. Harry scratched his head in confusion. "No, I didn't understand. I didn't expect anything different. That's just who I am. So don't worry. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about that. But how did you end up not going to school? It's strange to see a young person your age who's never been to school yet still being so smart." "Oh, that's something interesting. The church gave me an intensive study day. Everyone trained to be exorcists or paladins has a structured study routine. As for me, I'm halfway through high school, but Miss Ezekiel thought I needed to study more. I don't know why, but she acts a bit like a mother to me. You can see you need it, kid. You've never had a proper mother or maternal figure. I think that's actually a good thing. Even though I went to Hogwarts, I focused heavily on my Muggle studies. My dad thought it was a good idea because if I can't land a decent job in the wizarding world, at least I can try something in the Muggle world. Look at him, owns an entire mechanical shop and earns more than any other Muggle-born kid at the Ministry of Magic. Honestly, this society is really corrupt. Ugh, yeah, that's why I became an Auror in the first place. While helping others was part of my motivation, it was more about a plan to climb the ranks in the Ministry of Magic. My goal was to replace Amelia Bones as head of the entire department, and once I gained enough fame, become the next minister. A cool goal. It would be wide but not impossible. Yes, I wanted to make changes in this system. It's so corrupt and outdated. I've seen the wonders Muggles have created, yet I still can't understand how closed-minded other wizards are. Honestly, even my mom gets surprised when she watches a movie on DVD. Maybe she's learned a lot from my dad, but she's still pure blood. Clearly I was like that too, but it wasn't my fault. The church wouldn't let me see things others did. A few months ago, they first told me about children's stories. Stories? What do you mean by that? Well, the Brothers Grimm stories are a prime example. They're fascinating. Yes, they're for kids, but since I've never read them before, they help me pass the time, though I don't really get why Penemu keeps insisting I should read Alicia in pajamas. Why would she? Is this some kind of parody version of Alice in Wonderland? Phew, oh my god, ha ha ha, how innocent she is and how vulgar the other woman is. I need to keep an eye on her. Who would know I took my fiancée's virginity? I swore I'd make it mine. Did you hear that, Penemu? It's gonna be mine. From afar, Penemu sensed she had been challenged. Harry, you should just ignore that advice. You mentioned that girl, the fallen angel? Yeah, you know, that Ananiel who goes nuts when you mention suggestive things, right? I think she'd be pissed if you took Penemu's comments seriously. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, of course, I guess so. Anyway, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. My mom and Sirius have repeatedly told me not to tell Dumbledore anything about you. Well, I don't see how that's possible. Why would Dumbledore even talk to me? I was just another Hogwarts student, the only Muggle-born in England, but more than that, I was just a regular Hufflepuff. and surviving the crazy expectations of that clueless Snape? Well, I don't care what you think. Why wouldn't you want to meet Dumbledore? It's not that I want to get to know him, but others have convinced me not to mess with him, and I think they're right. It's not that he's bad, I've never met him in person, so I can't hate him or anything like that. It's more about strategy and my current situation. After all, he's my legal guardian by law, and as such, he holds the custody rights. I'm not totally getting it. Harry, could you explain this to me? I dwell among fallen angels. My allegiance remains with Grigori, this will never change. They've granted me more freedom than any other force could. Had I joined the heavens, I'd become nothing but a nameless soldier, suppressing emotions to obey their decrees. But if I joined the demons, I'd become a slave with no escape, only death or endless persecution. The fallen angels have truly given me tremendous freedom. I see, but in my case I would never consider joining the Devil's Club, they're the bad guys, right? Not all of them. There are known good demons like Mephistopheles, the former owner of Kuo City in Japan, who even fell in love with an exorcist. And here's the rumor circulating: Mr. Shemhazai is married to a devil. No jokes, that's impressive. Don't even start. Now think about it, if Dumbledore found out about me, he'd be a thorn in my side. And if they knew I'm under the command of fallen angels, well, who knows what these wizards would do. They're not exactly good at common sense and could cause me trouble. All I need to do is wait 3 years, and then no one will have a say in my life anymore. I see I still don't quite get your stance against Dumbledore, but hey, I guess it's not such a bad thing anyway. Now that you mention it, I remember you still owe me your birthday present. Not everyone turns 14 every day. Tonks, you're so kind, but my birthday was 3 months ago. Yeah, I do forget things sometimes. I say it's just your gift, but I still feel bad about not being there at your birthday party, you know, work and all that stuff. And giving a belated birthday present isn't bad, right? Calm down, I don't take that seriously, but what could it be about the gift? Ugh. Suddenly Harry froze, clutching his chest as his face twisted into a look of confusion and pain. He sprang up from his seat, drawing everyone's attention, Tonks more than anyone, because she could have seen at first glance that Harry was genuinely in serious trouble. Harry! She screamed, startled from her seat as she rushed toward the young Potter. The boy staggered to the left before collapsing to his knees, clutching his chest. Ezekiel, Middlet, Calawarner, and Donasek sprang into action, rushing toward Harry, who was gasping for breath. Harry, how are you? What's going on with you? Curse! Something's happening to him. Young Ezekiel, what are we supposed to do? Yeah. I remember now. Call Mr. Yomiel. We need to head straight to the base. Harry, hold on. We're coming for help. Ezekiel, what's wrong with this girl? We can't just leave her here alone. I don't know, Donasek. Hurry up. I've already prepared the teleportation seal. Ugh. Harry reassures everyone that everything will be fine. There's no other way, Calawarner said. Miss Tonks will come with us. She'll be right here. You know all too well that if she goes to the underworld, she officially becomes part of Grigori. You know that, Ezekiel. Oh no, I totally forgot. Hey Miss Tonks, it might be a bit rushed, but shut up. I'm not deaf. I saw it clearly. Come on, Harry's in danger. Tonks shouted urgently. She didn't care that her decision meant joining a dangerous group, but when she checked Harry, she found his magical energy was being severely affected, like something was trying to chain him down or something. They needed help, and she wouldn't leave her fiancé alone. Undoubtedly, she moved toward the teleportation seal with the others as Ezekiel and Donasek struggled to hold back a Harry Potter who was shaking violently. She growled in concern when seeing her fiancé in such a state. Let's go. Hurry up, right now. Middlet shouted, and all of them were instantly sealed by the teleportation seal. Most were worried about the dark shadow and its sudden attack. They knew something was off one way or another. In a flash, they vanished, leaving the ice cream shop completely deserted. Little did they know that elsewhere, what caused Harry Potter's current state was unfolding. At the same time, Hogwarts, the Fire Cauldron will select the 3 champions who will compete in the tournament. Now is the moment to choose the contestants. Ludo Bagman dramatically shouted, pointing at the object mentioned in the middle of the main hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That year had seen the revival of a once-closed tournament among the three magical schools Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Buxbathansel vying for the title of best school. Luna Lovegood stood motionless at the secluded corner of Ravenclaw's table, her third eye to the Tyonian goddess granting her extraordinary vision. Through countless timelines, she had witnessed how the Three Magi tournament became the pivotal moment that changed everything for Hogwarts. Harry Potter always played a pivotal role during those years. The Three Magi tournament became Voldemort's moment of resurrection, triggering a 3-year darkness for all wizards, especially those in alternate timelines where the Harry Potters would never find peace after that year. Though life in those alternate realities was already a living nightmare, there wasn't much left to say about it. Luna wasn't terrified by Voldemort's imminent return. What truly haunted her was her inability to foresee the future. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what would happen, and she had a gut feeling that whatever came next would be terrifyingly dangerous. There were powerful forces at play in this, the young Ravenclaw thought. If I want to help Harry, I need to become stronger and obtain the breaker balance. If that half-vampire guy Gasper could unlock all his sacred gear's power, then I can definitely do it, Luna mused, recalling Gasper's future visions and his progress in the Forbidden View Baylor. She had always felt a connection with Gasper because his sacred gears were visually striking and seemed to relate to space-time, though they were fundamentally different in reality. She maintained control of her sacred gear, but her skills hadn't improved much. In contrast, Gasper's abilities were the exact opposite. She had spent 2 years honing her fairy tale skill, using her magical power as the foundation to move her physical body beyond space and time into a dimensional realm. This transformation made her an intangible entity, yet not entirely without form. Normal, because magic only allows their eyes and sacred gear to unleash that power. Any attack would always be blocked by the fairy tale's invulnerability. She's been using that wall-piercing ability like a pro when Ravenclaw girls gang up on her. But here's the catch, it's a total drain, it takes a ton of energy. The ability can only last for a few continuous minutes and isn't always effective. While it can partially transcend the space-time barrier, it's limited to specific body parts. If she engages in combat with a group, someone might damage her vulnerable body parts. Her eyes are also defenseless against attacks, and if she happens to be blind, her power remains inactive. This skill rivals the power of a Pseudolonginus sacred gear, though even reaching that level requires relentless training. The first champion is Victor Krum. Albus Dumbledore's voice rang out, drawing Luna's gaze upward as she blinked at the young champion from Durmstrang. She recognized him as a renowned professional Quidditch player, though he didn't exactly catch her eye. Yet her brow furrowed in confusion as she stared at Krum, sensing something off about him that she hadn't encountered in other alternate realities. Well, given how crazy his world was, it wouldn't be surprising if he possessed unique abilities or even more. He wasn't alone either, as he could sense a tremendous amount of raw power throughout Hogwarts. Just look at her, you'll see she was right. The second champion is Fleur Delacour. Luna watched as a young blonde woman rose from her seat, greeting everyone with a radiant smile. She smiled gently, knowing Fleura, slightly vain yet remarkable woman of Vila descent. Vila were a race descended from the union of a Fury and a succubus. By the rules of her world, Luna was certain that even though Fleur only held a quarter Vila bloodline, she must possess astonishing powers. As Luna blinked, she sensed someone moving beside her. Glancing sideways, she saw Cho Chang staring at her for a second before resuming his own business. Yet to everyone else except them two, there was a message that had been sent. Cho sensed danger from Fleur. And the last champion is Cedric Diggory, Dumbledore exclaimed dramatically, spreading his hands as the Hufflepuff boy rose from his seat and received applause from most Hogwarts students. Luna made a small gesture and glanced toward the nearly silent Slytherin table, meeting Daphne Greengrass's gaze, who let out an unintentional amused snort. Luna smiled gently at the hidden joy of her other ally, Daphne. Unlike Cho, she was a great companion when they were alone, though naturally they would act as if she didn't even exist in public. After all, Daphne genuinely enjoyed her reputation as an untouchable among other students. Knowing she had friends and more with Luna could damage her standing. Luna didn't care. Right now, with the champions chosen, it's time for Dumbledore suddenly cut off, as the fire cauldron activated once more. Everyone present watched in silence, wondering what was happening. Luna wasn't surprised. This had been what she'd been waiting for a long time, the beginning of change, whether for better or worse. She wasn't the only one who saw that scene, each with their own reasons for being interested. Cho Chang frowned at the glass, his brow furrowing as he recalled Lovegood's words about what was coming that day. She already had evidence of what lay beyond the magical world, and had even spoken with the entity sealed within her sacred gear. But seeing another proof of Lovegood's ability to perceive alternate realities and partial futures stirred up a wave of irritation in him. A mix of fear and excitement swept through her being. From now on, things would never be the same. Daphne Greengrass shared the same thought, though in a different way. If Luna's words were true, it meant that someone who could help her through this difficult situation might finally appear. Hidden from everyone's sight, young Bartai Crouch transformed into Alastair Moody through the polyjuice potion. He eagerly watched his master's plan take effect, but made a grimace as a mark burned deep into his neck. He still remembered the warnings from the 3 judges of the Infernithide Act whenever they pleased, but they'd do whatever it took. They were certain Voldemort's physical plan would be a resounding success. And so all present in the Hogwarts Hall watched as an illegal 4th champion was introduced at a shocking revelation that would transform the lives of magical communities and countless individuals forever. Nothing would remain the same, and none could have foreseen this twist. A piece of paper emerged from the fire cup, landing in Dumbledore's outstretched hand. As he read the inscription, he marked the 4th champion's fate with a single stroke. Unwittingly involved in that tournament. With a tone of complete surprise, Dumbledore simply uttered 2 words, "Harry Potter?" "And all changes are permanent." Continuara. When I was halfway through, I realized the conversation with Luna was taking up too much time and wouldn't satisfy the audience. So I pushed through, got up at dawn, and ended up with a terrible headache. But I managed to complete the chapter with all the content I planned to include. As for Cocabeel's part, I'll save that for later chapters. Let's start with this cap. Here are my personal deductions about the Sacred Gear system. No one knows when the war between the 3 factions ended. Some say it was 1,000 years ago. Others claim 10,000. Honestly, I don't know either. In my opinion, I believe God died after Jesus Christ sacrificed himself for us. If we do the math, the era when the god Luff emerged, who would ultimately slay Baylor, mirrors the early 2000s. So who exactly imprisoned Baylor within Gasper's sacred gear? Well, you know this isn't canonical lore, but Luna's power remains remarkably useful, and her ability is, through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Serafal. But the audience has spoken up, and I've had new ideas that could. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand the story of Grigori and similar figures. Unlike the celestial beings and demons, fallen entities didn't lose as many high-ranking members. This explains why we'll see actual fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DD. Keep this in mind. Wandering around here and there, stumbling through the streets. If someone had asked Nymphadora Tonks a few weeks ago what heck would look like her in this case, the underworld, she would simply say it would be a place filled with suffering and demonic flames engulfed every corner. She never imagined this would be a world without seas, with a purple sky and artificial sun and moon. Though it wasn't exactly spectacular, the sheer horror of being trapped in this darn heck still left her breathless. But that was beside the point. Just like the section about the demons of the underworld, someone must be logged into the system to enter it, otherwise it would be an illegal entry. Therefore, for Tonks to be able to enter the territory of the fallen angels, the hellish realm had essentially been incorporated into the system, fully becoming part of the fallen angels faction. Therefore, she had now become an enemy of angels, demons, and other species. As a result, Grigori's high command decreed that she required protection, and thus she was no longer allowed to exist in the magical world. Bezaleel had already informed her that even if she denied it, she was already part of Grigori. Her loyalty no longer belonged to the Ministry or the Aurors. She was deeply annoyed and genuinely furious, but she calmed down because, in the end, she made the decision herself. She had chosen her fiancé and family above all else, so there was no point in regretting it now. Mom was furious, the woman with curly hair thought, gazing at the artificial sky of the infernal world. When she informed her parents about her whereabouts and the unexpected union that emerged, Grigori was furious not because he joined forces with Grigori himself, but because the job had escalated from dangerous to downright insane. They were genuinely worried about her, that's the truth. Sirius had spoken with her to try to calm her down about the incident. She was deeply grateful for her second cousin's support, though what troubled her most was that since arriving in the realm of fallen angels, she hadn't received any response from Harry. She had been living at the mansion with Sirius, Valley, and Tobio, who, just like her, they were waiting for answers about what happened to Harry. What the heck is going on? A sudden scream snapped the attention of the metamorph, who immediately rushed out to investigate. She entered the mansion's living room to find Tobio and Valley, still bandaged, staring at Sirius, who was growling in front of two plasma screens displaying images of Andromeda, Tonks, and Zachiel. Both women looked furious and agitated. Nymphadora had a bad feeling. So she and her crew went to Black, who was grumbling angrily on the ground. How did this happen? Harry wasn't even in that darn castle. And now he's nearly dead over something he has nothing to do with. Andromeda, what else have you found out about this whole thing? The Ministry remains tight-lipped on the matter, claiming that Harry Potter's name was illegally placed in the cauldron and that he must compete or risk losing his magical powers. A formal statement has been issued at the Ministry level to all the magical communities worldwide so they can be informed of what happened. But this sounds like utter nonsense. What did Fudge say? What did Dumbledore say? Sirius, this happened just 5 days ago, and the minister still won't give a formal statement on his stance. The coward is keeping his mouth shut. Dumbledore made it clear that canceling the tournament is perfectly acceptable, but you know how politics works. 3 countries have already backed this event, so there's no way to pull it off. Let's not forget how public opinion usually plays out. They just want to see Harry Potter in any way possible. They don't realize they nearly caused the death of young Potter, Zachiel declared with icy fury, his eyes blazing with suppressed rage. It was no wonder when the young protector, Barrakiel, and Penemew had been brought to his consultation room, where they were horrified by the malignant effects he was suffering from his magical power. He was nearly dead, not just joking around, but because Zernitra, returning to Harry's sacred gear that stabilized the young Potter's magical energy, which would have likely killed him according to Mrs. Tonks. Harry was placed in a magical contest by inserting his name into an ancient artifact that bound his magic to a spell contract requiring, if he competes, he would lose his magic. Horrible, truly terrible. They don't realize Harry's magical core is far greater than that of an ordinary wizard. Thanks to his sacred gear not being at Hogwarts and not being the one who inscribed his name on that artifact, a magical attack nearly drained his entire magical energy, which means all his life's strength. Tobio entered the conversation with an angry grimace. Though socially withdrawn, he developed a weakness for Harry and Valley. What better way to forge deep camaraderie than through a life-or-death battle? Hearing that one of his allies nearly died over something he'd never been involved in sparked a surge of anger within him that he moved forward to be seen by the 2 women. "I'm glad Harry's okay," he said. "But the real question now is, what will they do about this? The darn conspiracy that nearly killed Harry was completely unrelated. What really puzzles me is why they haven't decided whether to keep him alive or not." Andromeda and Zachiel remained silent as Sirius, Tonks, Valley, and Tobio waited for their answers. Andromeda couldn't provide a proper response. Binding contracts were irrevocable. However, her ignorance of the world's secrets, particularly her lack of knowledge about the fallen angels before meeting them, revealed her limited understanding. She couldn't possibly know if there was a way to cancel such a contract. The responsibility fell entirely on Zachiel to answer. The fallen angel woman sighed with a mix of frustration and irritation before speaking. "There's nothing that can be done." "What kind of response is that?" "It's my future husband they tried to kill. How could they not do it?" "Nada." Tonks suddenly screamed in fury, lunging forward and pushing Sirius aside to glare at Zachiel with pure rage. Tobio trembled at the woman's furious cry. Valley merely raised an eyebrow at the chaotic scene of the metamorphosed woman. Andromeda let out a sigh at her daughter's outburst. Zachiel stumbled back, making a face before regaining his composure. Tonks didn't. "So what? What's your take on this?" "Next time keep your mouth shut, girl." You're too young to talk to me about that tone. This time I'll let it slide. Think carefully, what would we do now? We can't get involved in those territories. We'd have to deal with Mephistopheles, and thus also the devils. That would be a full-blown political debate that could lead to more chaos. We can't afford to trigger an international catastrophe. Here's the deal, our strength isn't at its peak right now, with all the chaos surrounding Kokabeel and everything else going on. But Harry, I know he's been targeted in an assassination attempt, and I know he's locked into this darn scheme. Yomiel is watching to see what moves he can make, and the gentleman, Azazel, is having a meeting with his top brass to coordinate their next move after this incident. So calm down now. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I know this bothers you all. Your partner was the one affected anyway. Let's be real, this guy really clicked with me. Many of us were drawn to the young Potter. I won't deny we felt a bit smitten, but we need to see the bigger picture. Acting rashly could backfire. All we can do is wait and find a way out of this mess. For now, I'll let you visit Harry. He's still in a coma, but at least maybe being with his loved ones will do him some good. What do you think? Well, I appreciate your understanding. Ms. Zakiel, sorry for the shouting. Stop the chatter. Use the teletransportation seal. Mr. Black knows how to handle it. I'll wait for them and remind them, stay calm, we'll figure this out. Just stay calm. I'm off. With that, Zakiel's video screen turned off, leaving Tonks with the other three in the room next to the screen, showing Andromeda anxiously watching her cousin and daughter. Tonks let out a sigh, her concern for Harry seeming deeper than she'd anticipated. She lifted her gaze to meet Sirius' eyes and pleaded with a pleading look for permission to visit him. Sirius didn't say another word but started walking toward another part of the manor, followed by Tonks, Valley, and Tobio. Without delay, they reached the teleportation portal and appeared in the medical zone of Grigori's headquarters the next instant. Without delay, they headed to the fourth room where Harry was. On their way, they spotted a young woman leaning against the wall, black hair with a streak of blonde on one side, dressed in a Gothic-style red tank top and dark jeans. She glanced at the humans and Valley with weary calm before moving to approach him. I saw Zakiel let them in. Hi Espiel, I thought you were on a mission. Well, that's the thing, Lord Black, but Azazel ordered me to come and cover some important matters. It seems Harry Potter's problem is more serious than expected. But that's beside the point. I suppose they're here to visit the boy Potter, right? Espiel asked with a weary smile and a strange tone that made Tonks uncomfortable, though she remained silent beyond the wall. Sirius, having already met the woman, remained calm despite her monotonous tone. He merely nodded in response to her question. Espiel, visibly exhausted, began moving about, guiding the others through the room. Before long, they arrived at the chamber where a comatose Harry Potter lay, kept alive by machines and under the watchful eye of hospital wizards from the headquarters. Espiel nudged the window frame, alerting the two medical wizards, who immediately left without a word. With a gentle smile, Espiel entered the room, followed by his companions. She made a gesture toward the sleeping Harry. Go and keep watch on the boy. They can't stay here much longer. I'll go check if they bring food for you all. Thank you, Espiel. You're so kind. Sirius replied as he settled into the armchair, accompanied by Tobio, who merely watched the young Potter sleeping on his bed after the attack that nearly cost him his life. Tonks decided to take a chair and sit near Harry, while Valis stood apart from everyone in a corner of the room, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Espiel glanced at all of them before smiling. With exhausted, she continued her journey out of the room, intending to head to the kitchen. But then she paused mid-stride, gazing into the void for a few seconds before speaking. From your story, if you're here, I can assume you're aware of how despicable you are as a human being, Fried Selzen. Getting close to that guy would be a grave sin for you, but I can imagine there's still something good in that filthy heart of yours anyway. I suggest you leave with Kokabeel. Not welcome here. Muscullo. Espiel continued his path coldly, leaving the exorcist Fried leaning against a wall. Fried stared into the void without his usual expression of madness and murderous urgency. Instead, radiating calmness devoid of malice, he gazed silently into the void, lost in thought. After a few minutes, he turned toward Harry's room before disappearing into the unknown. The man had committed so many sins that even being around his former friend was something he couldn't bring himself to do. No was able to. Several days later, main headquarters of the Association of Magicians. Honestly, this is a serious problem. The grumpy male wizard Mephistopheles, leader of the Wizarding Society, was browsing through files on his computer and papers given to him by his pretty secretary. His current issue was something he'd had to deal with for years, and that was Harry Potter. Years ago, the elderly wizard representative Albus Dumbledore had sought out Mephisto to locate Harry Potter, who hadn't shown up for his Hogwarts school year. With his extensive network of contacts, Mephisto began searching for the Potter heir and found him in the world's most unexpected place, the church. When he discovered Harry Potter had joined the Angel faction, Mephisto simply lied to Dumbledore about the boy's whereabouts. But it seemed he had to report the situation to the heavens so Harry Potter would have to compete in the tournament of the three magi. Though annoyed by the situation, he didn't have all his time in the world and couldn't do much. He had no choice but to call the Los Angeles well. Somewhere in the universe, the old Lucifer would be chuckling at this. 5 minutes later, so Harry Potter is with the fallen angels? Yes, somewhere in the universe, the original Lucifer is fiercely mocking him, especially after that clumsy botched attempt he just caused. The whole situation was straightforward. He would simply inform the heavens about the tournament among the three wizards and try to resolve the matter by preventing the angels from having to get their hands dirty in the affairs of the magical communities he hadn't had time to fix. Were then answered by the eight-winged angel Acre. Upon hearing the reason for his summons, Acre told Mephisto without any pity that Harry Potter had actually deserted the church and joined Gregory. The situation is not good. In fact, Mephisto, some of our top exorcists have backed up those claims. I believe this even happened a year ago. I'm surprised the demons still don't know. Acre responded with a gentle wry smile. The stunning woman had short blonde hair with long strands cascading down her forehead, framing her pale face and gray eyes with a scar between the left eye. Clad in golden and silver armor, she displayed 8 proud white wings on her back. Her presence was visible through the interdimensional communication screen, where Mephisto was conversing. She wasn't some ordinary celestial angel like those in the heavens, but her fame came from her mastery of magic and other skills. Mephisto discreetly surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move. The heavens had no precise knowledge of the magical territories, and now he had learned that there was a tournament where Harry Potter, traitor to his faction, was forced to compete or risk losing his magic. Thus, Mephisto was certain the angels would take action in this matter. Well, you know what? Let's cut the flame off. Mephisto. What? You know, I'll report this to the Seraphim and we'll obviously step in on this matter, right? You know what? Whatever comes next won't be pretty. You need to find a way to contact Gregory and the Mouse. This won't be easy. Honestly, I hope this doesn't backfire on us. Acre's beautiful face showed only a tense smile as she waved her short hand at the communication screen, leaving the old devil alone in his office. Mephisto slowly rose from his seat, approached an antique display case in his private office, and pulled out a bottle of aged rum. Returning to his personal armchair, the devil with his two-tone hair and ceremonial demeanor took a sip straight from the bottle while gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. He knew his next move was to call Searches and the other Mouse for a casual briefing on the situation. They held him in high esteem, but truth be told, he was a tough nut to crack. After all, he was a subnormal person, and who knew how this news would affect him. He took another hearty gulp of rum, slumped deeper into his seat, and mumbled with sorrow, "Oh, I'm so messed up." A couple of days later,
Sede de Grigori.
"I swear to you, Shemhazai, it wasn't my fault. Honestly, nobody did anything stupid. Yeah, that happened before, but this time it wasn't my fault. I don't know who told the devils and angels about the three magi tournament. No, it wasn't me. You know how I handle spies. It wasn't my fault. Darn, it wasn't my fault. What do you know? Go with your wife and rest. Please stop screaming. Do you know what? Let's talk later," he said, his voice growing weary as Azazel swiped her phone away, muttering that her friend and true confidant needed a vacation, or perhaps another honeymoon with his wife. The stress and anxiety were taking their toll on him. His guard, the close companions and 2 of his many close allies, Barakil and Shazakil, a man with long chestnut hair and jade-green eyes clad in an ancient black and white armor, carrying a sheathed sword on his hip, simply looked at their leader with shared sorrow, knowing that Shemhazai wasn't the only one who had complained about what had happened. In any case, he and his guards entered the specially prepared room for the meeting, where they would face their personal adversaries Searches Lucifer, leader of the demon faction, and Michael, leader of the angel faction. The topic of discussion? Harry Potter and the Darn Tournament of the Three Cursed Wizards. Azazel thought it sounded like a book title. When she received messages from the devils and angels about Harry Potter and that darn magical mess, chaos ensued. Many blamed each other, thinking someone had messed up, and sadly, many pointed fingers just because they could. Azazel muttered to himself, "Oh, he'll get his revenge after this. You'll see how his subordinates will complain when they realize they won't have a Christmas security system, just wait." He took his seat accompanied by Shazakil and Barakil, as communication screens activated. One displayed searches alongside Seraphal Leviathan and Graphia Lucifuge, while another showed Michael with Gabriel and Aker. Azazel had previously mentioned how these guys had two girls in other situations, but he was being serious at that moment, so he didn't beat around the bush and started speaking. "Well, Michael, it's a pleasure to talk with you all. It's also a pleasure, Azazel. The same goes for you, Azazel and Searches. We might be diplomatic with each other, but friends aren't like that, so I'll cut to the chase. You know how they found out Harry Potter is part of Grigori and has been entered into a competition, right? Let me make this clear. It's set in a magical village where Mephisto is attempting to reform but clearly failing, given that they don't even know about the demons and other factions. Straight and raw as always, Azazel. You little angel's mouth is drooling. I still can't forget how you went around gossiping about my blazer shining aura darkness blade. Even so, Azazel still can't forget the most humiliating offense she's ever endured. I also don't get why you want to get involved in this, Michael. It's none of your business. But the truth is way more complicated than just Harry Potter and that darn tournament. Azazel. First off, he's a traitor to our side from the get-go. His crimes include stealing 3 of our swords and, most importantly, attempting to kill 2 of our exorcists. It was self-defense, Michael. Don't play the saint here. Whether he's defending himself or not, he's a traitor to my side. So I can't stand letting such misconduct go unpunished. And then you ask yourself why I left the skies, with all these excuses and empty words just to say I want revenge. This is pure hypocrisy. Please, Azazel, I'm a seraphim and the new god of the angelic faction. I don't need to get involved with something as sinful as revenge. Let me make this clear. I am deeply offended by that implication. RRR, pointing all that out means you want something from Harry Potter. Do you want us to deliver it? Is that what he called us for? A reward, or more like revenge? No, I admit my church followers made their mistakes, terrible ones. I can imagine Harry Potter's struggles growing up in the church, even though he's still seen as a traitor and thief. But at least I can sympathize with his decision. It was a huge loss. I see you're the protector for that guy, so I can't ask for anything in return like getting those 3 swords back. But here's what I'm saying. We angels won't be left behind in this mess. That's exactly why I decided to jump into this debate. And what about Harry Potter? Do you still want his revenge? Perhaps the exorcists or paladins will chase him for his betrayal, but that's about it. Losing our 3 swords is something we'll struggle to replace, but I'm sure they'll recover over time. Of course, without any grudges. Growling. Michael, while I find their debate entertaining, there's one crucial point they should remember when it comes to magical matters. We humans are the ones who hold the reins. Entering Search's conversation with a radiant smile, I inadvertently sparked a hidden fury from the angels and fallen ones. Those arrogant words truly hurt his nerves. Azazel made a pointed gesture, locking eyes with Searches. He wouldn't let the devil get the better of him, even though he knew Searches was already the most powerful among them. A truth that cut deep into his pride. The Lucifer man settled into his seat and stared straight at the fallen angels. Mephistopheles, leader of the Association of Magicians and other magical institutions, places all magicians under the jurisdiction of the devils. So if any subordinate of Grigori ends up in a competition in those territories, we'll just let them compete. But the fallen angels and regular angels won't have a say in this, because if not, simply if they refuse to let him participate in this tournament, and that's where the problem won't escalate into something bigger. Then Harry will die, and Searches won't have to worry about future dangers, or whether he'll participate in the tournament without our help. If we don't assist him, he might cause an accident that would make Harry join his noble family or his sisters. TSK. As if this outcome wouldn't surprise any one darn devil, Barakil thought, covering his face with his hand to conceal his murderous expression. Barakil knew Searches had orchestrated the entire scheme to introduce his daughter Aquino into Rias Gremory's noble circle. The notorious bully had previously pulled this stunt with other nobles of the girl's lineage. How could a heiress and the sister of a Mao end up in perilous territories just as he revived those who would become part of his noble court? Having closely monitored and investigated the Mao's associates multiple times, Grigory knew there was foul play behind Rias Gremory's noble status. It couldn't be mere coincidence that an innocent girl like her would ultimately save her knight, bishop, queen and even her castle from certain demise at the perfect moment. Territories like those near the Angel Lands, Vampire Hunters' territories, or Himejima clan's territories exemplify how an heir could end up in such places when common sense dictates they're dangerous for a demon. Similarly, there's the case of Searches who stopped executing Kaneko Tojo and later gave her to his sister as a gift. If we add up all those examples, it becomes clear that someone had orchestrated these events to allow Rias to gain prominent new members for her noble order. This devil's devotion to his sister was so profound that he could orchestrate such occurrences just to give her a new piece of her own. Barakil hated Searches deeply for those cruel tricks with a smile and no compassion, much like how his daughter now hates him and lives with the demons. And was he now plotting another ridiculous scheme to steal Grigory's protégé and hand him over to his sister? If he weren't better than that, he'd surely have screamed in rage. But the truth was, his calmness stemmed from trusting Azazel. The man always had a knack for spotting hidden opportunities that could benefit him. Fortunately, Azazel found a countermeasure. "How dare you, Searches Lucifer? How dare you act so arrogantly in this matter? This wasn't orchestrated by us but by you. If you so shamelessly proclaim that the topic of magicians belongs to the devils, then it means my subordinate was illegally dragged into a tournament at your expense, risking both his magic and life." Azazel glared at Searches, who blinked slightly as he staggered back. Clearly shaken, Michael, who had been contemplating Searches' declaration, agreed with Azazel. If one of his human subordinates ended up in Harry Potter's shoes, he would have been furious. The same would apply if one of his followers got involved in a tournament without understanding the stakes. It could cost him his life. Of course, this would make him even angrier, especially when Searches was dismissing the matter with such contempt, throwing it to the wind and ignoring Grigory. "I agree with Azazel, Searches. While Harry Potter might be a traitor to my faction, he's innocent in this whole mess. Yet you dare to brush this off as nothing and take the credit? That's not the way to go. By admitting that wizard-related matters are the domain of the demons, you've taken responsibility for this issue. You've acknowledged it was the demons' fault, which means you've deliberately caused an attack on the fallen angels." "Wait, what?" Searches was taken aback, his arrogance making him think the problem wasn't serious. Serafal was about to roar in anger, but Graphia placed her hand on his shoulder and stealthily sank her nails into the Leviathan Mao. The situation took a worse turn at that moment, and if Serafal had spoken as usual, it would have caused more problems. While simple words might sound like Michael's declaration, leaders like him simply made one statement: the demons deliberately harmed a member of Grigory, which means declaring war. At that moment, tensions escalated further. Then Michael spoke again in a serious tone. "Beyond my thoughts about the traitor Harry Potter, I cannot allow this injustice to go unpunished. It's not just this tournament that bothers me, but also these magical lands. They can say whatever they want about my followers and churches for their hatred towards both, but I must remind them these magical lands have caused atrocities over the centuries that I still can't wrap my head around. How many people killed Gellert Grindelwald and Lord Voldemort, and that happened in the same century? So since you've made it clear, Searches Lucifer, that demons are in charge of wizards, does that mean you're to blame for the existence of those dark wizards, right?" "Wait, I didn't mean that." Azazel smiled faintly at the stuttering of Mal Lucifer. She knew this was going to happen. "Bingo, Michael might seem gentle, but when I do this, he takes it as the ultimate blow more than anyone else ever would. It's precisely this way of perceiving and handling situations that earned him the choice among all seraphim to become the new god. As Michael said, you're making too much of this. So tell me, Lucifer, what's stopping us from going to war?"
Distai.
"I know Michael would support us if we go to war, even though I don't like it ending up like this. I know I've fallen into Azazel's trap, but my words are true, and seeing how he's playing out this injustice really cuts deep. I know Azazel and understand he hates war, but this is part of his scheme. I'm with Azazel on one side, I have issues with Harry Potter. If we ever end up in a war, I wouldn't mind working with him again. Darn, I was trusting him. Searches made a face, fully aware this situation was getting way more complicated than usual. I looked at him, Serafal, and his beloved Graphia. As always, Serafal openly displayed his emotions. She was furious and offended. Though she could have marched into battle without fear, she was letting her feelings dictate her actions. If she thought it through calmly, she'd realize her sister would be in grave danger. Her wife, while maintaining a cold and composed demeanor, was actually deeply concerned not for herself, but for their son and family. They didn't want them to witness the horrors of war firsthand. Searches knew they were the strongest faction, but confronting the two opposing factions of his kind was suicide. With no other choice, he slumped into his chair and let out a sigh of frustration. Well, I should retract that. I see I'm getting carried away. What do they want? I'm glad you're sensible, Searches. Ending a war is something I wouldn't want. I agree with Michael. Your question, what do we want? I know what I want and can guess what Michael desires, so get ready, Searches. You've lost a lot today. It was obvious to me. All right, let's talk. Well, the skies. We Grigori wish to. Couple of weeks later. Oh, that's bad. He only mentioned Harry lying in his hospital bed. Not alone, but accompanied by Tonks, Calawarner, Middlet, Sirius, Ananiel, and Bezaleel. It had been a couple of days since he'd woken up from his coma, and only then. He had just been told the truth about what actually happened to him, and now he was caught up in an international tournament at Hogwarts. For a moment, he was confused to learn that he had to compete in a tournament he wasn't even supposed to be in. He was furious, but Sirius and the girls had calmed him down before delivering the final news, which turned out to be anything but pleasant. There were real war threats between Mr. Azazel and the other two faction leaders during their meeting. It was intense. Ezekiel said his father Shazakiel had been stressed out all night and needed his wife to give him some comfort. And that's saying a lot, since Shazakiel isn't someone who's weak to begin with. You see, there was more, right? Well, if we'd gone to war, we'd been allies of the angels. We can't fight the demons with our numbers. They're more numerous and have many reincarnated demons wielding powerful sacred gear. Rumor has it they've got a Longinus-type sacred gear on their side. Not to mention the mystical beasts they're backed by. They even have the former Dragon King's Tannen on their side. Lawton and Rahabwe can't forget the four Maus, two of whom were classified as super demons. Even with angels on our side in this war against the demons, nobody's sure we'd survive. TSK and Kokabeel don't understand that war would mean defeat for us. Wow, but wait, if Azazel knew that a war against the demons would be dangerous, then why did he make the threat? It was Michael who left the topic out of the picture, but it was more like a beacon than anything else. Oh yeah, but so what's the point of all this anyway? We won big. Penemu grinned mischievously as he entered the room. Calawarner and Middlet stood there waiting for him. They were giving Harry affectionate gestures while casting mocking glances at Tonks, who remained motionless simply because Ananiel was present, someone who disapproved of hospital chaos. Everyone warmly greeted Penemu's words and waited for the high-class lady to speak. Fortunately, we've had a good streak of good fortune lately, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. What are we getting, Penemu? Permission granted to access magical territories. The demons no longer rule these territories, they can only control their own magical organizations now. We must share governance of the magical lands with the angels, but here's the kicker: we've gained the ability to manage large numbers of magicians within certain limits. This means even if they don't know it, magicians can't harm you, Harry, or anyone under our command. So you too, Nymphadora. Don't call me a nympho, dude. This also serves as a help because it means we can invite as many people as we want to our group without the devil's interference. Angels and the church could intervene or do the same, but I find this questionable considering how they view arcane magic as heresy. Moreover, the tremendous failure they caused with you, Harry, has proven this point. Yeah, that's old news. The demons didn't see this as an issue, convinced these mages would be of little use to us and barely worth mentioning, but we know better. Thanks to Luna Lovegood, we've discovered that a significant number of Sacred Gears users are hidden within these communities. The demons remain unaware that we're on the verge of reaching the Black Tarot. And through my research, it's clear that there are many people dissatisfied with the current pro-purist government who are willing to work for us. We've scored a real steal. Exactly. Now there are lower-tier fallen angels returning to the marginalized neighborhoods of Muggleborns without ministry jobs, and they're inviting them to join Grigori. We've made significant progress, and this is great because now the demons or angels can't cause problems with that. Even Harry, your friend Luna, can join us without major issues, which is absolutely brilliant, since she had already confirmed contacting some shady Sacred Gears users. I'm hearing a but or something more. What's that? The simple yet problematic for you. You'll compete in the tournament but not alone, due to some foolishness about equality and keeping an eye on yourself as other hidden reasons. Searches and Michael decided they'd send young people to compete too. I just think it's to show that for other things, fortunately as humans, each group agreed to send someone. Of course, that doesn't stop the powerful ones from being there. Wait. Let me get this straight. Am I supposed to compete in a tournament I didn't even sign up for? And not just against the 3 chosen mages, but also battling 2 humans sent by the demon and angel factions who probably wanted to kill me too. Plus, I need to convince all Sacred Gear users to join Grigori discreetly while dodging the Ministry mages' schemes? All at once? Is this even possible? Well, yeah, that's the thing. I need a reward if I have to take this mission. Oh, what's that you're wearing there? Huh? A guy got stabbed. Okay, I'll go check the conditions. I wasn't even talking about that. Maybe you should reconsider, Harry. This girl's worth it. I agree, Penemu has always had the hottest panties. Zernitra, stop those comments. And where the heck did your Fafnir show up from? Did you just imply he was weak? He says it without a second thought. If I feel like all my training as an Auror has been insulted. Calm down, Tonks, you're tough as a rock anyway. Is there anything else I should know about all this? Yes. A warning from Mr. Azazel. We trust you don't mess with it. What do you think? That I can't lose and must give it my all. That's what he said, Harry replied. For a moment, in the emptiness of his soul, in that place where he lacked motivation and purpose in life, something ignited. A tremendous determination surged forth for a fleeting moment, and Penemu, Ananiel, and Bezaleel noticed the gleam of pure determination in his eyes. To them, Harry had become slightly more intriguing. While Harry was gradually regaining his normal abilities and conversing with Middlet, Calawarner and Tonks, the latter occasionally engaging in heated debates with the Downfall Dragon. The fallen angels who sealed Fafnir's fate could place their bets on a challenging future that might still hold promise for them. That was what I expected. A week later, Hogwarts. Tisk, you were right. Love Goodthaw, I never expected you to apologize for, you know what I mean. Muscullo Cho Chong grunted awkwardly, recalling how he used to torment the girl Lovegood. Things weren't the same now. He felt ashamed of his past behavior. But she was proud, hailing from a prestigious Chinese family, and now possessed a sacred gear with a deity-like entity in her homeland. He couldn't apologize, her pride wouldn't let it go. Mamai like this, watching how others behave due to the faction's knowledge, it's entertaining. She said with a cold smile, Daphne Greengrass gazing through the tower of the astronomical observatory. Her gaze and speech mirrored those of officials from French, Bulgarian, and English ministries, accompanied by groups of Aurora agents and journalists. The teachers from the 3 invited schools for the 3 Magicians tournament, along with members of the Magicians Association and other groups, were present. Their attendance was no coincidence. They wanted to be at the forefront of what they considered a mythological phenomenon, the appearance of demons and angels, including fallen angels, which was the last group affiliated with Harry Potter. It was a stunning revelation when newspapers, radio stations, and other media outlets began to reject the existence of biblical factions, the real existence of mythological pantheons, and other myths that even magicians considered mere fabrications. This came as a harsh awakening, especially when Dumbledore confirmed that the head of the wizarding school was indeed a devil, specifically the infamous Mephistopheles, also known as Mephistopheles. The heated debates and the wild antics of Christian students and other faiths followers were absolutely insane. While it's one thing to understand magic, the revelation that heaven and heck actually existed was a real eye-opener. Daphne grinned with sadism when recalling how many Slytherin students had left school indefinitely out of fear of being punished for their sins. Ironically, the Malfoy bully was arrogant enough to think that the words about the existence of the biblical faction were pure nonsense. Daphne knew more, and so did Cho and Luna, as they were users of the very creations of the Bible's god powers that made them formidable. These fools are still clinging to the idea that they could stand against beings remembered by humanity for centuries. Even someone as powerful as me would be ready to fight those creatures. Daphne thought with a sour smile, watching the wizards from her spot in the astronomy tower as they hurriedly moved in anticipation of the arrival of the three factions. Luna gave her a discreet smile, sensing Slytherin's thoughts through the air. Daphne still found it strange how Luna knew even her darkest secrets. But thankfully, she no longer used that peculiar ability. Now she preferred to keep it for enemies rather than allies. Ma, how long will it take for these guys to show up? I want fights. I absolutely want them. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've woken up after death, and I want to celebrate it with an epic brawl. What do you say, huh, mortal? Well, he said they're messing with you. You bully! Muscullo Cho glared angrily, watching as gray and silver gloves with dragon motifs on their knuckles appeared in his hands. The dragon motifs on his forearms were golden Chinese-style designs. Luna Bofu chuckled amusedly as he watched Cho argue with the sealed entity within his sacred gear. Perhaps karma struck back at the Chinese Ravenclaw girl for her past mistreatment. Though Luna wasn't naturally vengeful, being human meant she occasionally felt justified to take some revenge. Then she sensed footsteps behind her. The three girls watched as a young man with black hair and Gryffindor robes appeared, timid yet resolute. Luna smiled gently, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction. It's my pleasure to see you, Neville. I knew you'd accept my words and invitation. I needed to review the tests and complete those drills you mentioned, but it seems I've managed to pull it off. I've activated my sacred gear, so I know you're being serious. I only get involved in these matters because of my parents and because you said Lestrange would be released in that future you're talking about. It might not happen, but it's never a bad idea to be prepared. I promise I'll get help for your parents, Neville. I'll believe it when I see it. Well, I didn't know Gryffindor's little wimp had a sacred gear. I bet he's been watering flowers all day. Ha ha ha. Daphne exclaimed sarcastically, her tone icy as she stared at Neville. He frowned, and in a split second, massive wooden spikes shot out from the walls toward her. Daphne simply opened her eyes to unleash her power, and in another split second, all those wooden spikes turned into ice shards. It all happened in less than 5 seconds. Luna didn't over-exaggerate her performance, only using her fairy tale technique as a precaution. Cho nearly fell off the window in shock. Daphne nodded approvingly. Truly intriguing. Fate does make things go crazy. Who would have thought a sacred gear user like Longinus would also be at Hogwarts? Right, innovate clear user? Is that what they call it, Luna? Si, de facto. How did you stop my attack? I spent weeks training to achieve this. You had weeks, I had months. Mastering the sacred gear like Longinus' absolute demise was kinda tough. Though yeah, I stopped your attack just because you were stronger, ha ha ha. TSK, genius. What a darn joke that Longbottom's timid boy has a sacred gear of the Longinus type, while I'm stuck with this darn moaning dragon. Darn it! Cho snapped angrily upon learning why Luna had contacted Neville, who actually possesses a Longinus. It wasn't fair. Then suddenly, a voice from her sacred gear, Crash Hands, caught the attention of the Chinese Ravenclaw. Oh, so I care? You overdeveloped lizard. Shoo! Keep quiet. Both of you, it's about to start. Luna suddenly shouted, silencing Gong Gong and Cho before she moved toward the astronomy tower window. There, in the area where the Hogwarts Bridge's reception zone would be, the members of the three factions were about to arrive. Daphne and Neville moved to check it out, while the four young people waited in silence until, whoosh! Suddenly, amidst a powerful gust of wind, 3 massive magical circles appeared. One burst forth crimson from the earth, another glowed white from the heavens, and the third dark blue at their center. These orbs radiated arcane energy, possessing mysterious powers and an overwhelming presence that made students from all 3 schools rush through windows and other openings to catch a glimpse of the newcomers. In Castile, to see if demons, angels, and fallen angels truly existed. Then they appeared. A multitude of demon soldiers, angels, and fallen beings emerged from the circles, spreading their wings to unleash cries that startled the welcoming wizards. These supernatural beings soared through the sky in a triangular formation, their eyes blazing with fury, analysis, vigilance, hatred, and caution. Their sworn enemies, those who had neither acted nor spoken, were simply the most loyal members of their respective armies, remaining passive until officially ordered to attack. Magicians of all stripes, professionals, educators, politicians, writers, and students gazed at beings they once dismissed as non-existent. They could feel the awe of these supernatural forces coursing through their veins. Yet the worst part was never realizing they were just cannon fodder. Had they known this truth, they'd been even more terrified. Then the three circles contracted until merging, and from that fusion emerged 6 distinct individuals. "Uthat's a real problem," Barakil said, donning his battle armor and revealing his 10 black wings that showcased his descent as a fallen angel and his importance. Beside him stood Harry Potter in a black Grigori uniform, with 3 swords strapped to his back. The boy looked tense and ready for whatever came his way. This will be the perfect moment to demonstrate how mighty the skies are. A man with white hair tied into a ponytail and blue eyes appeared before them, clad in golden and white armor that casually revealed his 10 visible wings. He was Seraph Ramil. Beside him stood a hooded young woman with a massive sword at her back, her white tunic's hood concealing only wisps of blue hair. "I wanted some vacation, but not this kind." With an awkward smile, he simply said. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and showed his 10 bat wings, recalling how Cerches had ordered him to go as the devil's representative to Hogwarts for the tournament. To Mephisto, this sounded like a punishment. I bet it was tough for the other 2 angels to pick the young man who would compete for the demons, since all available candidates were demons and only humans could enter this tournament. Fortunately, a young mage from their organization had agreed to compete for the demon faction. A purple-haired young woman dressed in a gothic gown, holding an umbrella, gave a sly smile at everyone. Walburga del Purpura was about to make her move. Then the 3 supernatural beings now looked at each other with serious expression, and all 3 simultaneously exclaimed, "Let the best one win." Continuara. Alright, here's chapter 10. I kinda hit a mental block, so sorry about that, but I'm glad I finally finished it. Also, if Daphne and Neville have sacred gears like Longinus and you pick a sacred gear with a divine dragon, go ahead and ask me. You'll see why I did it, though if you don't like it, feel free to drop your thoughts. Warning: the main characters in this story have been moved to the character panel because Middlet and Calawarner haven't appeared much yet. When you see this new chapter, you'll notice Harry, Luna, Tonks, and Penemu now appear in the character panel. They're playing bigger roles than the other girls. Heads up! In the next chapter, preparations for the tournament of the 6 mages will begin. Harry's antics will take center stage as Voldemort's plans get thrown into disarray. Stay tuned and drop your comments. Toaneo07. Through a unanimous decision, we've chosen the path of the fallen angel. Honestly, I thought they'd vote for the devils initially. That was my original choice with Sona or Seraphol. But the audience has spoken up and I've had ideas too. While working with this, there will be changes. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, I'll try to further expand Grigori's storyline. Unlike the celestial and demonic realms where fallen entities lose numerous high-ranking members, the fallen angels in folklore never mentioned in DXD will actually exist. Keep this in mind. The Tournament of the RU Wizards, Part 1. Arriving at Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry had already attended the school when he retrieved Voldemort's Horcrux several months prior, where he met Luna Lovegood. She was now contemplating. He had been told he'd return anyway, so seeing the old castle didn't surprise him. But a fleeting thought made him pause to gaze at it for a moment. This was the place where his parents had studied. He'd never truly reflected on them with such deep nostalgia. His parents had passed away, and that was all there was left. Those things happened, and though they hurt, one must carry on in life. But now looking at Hogwarts, I thought maybe out of respect for their parents, he might see if there's anything left behind by them. Something that could remind him of them. But that'll be for later. Watching the legions of angels and devils, I was tense and ready to throw myself into battle if anything went wrong. He couldn't trust anyone, knowing one group saw him as a traitor, while the other was just pure evil. Well, that's a look of authority, Archangel, Ramil murmured softly as his charge tensed upon seeing Harry Potter. She instinctively raised her hand toward the sword, but Ramil's warning gaze stopped her in her tracks. The Archangel calmed himself and fell silent. The 10-winged archangel approached Barakiel, who frowned upon seeing him. "Oh, come on, Barakiel, you can't keep acting this way with me. We fought our battles during the Great War, right? But I've never harbored ill will toward you. After all, we were essentially brothers by creation of our beloved Lord. I would expect you to have no resentment toward me. MPH, as always, you're gentle and kind. Ramil, you truly deserve the title of God's compassion. But let's be real, I am just keeping my distance for a potential enemy. Let's not be strangers, Barakiel. There won't be any issues here. We were chosen from all the high-ranking leaders of our factions precisely because we're the only ones capable of maintaining no deep-seated grudges and remaining composed. Even your Mephistopheles, despite your origins, isn't as much of a hated figure in the heavens. Well, thanks, I suppose, Ramil. Anyway, before we enter this place, we need to meet the impartial judge who will be here. This competition, Mephisto solemnly remarked at the end, which made Barakiel and Ramil nod solemnly. As they watched, a circle of summoning appeared among them. To prevent any issues between the three factions, their high-ranking leaders had requested an impartial arbitrator to oversee the contest, and they were about to see who that person would be. Then, in a small burst of smoke, a figure appeared. Sensing the aura of the subject, they realized something crucial. Well, our bosses really know how to recruit top-tier judges. I agree with you, Mephisto. While I can see the logic behind this, isn't it a bit much to ask for a god's help in such matters? He questioned skeptically. As Ramil was preparing himself, a man with chestnut hair and beard emerged from the smoke. Clad in bronze-colored Roman armor topped with a white toga, he wore special armor-like plates on both shoulders. The right side featured a face carved with a joyful expression, while the left side displayed a look of anger or sorrow. Though not nearly as mighty as the auras of other gods, this being was powerful enough to make the weak humans in the area kneel and gasp for air. Only those with sacred gears, high magical power, or sacred protection remained standing. The newly arrived deity drew a sharp breath before speaking. "Hello, everyone present. I'm Janus, the Roman god of choices, beginnings and endings, as well as entries. I'll be the judge of what will be called the Tournament of the Six Magi. I assure you I will remain fair and impartial until the very end of this tournament's intentio." Now recognized as Janus, one of the few Roman gods still revered today. Once honored by the Romans during the Age of the Gods, he continues to be respected even in the secret lands of the Greek faction where members of his pantheon once belonged to the Roman pantheon that still holds sway. He had accepted the invitation from Cerches. Lucifer, Azazel, and the biblical god were chosen to judge this trivial tournament simply because they had their reasons. They didn't need to explain themselves. After all, as a god, he'd do whatever came his way. "What kind of god is this?" "Interesting," murmured Walburga, gently licking her lips. As a Longinus user, she observed what could be considered her prey, essentially the target she should eliminate with her greatest power. Her eagerness to engage in battle had made her erratic, so she adjusted her parasol to avoid drawing too much attention from the god Janus. Janus frowned inwardly. For a moment, he felt a fleeting murderous impulse without knowing its origin, but he let it pass. Lifting his gaze, he saw legions of demons, angels, and fallen spirits soaring overhead, watching their leaders and enemies alike. He suspected one of those nameless servants might be channeling his battle urges, which he couldn't allow. For millennia, he'd received from Saturn, the Titan himself, the power to foresee both past and future in decisions. So I could say it wasn't time for war, at least not yet. Before entering and introducing ourselves to the other directors of the wizard schools, as well as to the staff and key personnel, I ask you, representatives of the three biblical factions, to disperse your forces. It was an order clamor with a deep voice from Janus, gazing at Barakiel, Ramil, and Mephisto. They nodded while keeping their comments to themselves, knowing their leaders didn't want a god involved in this but also needed him as motivation to keep them on the edge of a knife for both themselves and their rivals present. They didn't want war, no matter what, and would ensure it never happened. If they went to battle, Janus would crush them, leaving no one left to stand against him. So each faction's representative signaled the legions to return to their respective homelands, and within minutes, the sky was once again free of any biblical beings. Janus nodded smugly as he began walking toward the group of magi. "I'm glad there's no one. A persistent issue that has been troubling us. I kindly ask you to keep this arrangement in place while we remain in these lands." "That's how it will be, Janus, the three representatives, simply stated this without showing any weakness to the god. Thus, the small group began walking while the young competitors exchanged glances, sizing up each other as potential rivals with a sly grin, while Berga waved to the two youths before continuing her way. The hooded figure promptly removed her cap, revealing her true identity: Zenobia Corda, better known as Zenobia of Durandal, the final wielder of the legendary holy sword Durandal. When someone shot Harry a cold stare and vowed to confront him and kill him, Harry didn't flinch. His eyes blazed with power, making Zenobia tense up, these same eyes that had made him known as the Dragon's Eyes Kid or the Dragonid One. Those eyes held hidden potential. They exchanged silent glances before Zenobia continued on her way. Harry stared at the group like they were the magical and wise castle itself, as he contemplated what would happen at Hogwarts.
Cambiaría todo.
Couple of hours later. This changes everything. Director Victor Crumb, the masculine voice in his native tongue, addressed Director Karkaroff while observing the shadows of the group of journalists, politicians, ministers, and others who knew better than to speak with representatives from the three factions. This was no game. The ministers of each magical nation, some high-ranking officials from ministries or special organizations, the Mage Association, and others who knew about the mythological factions, beings whose power surpassed mortal imagination, being superior to them, knew that the demon faction was essentially their supervisory controller. If something serious happened, the demon faction would have to intervene. However, it seems the error of the three-mage tournament, now known as the Six Sorcerers, they caused a major crisis across nearly all magical realms in general. Now the angels and fallen angels are also his superiors. Well, do you believe it? I bet half my money that within 10 or 20 years there will be some kind of civil war, I guarantee it, the old mortifier retorted, crossing his arms as he pondered the grave implications of discovering mythological factions. Knowing that intelligent dragons with superpowers, invincible demons, powerful angels, terrifying gods, and countless other things actually exist would send shivers down every magical part of the world. Karkaroff knew about the mythological factions. Some of the Morsifag had heard of them, but they were forbidden to speak of it due to an unbreakable oath they were forced to keep by Lord Voldemort. The reason other factions couldn't be mentioned stemmed from two key factors. First, the light factions could rally powerful allies after all. There were heroic deities like Luff, Mitra, Sun Wukong, and Verithragna who might aid Dumbledore and his forces during the war. Second, if the public discovered the existence of these higher beings, they'd go completely nuts. Seriously, they'd be driven mad by sheer ignorance. Karkaroff could foresee the absurdities Lucius Malfoy would face if he discovered the Muggle Council's leader was actually a devil. Such foolishness stems from bloodline supremacy, the arrogant belief that one's lineage and wealth entitle them to pride. But that's one thing. It's another to fight against beings who can destroy you with just a glance. Voldemort knew this, and he couldn't stand to see his future servants die a foolish death. That's why he kept silent. But now things have changed for the worse. It's not just the devils anymore, even the angels and fallen ones are now essentially the kings of their nations, speaking in hushed tones. Oh, that doesn't mean they can kill someone and get away with it, but rather that impossible decisions might be made by them and no one can, to prevent such events from happening. The mages would not like that. They would rebel and fight for it, which could lead to a civil war that Karkaroff just mentioned, a war of mockery, as it would ultimately result in a massacre for the mages rather than anything else. The saddest part is that what I'm selling now is just another attempt by those stupid politicians to control the three factions. The thought is absolutely terrifying. It's such a huge piece of crud that I feel like going out and punching a pineapple. Director, I'm sorry, I really am. Sometimes this happens when I'm genuinely shocked by such stupidity. It triggers these weird reactions. Honestly, I find these people's foolishness utterly unbelievable. Let me tell you, they'd categorize all three factions as non-humanoid beings. Is that bad? In other words, they're not human. What I really want to say is that they're going to rank them lower than humans, or more precisely, below the mages. That's a huge insult. Let me explain. Do you know about werewolves? For centuries, there's been a cure for lycanthropy. There are numerous powerful magewolf clans in countries like Albania, China, Japan, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Brazil, Panama, and Denmark. They surpass the mages, possessing magical powers and an awe-inspiring physical form. They are the perfect killing machines. But what do you think? In these lands, they are considered dark beasts. No one should be surprised that none of the other human wolf clans have set foot here. Director Karkaroff, excuse me if I'm being rude, but you served Mr. Dark Lord Voldemort if you know of a cure for wolfing. Why was this never given to the wolves that fought under the Dark Lord's command? Ha ha ha, brave enough to ask me that. Crumb, you know it because you're the school champion. That's exactly why the werewolves joined Voldemort's, cause they promised a miraculous cure, then left the monsters free to roam Great Britain with Greyback, turning innocent people into new werewolves and creating fresh slaves. That's one of the reasons why Mr. Dark was considered extremely dangerous in other countries. His forces were so vast and terrifying that he could even win the loyalty of vampire clans. And let me tell you, Mr. Crumb's achievement is something no one else could ever replicate. Well, I see even with all this, Director, you told me competing in this tournament would be easy, that I could only face a decent Bowsbatten wizard and a regular Hogwarts wizard. But then I noticed how dangerous Fleur Delacour was. The only one who met my criteria was Cedric. Now here's the kicker, I'll have to face Harry Potter and other things. From what I can see, there are 2 girls with unknown powers or abilities, and I can sense they're highly capable. Well, he's got a runny nose. I might be 17, but I know I also fall into that category. Makoso, Director, and I am the most powerful student who has ever set foot in Durmstrang. So don't be so confident, Crumb warned seriously. Karkaroff had to concede his point. Victor and Fleur were champions of their respective schools. Not through selection, but because they were the only ones from their schools to put their names on the Fire Cup. And that was for one reason only: their schools knew they were superior and truly their true champions. This is how Victor and Karkaroff understood the danger Fleur must pose. Karkaroff knew Victor's formidable strength, so when the boy claimed his opponent was powerful, he was indeed formidable. Then you'll need to level up your training. As you've already mentioned, I can share some pro tips for your secret abilities with my former position as Mortefago. I don't want to learn dark magic more than what I already learn in class anyway. Well, these kids nowadays are such whiners, but if they saw you using dark magic, they'd crucify you. I'll show you some other tricks instead. May the school triumph. If you win big like that, Durmstrang, and in a low voice, you, young Crumb, will be the talk of all magical lands this year. I'll see what I can do, sir. At least, young Crumb. So the student and director cancelled their privacy spells and continued on to the Grand Hall where they would gather. The Hogwarts Student Council members from other schools or factions involved in the tournament, the 6 wizards now referred to as such. The 3 new champions would need to meet with the administrators of the 3 magical schools to present both the champions and their mentors to the students. Meanwhile, representatives from the 3 biblical factions were negotiating with politicians and other key figures, but they would eventually enter the Grand Hall. Victor and Karkaroff wanted to stay close to study their opponents. Without uttering a word, Victor entered the Grand Hall and headed straight for Slytherin's table. He kept his mouth shut, ignoring the chatter of Parkinson and Malfoy, while Karkaroff went to the other table. I took my seat next to Director Maxime and waited in silence for the representatives of the 3 factions. I had to endure this 2.5-hour wait before they entered the Grand Hall with their champions, drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Victor noticed the eerie silence enveloping the venue and wondered why. Wow, really smooth, the Quidditch competitor thought sarcastically as he watched Hogwarts students staring at the 3 champions of the biblical factions with utter shamelessness. They showed zero tact or common sense, staring at them so rudely it was downright cringeworthy. Fortunately, his school provided an education that emphasized remarkable boundaries, making them less obvious. Victor observed that his fellow students at Durmstrang maintained high composure when facing the angel, fallen devil, and even God. Some Buxbatten students acted solemnly, while others showed curiosity about the impossible. Only Hogwarts students displayed such blatant disrespect, so the 3 representatives stood before the executives' table and began to introduce themselves. Good afternoon. I'm the representative of the Celestial faction, Archangel Ramiel, one of the 10 Seraphs of Heaven. The Archangel introduced himself with a friendly voice, his wings flapping to the delight of most attendees. His presence was so remarkable that even an angel whose name has been referenced in biblical texts for millennia made the crowd gasp in awe. The angel smiled as he gestured to his young champion. Allow me to introduce one of the most renowned exorcists in the Holy Church, he said warmly.
Xenovia Quarta.
Please, dear. Let me introduce the directors of the magical schools. As you say, sir, my name is Zenobia, and I will compete in this tournament with honor and grace. Zenobia clarified coldly and sternly to the teachers who had made a face at the girl's tone. It wasn't out of offense, but they felt she wasn't taking them seriously. Professor McGonagall even considered pointing out that weapons weren't allowed on campus, but seeing her beside an angel, she decided to hold her tongue for now. Next to move was Mephisto, who revealed his devil wings and threw a mocking grin at Ramil, who only nodded playfully in response. I am Mephistopheles, representing the Diablo faction and leading the Mage Association as well as serving as the organization's chief. Grey Wizard and such the devil appeared with a sinister grin, sending shivers through some attendees, especially Christians and members of similar faiths. His presence didn't bode well for many. Then Mephisto noticed his companion's cough and grinned sarcastically as he continued speaking. Oh yes, before I forget, let me introduce myself to Walburga Falborg, a classified sorcerer from Golden Dawn, a young prodigy of the lower ranks in the Sorcerer Association and co-leader. From the renowned group known as Hexenact, she will be crowned the champion on the devil's side while adhering to the rules established between the three factions. Notably, she is entirely human. I need to make sure I stay this way for a long time. Also, I should mention that I'm the reincarnation of Saint Walburga from Heidenheim, so I expect some respect. Right? All right, I declare boldly, smiling with a hint of mischief, obviously. Few in the room knew about the ancient Walburga of Heidenheim except for its champions Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff, and notably Fleur Delacour. Though her deeds weren't grand, she became known for unique feats that set her apart among wizards, and was even labeled as a pagan goddess. This is why the Walpurgis Night exists, a significant event for those practicing magic. So the next one to appear was Barrakiel, who, like his companions, revealed a pair of his eagle-like wings. Mentally, Barrakiel had to pull that face because he had to do it, but there were reasons behind it. It felt like a sausage-making contest, but I couldn't stay behind the other two. I'm Barrakiel, third in command of Grigori's organization, the leader of the entire fallen angel race. As a representative of the fallen angel faction, I introduced myself as Barrakiel, though he noticed Harry was raising an eyebrow. Why should I follow the crowd like the others? Well, the boy was too young to grasp the subtleties of being arrogant. Then he gestured to his protege. It's your turn now, kid. I'm Harry Potter. I think that's cool. He just kept saying Harry without knowing what else to add to his introduction. Meaning unlike the other two girls who had nothing else to show. Well, he fought and survived a battle against a titan, battled Griselda Corda and survived, and recently fought a powerful yokai during a mission, but beyond that he didn't have much to share. And unlike the others, he wouldn't easily give sensitive information. Is this Harry Potter? Ramil asked, his expression hiding a calculating look as he stared at the young wizard who had apparently caused this situation in the first place. Harry Potter wasn't exactly extraordinary, but there were certain traits that made him stand out. Most notably, he was the boy who lived and supposedly defeated Lord Voldemort, the villain who had caused numerous troubles for the church during his lifetime. Additionally, he possessed an unknown type of sacred gear and was a natural user of the three demonic swords Nimung, Nagelring, and Blajang. The swords he had previously accepted from a user, after assessing the boy's condition, showed no signs of side effects from using demonic Bladisa revelation that left him utterly perplexed. Hey there! The hottest young star of the moment, Harry Potter is finally back in his old country to compete in this epic tournament. Get ready for some serious action, Ludo Bagman shouted, channeling his best talent, hyping things up. As he kept spouting on about the same old stuff, the students either stared at Harry with utter shame or chatted about him and the others present. But then everyone suddenly felt like they might get hit by a lightning bolt, causing them to freeze up instantly and stare at the source of the commotion. It was Janus entering the grand hall with a stone expression. I am Janus, the Roman god of options, beginnings and endings, as well as entries, and I don't like being ignored. Sisyphus, the god who, though just and more focused on actions, that the worship or debauchery of Greek gods doesn't mean such disrespect would be tolerated in their presence. Karkaroff, Snape, and the secretly disguised Barty Crouch Jr. under the alias Alastair Moody turned pale before the god's gaze. Karkaroff and Snape rose from their seats, circled the table, and then paid a slight bow to the Roman god Janus. The deity nodded slightly approvingly. I'm glad some mortals know who I am. Severus? What are you doing? I asked cautiously as Minerva McGonagall stood up. The teachers and students of Hogwarts were utterly bewildered to see the usual. The cruel yet stoic professor bowed to another subject. Dumbledore, however, remained somewhat motionless. Like the two former Muggleborns, he recognized a god. After shaking his head slightly, he quickly rose and carefully approached the deity. McGonagall watched in confusion as her superior approached the man in the robe. Albus? Hold your horses, Minerva, this isn't a joke. I ask everyone here to show the greatest respect to Lord Janus. This isn't a joke. He's actually the great god of ancient Roman mythology. Treat him with the respect he deserves in return, Lord Janus. I'm sorry if this was the reception you endured. There were things I couldn't accomplish as headmaster of Hogwarts during my tenure decades ago. Like teaching the truth of the gods to my students, this is one of them. Please forgive me. I see your words are sincere, Albus Dumbledore. I've spoken with your ministers and their associates. What truly astonishes me is how closed-minded their leaders are and how offensive they can be. Even your minister brought in a woman who called me a fraud and a fool when she introduced herself. I didn't hesitate to wipe her out completely. Was it Dolores, right? A plain-looking old woman dressed in pink? Yeah, that I'd say that wouldn't be right, but I feel like I'd be lying. I am just Albus Dumbledore. Other deities like Athena, Seth, or Susanu would have been in my place. That woman wouldn't only have died, but everyone present and more. Still, mortal as I am, before you stands a god deserving of reverence, a title that commands respect. Am I clear? I grunted, expelling my power to shake the place to the core. Every glass object shattered as everyone felt this being among them was truly a superior. Many nodded or mumbled their agreement at Janus's words, and he calmed down before seriously addressing the executives. I know representatives from the biblical faction want to discuss with other directors and those involved in the tournament matters, so I asked them to move to a private area for this discussion. Anyway, I warn the champions, don't cause trouble, because if you do, the consequences will be severe. Got it? Understood. Zenobia, Harry, and Walburga responded to the Roman god who signaled Dumbledore, supernatural beings, and other key figures involved in the tournament of the Six Magi. The skeptics followed him to Dumbledore's office for discussions about why Harry Potter was illegally admitted to the tournament and the ongoing investigation to catch the culprit. In the Grand Hall, the Hogwarts professors stayed behind to restore order. Barty Crouch Jr. decided to make a quick retreat to report the situation to his master and the three judges of the Inferno. He then quietly made his way to his office. Harry muttered to himself, scanning the room with analytical eyes. The man's gleaming emerald eyes had already made some nervous souls uneasy, until he zeroed in on someone. Without a second thought, he started making his way toward Ravenclaw's table, drawing attention long before stopping behind a. Luna, you seem to be right. After all, we'll meet again. Are you truly a psychic, Luna? That seemed obvious to me at the time. Harry. Luna Lovegood replied with a gentle smile, turning around from her seat, the farthest one, before rising to embrace the young Potter who returned the gesture. Many were stunned to see the famous and vanished Harry Potter speaking so amiably with the school's eccentric student. Luna and Harry parted ways before starting to walk. What do you think? I've got some good news, and I'm sure your friends will be thrilled when I share it with them. Shoo! There are ears here. Show me this Hogwarts. I think my parents studied here. It would be interesting to learn more about them. Harry replied with a smile, though his voice remained low as he coldly glanced at Zenobia, who returned the gesture while holding her sword. Luna ignored the formalities, simply intertwining her arm with Harry's. They exited the grand hall before everyone, with Walburga grinning maliciously to draw Zenovia's attention. She looked at him with a questioning yet stern expression. What? Can't I laugh? Ha ha ha. It's as hilarious for me as it is for you. And he was practically acting like they were a couple, stealing glances at each other like they were on a date. We're not into that stuff. To me, he's a total traitor. Oh my, with Harry Potter being involved with the church, that's interesting. Didn't you know about this? Aren't you in league with the devils, heretic? You know what? It's kind of hypocritical calling me that, right? After all, you're a mage too, aren't you? Plus, I'm not on the devil's side. I am just doing this as a favor for Mr. Felis. MPH, I really doubt it though, but hey, it's normal for your folks to make deals with devils. You sure are tough. Fourth year. Well, Let's see how tough you can be in this tournament. It'll be interesting to see what you're capable of doing. Champion of the skies maliciously, Muscullo walks toward Slytherin's table. I watch her act like a predator toward the young minds of the House of Cunning, making disgusted faces at some of them. He was particularly focused on Draco Malfoy, but paused briefly to gaze at Daphne and Astoria Greengrass as if they were some juicy prize. After that, he kept moving forward, stopping behind Blaise Zabini and Theodore not before placing his hands on their respective shoulders. Oh my God. Look what I found here. These guys are real talents. Well, boys, how about I take you on a tour of your lovely castle and tell them about you? What do you think? Phew, I think it's fine, though you should give us a bit of your own intro, right? I asked with a sly expression before locking eyes with Theodore, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Both Slytherins stood up and walked toward the exit, followed by Walburga, who waved goodbye to Zenobia, who made an angry face. So the three wizards left, leaving the grand hall full of students and teachers chatting about Harry Potter and others. Zenobia stood there at a loss for what to do until Victor Crumb felt sorry for her. He rose from his seat and approached the young girl in blue-pink attire. Though it might seem odd considering I'm your rival and all that, it would be an honor to chat with a legendary sword wielder like myself in private, of course. I'm Victor Crummy, the way the famous Quidditch competitor introduced himself to the young exorcist. Zenobia watched him intently with paranoid eyes, but seeing how the students around him treated him without respect for his privacy, she decided she needed to get out of there ASAP. With that thought, the young woman nodded, and Victor gestured to the exorcist. Legendary sword? So you have unique weapons, right? Maybe this isn't a waste of time. I could learn some skills from one of my future opponents. Of course, though I can sense the sacred energy of your hidden weapon, it would be interesting to discuss that. Victor replied with a playful smile, sharing the young man's thoughts. They then left the grand hall, and students immediately began shouting arguments. Some teachers left to keep watch, ready to intervene if anything happened to the champions. At Slytherin's table, Daphne let out a sigh of relief after that encounter with Walburga. She couldn't explain why, but when that woman had locked eyes with her, she felt an overwhelming terror coursing through her being. This was particularly intense considering how formidable Walburga had been with her sacred gear, not to mention the fact that she'd also stared at her sister. Daphne watched Astoria tremble, utterly bewildered by the sudden unease. The young Greengrass made a furious face at the thought of a stranger upsetting her innocent sister. They were already dealing with Draco Malfoy harassing them enough. She didn't want to deal with another harasser. I bet if that girl does anything to my sister, I'll show her the power to kill even a god. The Slytherin screamed mentally, gripping the spoon so tightly that she accidentally made it silent. At the table, Cho Chang was the only one who noticed Daphne's heightened emotions and gave Neville a barely noticeable wry smile before meeting up later. The young Gryffindor nodded slightly in response. With Janus at Hogwarts and so much attention on Harry Potter that other students would give him the same attention, it would be difficult for them to speak with the heir of the House of Potter. However, Luna could certainly arrange such a meeting with Harry. Cho didn't realize she had caught someone's attention, a young woman with blonde hair sitting nearby, who took note of the tension between the young Chong and the heir Longbottom. Her eyes fluttered open as she couldn't help but squint, remembering Harry Potter's powerful gaze. It has something that catches my eye. I'll need to figure out how to discover it and test its power. Honestly, the smell is actually from a dragon, and a mighty one at that. Unlike how I was the first to sense it here at school, this tournament's gonna be a blast. In another part, Albania. How come all three biblical factions are at Hogwarts? What? Darn it, is what I'm hearing true? Minus. So it seems. Stop fooling around. Both of you. Keep your report going. Crouch high, see lightning. Okay, clear, stay hidden. Crouch. If you fail, I'll send you to the worst prison in the underworld. Keep your mission on track. Clock. We gave Crouch that communication crystal, but using Flu as a spy for the three factions would have blown his cover. The situation got complicated. Ramil, Barrakiel, Mephistopheles, and even a god are at Hogwarts. This plan has become a suicide mission for him. If we plan it right, we might actually get a leg up on this. Let's face it, Lord Hades' order is non-negotiable. We need to help Voldemort regain his physical form and get his act together for Lord Hades' ultimate scheme. In fact, Janus might be at Hogwarts, but even he would never be able to wield the power of Lord Hades, and our Lord is not. Selfish I was limited to mentioning Hypnos while he was in what felt like a magical factory filled with living skeletons of trolls, ogres, giants, werewolves, and various mystical creatures. They were busy crafting massive projects, building all sorts of weapons, shields, and armor both magical and mundane. All of this was witnessed by the 3 judges of Hek, who gazed at a small bottle brimming with purplish blood radiating an aura of immense power. For the misfortune of our enemies our Lord fears not to grant us a touch of his power, and they shall remember why all fear death. Continuara. Here's the recap. Yeah, there was a lot of chatter and all that. But this saga is going to be a long one. In the next chapter, there'll be a little battle, and finally Daphne will reveal why she wants to join Harry. I'm looking forward to your comments and stuff. Thanks, Toaneo07. By unanimous decision, the path of fallen angels has been chosen. Similarly, due to the selection of fallen angels, we aim to further expand Grigori's storyline. Unlike the heavens and demons, fallen angels didn't lose as many high-ranking members. Therefore, there will be real fallen angels in folklore that weren't mentioned in DxD. Keep this in mind. Anyway, I think I forgot to mention this earlier in the series. There might be harmless OOCs from certain characters and such. Any potential deviations from DxD's official canon are clearly stated. The Magic Tournament, Are You a Wizard? Part 2, The Matchups. Yeah, so you contacted 2 Longinus users and 1 from a Divine Dragon? That's not luck, it's like a scam or something. So Harry still murmured in shock after receiving Luna's shocking news. He had to agree with Zernitra's assessment. Luna had forged friendships and alliances with Sacred Gears users like Longinus Innovate Clear and Absolute Demise, along with a girl who possessed the Catastrophe Dragon Gong. The news was truly shocking, though it turns out they need to talk to the users of Longinus, who have requests for changing their loyalty oaths. If that's what they're concerned about, then they should be the ones to join an organization involved in major affairs. It was harder than it seemed. Harry, a couple of years back, Cho had been a jerk to me. Honestly, convincing her that she possessed a sacred object with immense power within herself caused me countless episodes of frustration and discomfort. Only when I used my sacred gear did she seem to accept that I was partially right. If it's so bad, why did you help her? Didn't you have better options? There was a girl named Hermione Granger who would have been your best friend in other timelines, almost like a sister figure and sometimes even your closest lover if you'd studied at Hogwarts. But back in first year, when a free troll attacked and she got seriously injured, being a muggle kid, she only received help from the nurse and little sympathy from other students. So she left and I don't know where she's now. What's with her? Let me ask you something else, Luna. This is a prime example of how your presence could have changed things at Hogwarts, but it never happened. Hermione Granger serves as a classic case study. Unlike other timelines where people are generally approachable, those in this timeline with sacred gears are notoriously difficult to handle. Take Cho, for instance. Well, that's exactly what I want to talk about. Why did you approach someone you yourself called a jerk? Oh, I get this twisted pleasure from tormenting Gong. A little revenge doesn't hurt, it's just necessary. You know, I've seen her face a terrible future, but my intervention saved her from it. Sure, I can't guarantee a lifetime of happiness, but at least she won't end up as a monster fighting alongside the evil. I see you approaching her to warn against a potential future enemy. Exactly. She's been acting erratic ever since her boyfriend Cedric broke up with her a year and a half ago. Cedric? The Hogwarts champion? I think I saw him for a second in the Great Hall. He looks pretty ordinary to me. Yeah, he's good at wand duels and has decent magical power, but beyond that there's nothing else. No mystical weapons, no sacred gears, no unique lineage, absolutely nothing. Honestly, I feel kind of bad about it.
Si, pobre.
Anyway, I think the whole thing ended because he and Cho just didn't click, Luna said to her friend, teeth clenched in a lie. Truth was, during the timeline where events occurred in the secret chamber, Cho would have stayed in Ravenclaw's common room unless he was in class, fearing any attack. Therefore, he wouldn't spend much time with Cedric, thus maintaining his new and gentle schedule. However, since the basilisk attack didn't occur during this period, Cho grew increasingly distant from Cedric, which ultimately led to their breakup. She explained the Chinese Ravenclaw's bad mood, as a complete breakdown could affect anyone. She wouldn't tell Harry about it after all, who knows what he'd think. So tell me more about? Wait, get ready, we're about to have an unwelcome visitor.
Si suosadenly noticed Luna glancing sideways.
Harry turned to see the young Ravenclaw girl. The two were in a Hogwarts corridor, peering through a window at the forbidden forest. Harry had used several silence spells to prevent potential spies or prying eyes from overhearing their conversation. The two young men noticed the source of the girl's distress, a blond Slytherin boy walking with utter arrogance alongside two burly Slytherin youths toward Harry and Luna. Young Potter immediately recognized the approaching figure. Standing before them, he crossed his arms with an arrogant and disdainful expression. "Well, it seems you were meant to appear, Harry Potter. Honestly, I find it curious that you've ended up with those strange winged creatures. But hey, that's beside the point. Did he just insult me, co-workers? Did he just insult Barracuel? Barracuel, the man who lived through countless centuries and fought in the greatest war ever? Seriously? Anyway, it's a blessing you've returned with your crew. Maybe now's the time to ditch those filth that tries to barge into places they shouldn't even be allowed to step into. Sip, the one who's actually insulting my superiors." And he keeps going. "But that wasn't what I wanted to talk about. Let me introduce myself. I am Draco Malfoy, heir to the Malfoy house and also the future heir to the Black House. Oh, I admit it. He's Narcissa's son. Less than a minute, and already I can feel this guy's disgusting arrogance. And is this the darn one who dared threaten his own mother? So I'm the perfect guy to show you how beautiful our society is, even though it's being tainted by these filthy, disgusting bloods. Don't you think? Anyway, I invite you to join me and witness what a true champion like me can achieve. Of course, if you're willing to be my ally. Narcissa must be a saint to love this guy. I would have vaporized that tone of speech ages ago. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Igual yo, Firnitra.
I suggest you reconsider my proposal. I don't think it's wise for you to get involved with pointless nonsense." Muscullo Draco grunted. His face twisted as he stared down at Luna, treating her like trash that didn't even deserve to live. Luna shot back a defiant snort at Draco's arrogant attitude, clearly fed up with the kid's overbearing attitude. Useless. Sensing the gesture, he raised his hand to slap Luna to keep her in line, though he thought cruelly of it but never completed the motion. Harry, with a wave of his hand, cast a paralysis spell that immobilized Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Though Harry was usually a calm, kind, and tolerant boy, when one's limits get broken, all those good qualities temporarily fade away. Honestly, Luna was a bit taken aback by the intense rage Harry was wearing on his face. "Luna, close your eyes, this is gonna look bad." Hours later, director's office. "Sincerely, I'm amazed this hasn't happened sooner," Dumbledore exclaimed aloud, scanning the lengthy list Pomfrey had sent him with Fawkes' help. The document detailed all the injuries Draco Malfoy sustained today, apparently caused by an attack from someone offended by the Slytherin boy. Sadly, most of the school could be held responsible for this incident. Dumbledore had always been a staunch advocate for children's safety, even though he himself made many mistakes. He refused to tolerate such cruelty toward others, though he occasionally found certain individuals repulsive and beyond redemption. In his eyes, there were 6 such people: Voldemort, Rita Skeeter, Grindelwald, Draco Malfoy, Dolores Umbridge, and Bellatrix Lestrange. There must have been something so bad about the young Draco that he ended up on Dumbledore's list of the worst things he'd encountered in his long 103 years of life. The old director once again examined the list. He was shocked to find the boy alive. The worst part was his injuries were so severe it would take years to recover. But the real devastation came when he suffered a powerful obliviate that erased most of his memories. Now he would be permanently confined to San Mungo's special care ward for the most critical cases. Strangely enough, when Dumbledore called Mrs. Malfoy about her son's incident, she angrily denied having a child. This came after he had been threatened with death by her son. Though Dumbledore had known many liars throughout his life, he could see through the call to flew the anguish and pain in the woman's voice. Narcissa Malfoy offered to cover Draco's hospitalization costs, but insisted on keeping the matter under wraps, as Dumbledore had preferred this approach and agreed with the widow. Now examining the results of the young Malfoy's wound analysis, she couldn't help but grimace at the length of the injuries. That had to hurt.
Toda.
Wait, I signal the director to set aside the list and watch young Cedric Diggory enter his office. He was clearly confused. Obviously, Dumbledore wouldn't summon a student without his head teacher present. The old director gestured toward his seat, and Cedric did the same, still puzzled. Dumbledore took his bowl of sweets and handed it to Cedric. Any lemon candy? Mr. Diggory? No thanks, director. I just want to know why you called me. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Actually, you haven't done that yet, Mr. Diggory. The reason I brought you here is simple: the tournament. The tournament? Well, I think it's pretty weird now that there are 6 competitors and all those things about the devils, angels, and was that really a god? Yes, in fact, he is a god. Well, it's hard to see something you thought didn't exist. And then there's a god. You'd expect something utterly crazy. And that's all. But he's a god. And I can't lie to you, Mr. Diggory. It's unbelievable how true that sounds. Well, it's equally incredible, but you want to talk about the tournament. What is it? Your rivals aren't ordinary, Mr. Diggory. I'm not talking about one being a Vila or the other being a Quidditch star, no. They're elite warriors. And when I say this, Mr. Diggory, remember I fought Lord Grindelwald during World War II, trust me. I know how to spot formidable opponents. Are you serious, sir? Do you know why Voldemort and his Death Eaters scared me? And calm down, Mr. Diggory. That name shouldn't be a source of fear anymore. Well, I suppose, but why were they afraid of him? Let me get this straight, you're the leader of the Light Faction, the mightiest wizard in the entire magical world. Though I doubted it, and you were the one who defeated Grindelwald, I assumed you feared me for your fame. Actually, no, Sir Diggory. Fame doesn't help instill fear. When Voldemort and his Death Eaters killed my brother's wife and son, the rage I felt drove me to join a Death Eater camp during the war. Well, after regaining consciousness, they told me I destroyed over 200 classified Death Eaters and a magical village of dark families was wiped out by my hands. What? But how? A simple bomb, fueled by rage, can cause tremendous damage. I see. Yet even with my power and age, I couldn't stand up to these angels and demons. What's striking is how those young champions Harry, Zenobia, and Walburga are remarkably strong for their age. As for you, Mr. Diggory, you're clearly outclassed by the other 5 champions. Then what should I do, Director? Cedric asked, trusting the director's word from his school. Now that Dumbledore had pointed at him, he could recall details that confirmed his words. Harry Potter and that girl Zenobia were walking around with strange swords as if nothing was wrong, while that girl Walburga gave him a slight chill for no apparent reason. If Dumbledore said he was being outsmarted, then maybe it was true. Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for Cedric's question. So with a wave of his hand, a wall in his office transformed into a hidden chamber. Inside, the space was far larger than its exterior appeared, and what lay within left Cedric utterly astonished. Dumbledore smiled slightly at the young champion's expression. What should you do, Mr. Diggory? Just keep training and training. Luckily, I'll take the time to train you and promise I'll give you the power that will even make me surpass you someday. I guarantee it. A couple of days later, what a nuisance! Male Harry Potter tried to ignore the stares and whispers of Hogwarts students. It was truly a nuisance. Even now, walking through the corridors was causing him great discomfort. Luna walked beside him, smiling without a care as she guided him to a specific spot where he could meet the young people he had befriended and who possessed powerful sacred gears, 2 being Longinus and another a container of a divine god. That he was eager for the meeting. This meeting will be something special, Harry. Keep your mind open. Terrio. Luna kept hopping with a grin. The young Potter laughed at the sight, though he kept glancing around for anyone who might appear or spy on him. Zenobia was watching from a distance, which was getting him all worked up. Harry could sense the girl wanting to attack him, but he didn't act because it might cause serious trouble. As she turned the corner of the corridor, Luna grabbed Harry's hand and used her fairy tale power to become invisible. The pair then slipped through the walls into another room, where they cast invisibility spells to escape. Within minutes, they found themselves on the 7th floor, or more precisely, in the ladies' room that I'm already fading into the shadows. Luna murmured softly, yeah. I know it was a bit of a wild idea, Harry, but with so many students staring at you trying to figure out where we went, I don't want them to know about that shady room. And this is where I sleep. You might stop harassing me, but there are other girls still bothering me. I decided to make this place my room to prevent them from stealing my things. Plus, your friend made me call out a lot. Let me guess, did they try to get information from me by playing the I'm your friend card, right? Yes, as false and hypocritical as it may sound, yes, they did. Escaroso. All right, let's cut to the chase. Short Cho sat in a sofa scattered across the room, flanked by Daphne and Neville, who were sipping tea, a cup each as their house elves had prepared it for them. When Harry and Luna were interrupted, they approached the trio and took seats in armchairs that appeared out of nowhere thanks to the magic of the Muggle room. Cho took a sip of his tea and, glancing at Harry, began speaking. You're the sensation of the moment, Harry Potter, he said. You're so different from what the books describe about you both in personality and appearance. Oh, and that lovely strand of white hair. Thanks. Though that's not what we came here to discuss. I know these two have something to say. Personally, I'm only here for my own reasons and to figure out how to handle these two here. Well, Luna has told me a lot about you and Cho Chang, but there's one thing that really stands out to me. I want your answer to this question. Why are you here? So why am I listening to Lovegood and here talking to you, implying that maybe, just maybe, I might join the Fallen Angel faction? Is that what you're asking me?
Francamente, sí.
What are the reasons? Not many. And not that complicated. I'm fed up with this life and my family. I want to escape from it and do something glorious. That's what I want. Gloria? Seriously, is that what you want? It's more about self-interest than anything else. My family comes from China, and there we have archaic rules. I won't go into all the details of being a Chong, but I'll just say that's not the life I want. I don't want to be a stiff, monotonous doll living in boredom. I want something meaningful. Something worth living for and fighting for. Something that's truly worthwhile. Purpose in life. I think that's what she wants. Hogwarts was boring, downright boring. The only excitement came from Quidditch, hanging out with Cedric, and occasionally messing around with other girls, but
Muy bonito. Cho.
Cala Dragon Tonto, I don't do that. Anna Maria was just harmless back then, but she always lived without motivation, just moving around and letting things happen until the crazy one comes along and says I've got a superpower weapon that could even help me fight the gods themselves. Obviously, I'd be thrilled about that.
Mi culpa.
You did a great job, mortal companion of Titania, because if not for you, I would have been trapped in this ignorance for the rest of my life, and that would have been utterly boring. Well, hello Gong Gong, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, Zernitra's user, how's that whole thing going? Is your mortal so stupid and ungrateful that my one is too? Whatever. Continuing my words before these dragons interrupt me, I have deep reasons why I'm here. Even if you don't trust me, I won't join the Fallen Angels until I decide, and I'll tell you how I'll decide when these two tell you the reason why they're here. Cho pointed at Daphne and Neville, who each shot reproachful glances at the young Chinese woman. She kept her eyes off him as she adjusted her position, fingers moving through the gloves of her sacred gear's physical manifestation. Crash hands. Daphne cleared her throat slightly before speaking. Actually, I think there's no need for all this fuss anymore because, without even realizing it, you've already solved your problem, Harry Potter. What? What are you talking about? I've been stuck in the room with Barracuda all day. The only time I went out was with Luna. I don't remember doing anything. I guess it has to do with Draco Malfoy, right? In fact, rumors claim he's ill and was taken to San Mungo. But Mrs. Malfoy told me the truth about what really happened and everything turned out to be a clear-cut happy ending. And that? What made that fool do that to you? My story is simple and not too hard to tell. Over the years, Draco Malfoy has committed many horrific acts. Everyone hates him, but with Crabbe, Goyle, and his father's support alongside Professor Snape, he managed to avoid being beaten up for his disgusting abilities. One of the things he did was constantly harass me and my sister Astoria. Tell me more, Daphne. In our world, bigamous or polygamous marriages are extremely rare. However, if an heir or lord belongs to two or more extinct lineages, they have the right to marry multiple witches to preserve bloodlines and such. Draco has been enthusiastically praising how the last Malfoy was like the last living black male, claiming he would have two girls as his hounds, as he eloquently states. What do you think? The mark is both directed at me and my sister as their future wives. I see how things are going. He's been stalking us non-stop, driving Astoria to paranoia. I've been training like crazy just to defend myself. My absolute demise isn't some random power I earned through some shady means. That idiot's tried to assault me multiple times, and even after getting hurt, that darn thing kept coming back for more. The worst part? The law forces both Astoria and me to comply with Draco's demands. The cursed man convinced his father to sign a marriage contract, and even after Lucius's death, the cursed contract remained valid. I feel your sorrow. Thanks, Luna said. She moved closer and helped me discover my sacred gear. I was certain someone would come to help me with this issue, and knowing it was you at first, I thought I'd have to convince you to become my husband. And for my sister as well. What? Wait a moment. How could you think this would end like that? Harry Potter, your fame and lineage are clearly superior to Draco's. My father would have accepted our union, even Luna, though crazy as heck. As it may be. You're not a liar, and if you're sure you're reliable, then I don't see why you'd be bad enough to become material for your husband. Aren't we too old to talk about marriage? Am I the only one who finds this weird? Harry, you're in a relationship with Tonks, and or 6 years older than you, that's why things aren't normal for you anymore. What? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Luna?
I'm sorry, Daphne.
I might have shattered your hopes and driven you to the brink. I went to a massacre against Draco and many others. It wouldn't have been pretty. Did you see it in another alternate reality? He spat, and a full-blown war broke out over that. Okay. Well, as I said, I was willing to marry another guy instead of Draco because anyone is better than that arrogant jerk who even agreed to share a husband with my sister. It's not like it's a problem. I don't know why, but I feel like Azazel's beaming with pride right now because a girl doesn't care about sharing me with another girl. Then you came and helped me even without being tied to me. It was such a relief. Wait, I'm still confused. How could I be in a relationship with you if I'm already with Tonks? Luna, can you explain this to me? I don't think it's possible. Poor fool, if only he knew. But I can see the logic behind it all, denying the absurdity because I know Tonks would be bothered by this. Anyway, yes, I deeply hurt Draco, even though it was hard to convince myself not to blame him for what happened. But can you help me with that exactly? Besides, I mentally damaged Draco Malfoy, making him no longer a threat. Well, Mrs. Malfoy informed my father about Draco's condition, and also gave him a bit of insight into how terrible my situation was. My father was so shocked by what he nearly did that I not only cancelled the arranged marriage contract for myself and Astoria but also vowed never to enter into another one. Honestly, the sincerity of my father's promise makes me think there was some shady deal orchestrated by Lucius Malfoy to get him to accept his 2 daughters being quietly traded off as trophies to another heir with little benefit. Well, I'm glad nothing got worse than that. But if you're done with me now, why are you still here? Since I have nowhere else to go. I'm a sacred gear user of the Longinus type. Many would kill me just for possessing absolute demise, so seeking protection from a faction is the way to go. Luna insists the best place would be with the fallen angels. If I join them, they'll send me to the church to train as an exorcist or paladin. I assure you it would be tough because many hate wizards. They call us heretics and devil followers simply because we practice free magic and all that. If I joined the demons, I'd become a slave. Other factions are too complicated to join. I might try with the Northerners, they're the most reliable group, but now they're in trouble with Loki and Surtur's rebellions. I don't want to get involved in those issues right now. Luna? What did you say to her? Truth be told, the Nordics are a solid choice but come with serious issues. Other factions like Egyptians, Celts, and Chinese have complex rules. Even interacting with members of these factions could be dangerous if you're using sacred gear. Here's the deal, Daphne has the option to choose. That's why I decided to team up with the fallen angels. I got so deeply involved in this whole mess that I ended up leaving things half-finished. At least I know I'll be with some kind of reliable folks. Thanks? I think so. Well, let's set that aside. Your turn now, Neville Longbottom. Luna mentioned to me about you and how you're the Sacred Gear Innovate Clear user. I'd like to know why you want to join the Fallen Angel faction. I didn't actually want to join. I wanted to keep my studies and make my grandma proud. Booty, think I get why Daphne's joining now. Knowing the dangers you have to face just because you're a Longinus user? That's why it's better to be part of a group that can help if you're in danger. Actually, I need to tell you about the epic battle my 2 fellow Longinus users and I had a few months back. Let me tell you, life as a Longinus user isn't easy or simple. This is for all Sacred Gears players out there. We're all in for a roller coaster ride filled with conflicts. Yeah, I think I realized, but here's the thing, I was mainly here to ask for help. It's my parents. They had a severe attack when I was 1 year old and are now in critical condition at San Mungo Hospital, and I wanted help. I need more explanation. Luna approached Harry and began whispering hatred in his ear. The young Potter momentarily ignored the presence of the young Lovegood girl near him and the effects she was having on his hormones. Instead, he focused on hearing what truly happened to Neville's parents and Luna's hint that Neville might have been the child who lived in multiple realities, a revelation that created a remarkable connection between him and Neville. After hearing what was necessary, Harry nodded. Luna stepped aside to make room for him, and the young multicolored-haired boy spoke. I see your problem, Neville. I understand why you came to me for help. The fallen angel faction, alongside the Nordic and fairy factions, governs the finest medical arts, both technological and magical. As mentioned, the Nordic faction faces challenges that need addressing, while the fallen angel faction possesses advanced technology to assist the Longbottom Lords if their magical methods prove ineffective in healing them. Wow, Luna, that's interesting. Let me guess, did you know that using your looking Titania technique, right? Well, beggars for all the good things due to Mr. Azazel's obsession with inventing stuff. I assure you, Neville, we'll do our best to cure your parents' illness. The real challenge is getting them out of St. Mungo's. I'll have to talk this through with my grandma. She might have issues, but if it's about helping my parents, she'd definitely say yes. Just like there are many ways to heal serious wounds, it will only take time to find them, I promise you. Thanks. Brilliant. With you guys on our side, Grigori will gain enough fame to prevent others from retaliating. Obviously, I'll explain what it means to be part of Grigori's crew. Let's get started. Guys, let's drop that. We've got something to deal with, you and me. Harry Potter. Cho suddenly flashed a wild grin. Luna blinked, silently rose, and swiftly moved beside Daphne and Neville, placing her hands on their shoulders. As this happened, the Muggle Hall transformed into a massive blue metal chamber. Luna grabbed the two purebloods and urged them to step away from Harry, and Cho. Potter's air squints his eyes at Luna's movements and Cho Chang's sudden surge of hostility. What's going on? Remember when I told you I'd tell you how I'd decide whether to join the fallen angels or not? I'll tell you how you'd fight me. If you win, I promise to support Grigori. If you lose, you'll have to hand over your swords. What? Are you scared, Potter? Do you fear losing? Maybe I'm having a rough time with my dragon, but I'm proud to wield the power of a divine dragon. That's why I won't be subordinate to anyone until I prove I deserve it. I don't know if I should feel insulted or flattered by your words. You stupid mortal. Come on, Gong Gong. Let's test my skills against the champion of the fallen angels and see if joining them is worth it. So what do you say, Potter? Are you up for a challenge? Cho taunted with a defiant grin, positioning himself in a unique fighting stance, legs spread wide and hands half restrained before his chest. His face and hands glowed fiercely as they were covered by the metallic gloves of his sacred gear. Harry could sense a fierce aura around Cho. She was no longer the grumpy girl she used to be, but a young warrior preparing for battle. Finally understanding this, Harry drew two swords from their scabbards. He thrust his sword forward, while the floating dragon head from his sacred gear appeared above his shoulder. A battle, Harry? Come on, I don't think it's a big deal. Oh, maybe I'm wrong? I gotta win, Zernitra. That's all there is to it. You're wrong about that. Zernitra, my mortal will be the winner in this battle. Thanks for your words. Gong Gong. Then Harry, shall we dance? I whispered. Cho and Harry slowly nodded. The next moment both moved. Everything in the area exploded as Cho planted his fist into the ground, while Harry leaned on the Chinese woman's shoulder, performing a handstand as his sword nagelring spun freely in the air. Harry swiftly lowered his other hand holding the sword Blajang, ready to behead Cho. But she locked eyes with him, and suddenly Harry felt an excruciating pain in his hands. He had to teleport away and dodge Cho's punch in a split second. Just as he tried to escape unscathed, he took a full-blown kick to the chest and was sent flying several meters back. He regained his footing midair and swiftly positioned himself. With serious eyes, he stared at Cho, who was grinning maliciously. What's going on? Harry, did you feel that pain in your bones, right? Ha ha ha, you'll feel even more when I finally win this battle. I swear that won't happen. Cho, go all the way. Blajang, Fash, that wouldn't work for me. Come on. Gong Gong. Boom. The green flame of the Blajang sword erupted from the ground before Harry's command. But Cho's fist struck the floor, triggering a seismic destruction that shook the entire area like an earthquake. Massive stone fragments shot up from the earth, splitting the sea of flames Harry had conjured. The young Potter thanked the Muggle chamber for its self-healing ability. Cho leaps skyward with a spectacular landing that leaves the crowd stunned. She uses the momentum to spin around and launch herself toward Harry, aiming to strike him as she plunges toward the young wizard. Meanwhile, Harry waves his hand to summon Nagelring with telekinetic power, capturing the demon's sword with his free hand. As Harry swings his blade to cut Cho down, she merely smiles and extends her right fist, poised to strike Harry's demonic blade. Suddenly Zernitra spoke. What? Oh no! It's too late. Boom! Harry, having taken Zernitra's warning to heart, drew his sword Nagelring and activated his power. He then created a solid shadow shield that was instantly shattered upon contact with Cho's fist. It was more like a broken piece of glass that someone had hit with a stick. That's how it was. But Cho wasted no time. With lightning speed, he charged at Harry and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The young Potter took pounding from powerful blows raining down on him, each strike combining brute force with the devastating techniques of martial arts. His fury was so intense that Harry felt 2 of his ribs and some shoulder bones were shattered. If not for the power to control the magical energy from his sacred gear, true caster which allowed him to channel healing magic for himself, would have lost. With a roar, Harry concentrated his power. She spat the magic word and unleashed a fiery explosion that caught Cho off guard, sending her sprawling on the ground far from the young Potter. But in the next instant, she sprang to her feet and assumed an awkward fighting stance. Harry fell to his knees, gasping for air as inexplicable pain shot through his bones.
Zernitra?
What was that about? A real challenge. This girl is clearly a prodigy who's unlocked this full potential in less than a year. Honestly, it's something to brag about.
Bebe al punto.
What? How about purses? The fundamental truth is that physical objects are completely vulnerable to the destructive power of Gong, a natural force akin to fire. Unlike purses, Gong cannot be destroyed. I get it. That's exactly why you said he shouldn't touch Cho with my swords. They could have been destroyed.
Esto.
Boom! Arg! Harry gasped, blood spurting from his mouth as Cho's 2 palms struck him with devastating force. The attack exploited his defense, landing a blow when he was off balance. He spat more blood while struggling to stay upright, feeling his magical core literally shaken by Cho's brutal blow. The Chinese Ravenclaw seemed to smile with excitement at Harry's pitiful state, then assumed a stance recognizable to martial artists as Chinese Kempo. The previous positions also resembled those of Shaolin Kung Fu and Karate. Suddenly, an aura of power began enveloping Cho, causing his hair to levitate and his eyes to glow with formidable energy. Surprised, Harry Potter? You should be. Unlike the ordinary magical children here, I come from the proud Chong familial lineage blessed by the White Tiger Byako centuries ago. We possess unique, perfect bodies for mastering martial arts and wielding chi or ki, even as magicians. I'm a proud member of the Chong family, harnessing the power of Great Catastrophe Dragon Gong. Now transformed into a humanoid dragon and hailed as the tallest girl in my hometown with ki of all time. I'm superior in every way, so if Harry Potter truly wants you as his ally, then prove it by defeating me. Okay, if I just say Harry without causing him any trouble. The next thing he does is cross his arms with both swords at the highest point. Then the floating dragon head of Truecaster merged with Harry, enveloping him in a magical energy aura of purple and violet. As the aura dissipated, revealing Harry's new transformation, a powerful aura surrounded him while massive dragon head armor sprang from his arms, stretching from hands to shoulders with dragon head emblems etched across the armor plates. Harry wore large spiked gloves with visible runes etched into his skin, his eyes blazing with intensity. Even Cho, at her peak, found those eyes unervingly piercing. Though blood trickled from his lips, Harry's savage grin remained as he clenched his armored fists, one bearing a shadow symbol, the other a fiery green one. He stepped into the face of his current opponent Azura Wrath mode. I'm not exactly a physical combat specialist, but I'm going all out in this fight. Come on, after all it's totally worth the effort. And so they both shouted loudly as they lunged toward each other. In another part of Hogwarts. Oh my goodness. This school is truly magnificent. After all, that girl from your class has got a Longinus in everything she owns. I haven't even mentioned the other kids I've met during my walks. The potential here is so astonishing. Ha ha ha, it'll be interesting to see how Chow Chow finds out about all those humans with potential lies here. They're definitely going to have a ton of adventures, Iblis user and descendant of Theseus. Definitely ha 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 ha. Continue Aura. Alright, here's the chapter. Yes, I promised this chapter would be a long battle, but I'm taking my time because I needed to explain why Neville and the others would join Luna. Here's why Cedric won't be a weakling. Draco got what he deserved, and for fans of that darn lazy kiss-up, I hate it so much. Let me explain why I treated that bully badly, setting aside my hatred for the character. In this universe, Draco's influence was far greater than his father's because his mother Narcissa had an estranged relationship with Lucius, as explained in previous chapters. This made Draco worse than the canonical version, leading him to believe superior and all that, but without Harry, Hermione, or Ron confronting him, making him feel insignificant. This made Draco remain a spoiled brat who acted with disrespect, believing he could do whatever he wanted and get away with it. He had his means to prove this, supported by Severus as his godfather and a Slytherin, which meant no Gryffindor could cross him. The teachers had issues they needed to address over the years. First with Quirrell and the third with the Dementors, so nobody did anything when Draco was pulling off his tricks. Draco, who had Muggle-born children and was given horrible names, kept Lucius in his pocket. I'm sure no one in Slytherin would dare to mess with him, so he essentially remained untouchable in his bubble. But this made him universally hated. One might expect many to attack him after Lucius' death, but Draco had become a bully that many despised yet couldn't do anything about. In the end, he's now in St. Mungo with mental health issues, and nobody cares anymore. Even Dumbledore won't investigate since Narcissa refused to let it happen. In the original series, she deeply loved her mother. But in this version, having barely known her all her life, she felt resentful and believed Narcissa didn't love her. Her death threats might be as real as they seem, just a momentary rage. Remember, in Harry Potter, not everything is magic and innocence. Look at how they discriminate against Muggleborns and Squibs. No one is surprised that even the Dark family kills Squib's children just because they do. The guy's not the main character anyway. But let me explain to those weirdos who think something good came out of a complete idiot who's been in 7 books as a total moron and ended up getting married, out of prison, and having a kid. Rowling must have been high on that stuff to write that. I should also mention that the section about how Dumbledore instilled fear in Voldemort and his minions is based on another crossover fanfic I read, Fate Stay Night from Harry Potter. I was so impressed by it that I decided to pay tribute to it in this chapter. In the next chapter, we'll see Cho and Harry's battle. Harry eventually loses patience with Fleur and Zenobia. Anyway, we'll meet again soon. Leave your reviews below. Toaneo07